Content warning. Listener discretion advised. This audiobook contains material that may be disturbing or triggering to some listeners. Themes include graphic violence, sexual content, references to rape and sexual assault, depictions of war and combat trauma, murder, torture, and ritual sacrifice, emotional and psychological abuse, death, grief, and severe loss, religious and political conflict, supernatural horror, demonic possession, and dark magic. This is a work of adult epic fantasy, exploring intense themes through complex characters and morally gray decisions. Listener discretion is strongly advised. If you are sensitive to any of the above topics, please proceed with care. Princes and Priests by Angela MacDonald, copyright 1992, all rights reserved. Chapter 20, A Deadly Turn. The attack came with the sun and hit the nomads just the same as before. Oirion found himself in the center of the battle, even though he had not really wanted to be. He was fighting against men whom he should have been calling brother. Whoever was in command of the church army was not very smart or was very young and inexperienced. In either case, he had no idea what he was doing. By mid-morning, the church had charged 3 more times. The power they possessed the day before seemed to have been lost. Maybe the church was suffering from having overused magic, and the cold was bringing the men down as much as the nomads were.
"You know, I think they are stalling,"
Ivan said, as he took a drink of the broth that the nomads were passing around. Oirion looked back across the river as the legions were shifted into position for the next attack. Ivan was likely right. Someone was making an example of the men sent across the river. For whatever reason, they were killing them, wearing the nomads down without concern for the losses. Yesterday seemed a test, and today they were just pushing.
"If they rushed again like yesterday, they could take us, and they have to know that."
"So why wait? Why drag it out?"
"Remove those they need removed,"
Ivan said.
"They die, but not at the hands of their black-hearted master, just at his orders."
Oirion drank the broth, feeling better for it.
"Almost as good as Tavia's,"
he said.
Haha,
Ivan laughed.
Tavia helped make it.
Oirion smiled a little at the knowledge that the pretty woman was still around and doing her own part. Her days in the camp also allowed her time to see to the packs of the others and prepare them for the next leg of the journey. Shortly after he had finished his cup of broth, a section of the spikes came down, and Oirion found himself fighting to protect men who were trying to re-raise them. From this position, he could sense that the small nomad army that had crossed the river days before had attacked the church on the west side, just as the 4th charge of the day hit the river. He was too busy to see what was happening, but he was aware of the fighting across the river. Once the spikes were back up, Oirion worked his way back to the ford so as to stay close to Ivan. He found himself fighting in the river, up to his waist in the water. He was far more skilled than most of the men that he faced, and he lessened their numbers a great deal. The work of fighting in that much moving water, though, was taking a toll on his back. The pain was starting to make his swings go wide and his feet slip. He tried more than once to retreat, but simply could not let the ground be lost. He dare not use magic, as he knew he was already strained in that area. He was losing ground despite his skill. Many saw it and pushed in to take him down. His feet went out from under him, and he went under the cold water. As he did, he jarred his back bad enough that it forced the air out of his lungs. Someone grabbed hold of him and jerked him up out of the water. Struggling, he found his feet, and then saw, to his surprise, who had aided him. It was Riven. Oirion didn't have time to say anything as churchmen surrounded them. Riven turned and, swinging his arms, shouted a dwarven spell. He sent it slamming into the river, creating a wave that washed out from them toward the churchmen, sending them all under. Riven leaped at them, swinging his axe with wicked speed and skill. Oirion moved to keep his brother at his shoulder and fought beside him as he would have fought beside Jaime. They were both of the same kingdom and trained in the same style. With the past months of working together, it only took a few strides for them to match speed and motion to become a deadly team. They pushed forward, opening the way for many nomads to fight alongside them. Tavia caught up the hem of the dress the nomads had given her as she ducked into the tent that the men had been given. Since her own clothes had to be washed, she had little option but to wear the dress. Shannon was there, alone, and kneeling at the pack that he had set on the floor. He glanced up at her, but looked again, seeing her in the long, dark woolen dress. She knew it fit her well, but did not think for a moment that he looked again for that reason. He likely thought it was a sign that she thought they were staying, she reasoned.
Is Riven all right?
She asked, hiding her surprise at seeing him there.
And the others? Everyone is all right?
Yes.
Where?
She asked, looking around for them.
When did you arrive?
Not too long ago. They have gone down to get Oirion, Ivan, and Theo. You should change into your own clothes if you intend to go with us.
Tavia felt her heart drop. They had to be here. They had to be part of this battle, or it wouldn't matter where they went.
They need us,
she said.
You would abandon them?
They are not my concern.
But orcs are?
He looked back at her.
That was magic on magic. It was not open battle.
This battle will cost you no more than that one. And it was a battle. I saw the bodies of the dead, from both sides.
Shannon rose from the pack, looking at her.
I have aided them already in my own way. I think we should go.
How have you aided them?
They will have allies.
Will they win?
I do not think so.
Then you cost Pert allies, you cost your god allies, and you allow the church to once again crush those who could be saved if you would choose it.
I do not have that power.
Yes, you do,
she said a bit angrily.
and we both know it.
He stood facing her, not about to say anything else. He grabbed the strap of his pack to put it on, but she moved faster and snatched it out of his hand. She tossed it aside and stood solid and upset before him.
I cannot risk open battle,
he said softly to her.
Can you risk the demons of Pert conquering another race? Will you walk away and give them that?
She reached out and touched his arm softly.
Land by land, they take and take. Soon they will have so much that no force in heaven or in the world will be able to challenge them. Where do you make a stand?
Do you wish to see me fall?
He asked her, dropping the whisper to talk to her in the voice of a normal man, something she felt oddly honored by. She knew he had done it for Oirion a few times, to drive home some point or other, but this was different.
Please,
She begged him.
help them. They will fall without you.
Do you wish to see me fall?
He asked her again. She reached out and touched his cheek softly, catching a strand of long hair that had escaped from his braid. It was a sign that he was tired, and she knew it. He never had so much as a strand out of place for months, but now was struggling to maintain his image.
No,
She said.
I do not wish to see you fall. I know you are tired, and I know that you think this is more than you can handle, but you're wrong.
She looked from that strand of hair to his eyes, wishing she could just tell him how she knew. She wished she could say that Travis was an avatar, and that they were brought here for a reason. She couldn't, and she knew it, but she wished that she could.
I do not wish to be here, and I do not wish to ask you to do this. I would rather sit over tea and talk of far finer things.
He caught her hand as she drew her fingers along the length of his hair.
You have no idea what you are asking me to do.
She knew that he wasn't going to do it. He had made up his mind and was leaving. She wanted to reason with him, but had no idea what to say. She also knew Travis would not go. She would have to stay here until the battle was over,
Please.
was all that she could manage to say.
Go change your clothes. You cannot ride horses in that.
She felt tears again. Ignoring them, she had to look away. With a touch of his gloved hand, he turned her face back to look at him.
Tevye, go get dressed.
She shook her head.
No, you go if you have to, but I would rather die here than let them take another race. I have seen so many fall. I will not watch another.
She had said too much, and once again turned away from him. He did not need to have any idea who she was, and the fact that she had even hinted at her age was a mistake she would not make again.
And I haven't?
He asked. She shook her head, not even wanting to deal with that comment.
No more. If Jerome himself was here, I would agree, but he's not. He is 1,000 miles away, looking for a group of fleeing cowards. He is not looking for you here, not here of all places. He knows that you're tired and on the run and expects nothing less. Do what you will do. In the end, there is no place to hide, and he will have what he wants if we do not stand up to him while we can. I, at least, will die here and not live to see the day that Shannon gets backed into a corner.
Shannon took hold of her arm and turned her to look at him again.
Please, Tavia, get dressed. Do not make me leave you here.
She looked for a moment at the hand that held her arm. Seeing again the depth of the heavens in the eyes of her son, she could hear that voice and knew that she could not go. She wanted to. She would have loved to just go, to save her friends and run from battle, but it was not an option.
I would love to run from this. I would love to pretend that you really care enough about me that your appeal is sincere. But what am I compared to an entire people? I am just another nomad from another land. And what's one more added to those who will die here?
You're not being reasonable.
I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you don't think it worth your time to aid them. And I am sorry that I can't just leave here.
What do I have to do to make you just go get dressed and come with us? Oirion and the others need you. You hold them together.
It was an odd blessing that he had not said it was he who needed her, just them. Tavia knew if he had said that it was he who needed her, she might have gone. She pulled her arm free. She had nothing more to say. He would go, and they would fall, and battle by battle, it would be over. Not even death would be an escape now. She headed for the door, but he caught her hand again.
Are you going to go get changed?
No,
she said. She had to jerk her hand away to be free of his grip, and then she was out the door. She felt that she had failed and wanted to just collapse in tears, but made herself walk away, back to the fire where the cooking was. She didn't look back to see Shannon standing outside the tent, or see him snag the strand of hair back up into his braid before turning and walking for the chief's tent. At his elbow, Oirion found a young nomad who seemed to have chosen to make his place beside him. It worked well, as Riven had somehow vanished, and Oirion accepted the backup. More than once the young fighter proved his skill and saved Oirion from injury or death. Oirion knew he should pull out of the fight, with his back in so much pain, but every man was needed. They had almost lost the river again, and he dared not pause even for a moment. He was far too close to the north bank. If nothing else, the cold water was helping numb his body. The church tactics did not change. They merely hit with more men and did not pull back. Oirion found himself throwing counterspells and prayers into the faces of the men that he faced, and they were staggered by it. The same prayers and the same God were not equal. He slammed them back, crushing them and stopping them dead in their tracks. He, like most men, fell into a sort of daze where instinct takes over, and training controls one, requiring no thought. His only real objective was to push the enemy back. He was nearly at the far bank of the river with the young nomad when he took an arrow in the leg. He nearly dropped, as another just missed his head and 3 more sliced into the water. The nomad yelled and dove at Oirion, pushing him down and saving him from a whole host of arrows aimed at him.
"Traitor!"
Oirion heard someone yell at him in Perton just before he and the young man went under the surface. They came up facing an attack charging down on them, aimed at Oirion. The young nomad had several arrows in his back and one in the side of his leg. Oirion held on to him, backing up as the charge came at them. He recognized one of the men and nearly came to a stop. He would have stood there, stunned and in shock, to be killed if the troll-masked shaman had not charged in with his horse at that moment and blocked the way. The shaman thrust his staff up. Light shot out of the orb at the top and forced the priest back. The heat of the burning light on the staff made the water hiss and the air shiver. The charge was stopped, and the church was forced to withdraw out of the water. Oirion stood, holding the young man who had saved his life. On the far bank he could see Xen standing there, battle-soaked, looking at him. Of all men Oirion had thought to never see in such a place, Xen was such a one. He was a great hunter who had run a route that overlapped Oirion and Jamie's for almost a decade. Xen was one of the few men Oirion might have thought of as a friend. His gut twisted in an odd sort of pain and illness. Everything. Everything he loved was being ripped away from him, right down to his last friend.
Oirion,
He yelled.
you're a traitor.
You're on the wrong side of the river, Jean. This is not God's will. This is not what you vowed.
Oirion roared, rage boiling up in him. Not only a priest, but a man he knew. There stood a man he had stayed with, a man he had eaten dinner with and played cards with. There stood a man who knew Jamie and had fought alongside both of them. What was he thinking? Could he not see what was going on?
Get him out of here.
The shaman yelled at Oirion. Oirion took a better hold of the young man and sheathed his sword. He helped the injured nomad up out of the river. On the bank, another man helped to carry him up to the yellow dome tent where the healers worked. An old woman tended to the young man, while a younger woman came to see to Orion's leg. He had totally forgotten about the arrow in his own leg. He hurt so much everywhere else that the arrow didn't feel all that bad. He half swore. He knew what the barbed ends of the arrow looked like and why the church used them. They never came out clean. The young woman put a stick in his mouth, and he could taste some sort of drug on it as he bit down. He was curious if she was even going to be strong enough to pull it out. However, pulling it out was not her plan. Instead, she cut his pant leg open with one knife, then took another blade out of the heat of a small coal box and stabbed his leg at the arrow, cutting it open in one neat, swift move. She was so fast in her work that he barely had time to yell. She pulled the arrow sideways and held the cut open, neatly lifting the barbed head out of his leg. There was no tearing and no mangled meat. She set the arrow aside before she began to stitch up his leg. The drug was working, and all the pain seemed to melt away as he grew more and more tired. She helped him lie back as she finished her work. Oirion lay in the tent after she was done, his body resting and healing in a way he had only felt when Jamie had worked on him. He stared at the domed roof and wondered that with so much that he had been taught turning out to be lies, maybe there was more to the vampire thing than he was being told. Maybe Jamie was still Jamie. Maybe he could be saved. The woman helped him up from his half-trance, musing, and offered him new pants that were not torn. They were thick wool and had pockets full of odds and ends. He accepted her help to get them on. She belted the sword back on and smiled a little. Oirion saw the young man who had been wounded saving his life. He lay in the same trance that Oirion had just lifted out of. He was alive and had enough color to his cheeks that Oirion felt certain he would be all right. He ducked outside to consider where to go now. The sun had begun to set, and there was a brief pause as the nomads had managed to push back the invaders. The cavalry of the nomads had made it across the river and over the piles of dead in a valiant attempt to get at the wizard priests on the other side. The gain didn't last long, though, and the nomads were again pushed back to the river. Oirion was headed back to the battle zone when he saw what had moved the church to pull back and give them this moment. From the south came the real army of the church. An army purely of clerics and paladins had begun to arrive. Thousands of men that rivaled Oirion and Riven in power and experience were moving into place. They were coming to do war on a scale that Oirion had never imagined. The nomads had just gone from a losing position to utterly hopeless. Oirion stood in nomadic clothing on the hill and could do nothing but look. For one moment he again wondered if this was the side that was right. If so, why had God abandoned them to let them die like this? He almost felt his heart consider going to the other side when a breath of wind brought a reek of rotting flesh. Thousands and thousands more marched in from the east flank of the great church army. There were even more of them than the new legions of power that had arrived while he was being healed. He watched in horror, and his stomach turned as the nomads pulled back and rushed across the river, back to their hill. The noble warriors of the plains gathered in a strong line as the marching horde revealed itself. This new mass of bodies and weapons gathered against them was made of zombies, not just a few, but hundreds of thousands of them.
Dear God,
Theo said, as he pulled in beside Oirion. He pulled his troll skull mask off and looked at the approaching army, startling Oirion. Oirion forgot about the battle, the army of churchmen. He forgot about the zombies and the nomads, and for a moment just stared at his friend, as if Theo had become someone else altogether. His mind tried to reconcile the timid and quiet Theo with the master shaman he had seen time and again in the battle. Theo was a sorcerer, not just a wand-waving clown, but a true sorcerer as the powerful magi of old, a truly adept sorcerer. The word just kept turning in Orion's head over and over. Sorcerer, sorcerer, sorcerer. Riven ran up on foot and reached up to Theo. Theo gave him a hand and a stirrup to mount up behind him. The dwarf peered off at the approaching army.
"What in the hell?"
Riven swore in Dwarven. He did a quick double-take at Theo, but likely had not seen the man's power and may have overlooked it anyway in the face of what had arrived. Dave rode up with the nomads who had come up the hill last, after trying to secure the spikes and ensure the banks before they retreated higher up the hill.
"Where's Shannon?"
Riven demanded of the sailor.
No idea.
Dave said.
Why?
"Look there in red next to the bishop. Look, Dave."
Dave looked, squinting to see the man in red leather that was riding near the bishop. He felt his stomach grow cold. He heeled his horse and galloped up the hill to the nomads to see if he could spot Shannon.
What?
Oirion asked. Riven almost told Oirion that it was the same vampire that had taken him in the forest, but stopped. Maybe Shannon was up to something. Maybe he hadn't actually betrayed them. He bit his tongue.
"Let's get up to the hilltop,"
he said. Oirion hesitated but went with them to join the regrouping men. On the top, in the mass of men, Dave spotted his uncle and went at him. Shannon was on foot and didn't expect to be attacked. He was holding his side when David punched him in the jaw. Shannon actually staggered from the force of Dave's punch. He looked up at the furious man.
What is that?
Dave yelled, dropping into Purton.
That looks a lot like you betrayed us.
Shannon straightened. He had stopped the bleeding where he had been stabbed, saving the nomad High King, but being jarred didn't help, and it still hurt. He rubbed his gloved fingers on his palm to wipe the blood off, restraining himself from slamming Dave to the ground.
What did you do? Sit down and compare notes. You let him live out of professional courtesy.
Shannon barely stopped his fist from backhanding the young man. He was under enough strain and didn't need Dave attacking him. He fought to hold his own emotions in and hide the stress he was combating. He understood that in a normal situation, Dave would consider his words more carefully, but the strain of the trip was catching up with even Dave. It didn't help men stay calm seeing this fight break out in the middle of a hopeless battle either. He understood enough to forgive the young man, but it did not please him in the least.
You lied to me,
Dave said, tears in his eyes.
I stood up for you to all the others, assured them over and over to trust you, and you let him live. He steal your soul, he buy it, promise you things, tell you some secret. What?
"If you were any other man, I'd kill you for that,"
Shannon said in a deadly cold voice.
"How dare you accuse me of betrayal? You jump at me and are blind to what is before you. A vampire and the church are in allegiance against these people. You forget the fact that I'm on this side of the river, and you are so ready to think that I have fallen, before you even begin to think that, maybe, I know more about what is going on than you do."
Dave's words had hit him harder than he had thought. It made him far angrier than if the same words had come from anyone else.
I see a man who was at your feet, a vampire who tried to kill Riven and who attacked you, and he's out there, alive,
Dave said, his anger carrying him right into Shannon's face, barely inches away from the tall Purton.
I have seen you crush men for the slightest offense, but a vampire attacks you and you let him live. What am I supposed to think? I think that he won and you lost. That's what I think. I just want to know what bought the coldest soul I've ever met.
Shannon took the young man by the front of the shirt, jerked him over until they were almost cheek to cheek, and whispered in Dave's ear.
"You are painfully young, David. You are not thinking, and you are not listening to your father. Watch, David, and before you ever accuse me again, you damn well better have all the facts."
He is alive. You had every chance and every reason to kill him,
Dave said, his anger beginning to give way to fear.
"You disappoint me. The more you see me, the less you seem to know. Wake up, David, and look at this all again, and be very careful that you never make me so mad as to raise my fist against you. Next time I will carry it through.
He shoved Dave back hard, making him trip and fall. Shannon angrily walked away, grabbed the reins of a horse, mounted, and rode down river at a gallop.
What was that about?
Ivan asked, helping Dave up.
I pissed him off, I think,
Dave said, shaking as he remembered just how dangerously close to death a man comes when he upsets Shannon.
You all right?
Ivan asked. Dave looked back to the battlefield below and felt sickened as the reek blew up the hill at them. He felt a chill at knowing that Shannon had let the vampire live, that he had not killed the monster when he could have. He held his elbows and watched. The vampire below moved from the church position. He rode to the next hill over and began to form up his army around himself, with what had to be an awesome view of the whole vast army, red-stained battlefield, body-filled river, and the hills about him. Without a doubt, he had taken up a defensive stance. The zombies shuffled to set up on the hillsides. The question that began to weigh on the minds of the nomads and the men with them was, if the zombies would wait for light to attack, or if they would begin an assault in the dark. Tonight, there would be guards up all night along the banks. Raven didn't bother to point out that the zombies would not be stopped or slowed by the spikes in the river. They would feel no pain. Instead, he chose to stand at a fire with Oirion, watch the sun go down, and pray to whatever gods of light that might hear a lone dwarf. Dave felt sickened, angry, and betrayed. He wanted to believe that there was something he was being blind to, but then he would catch a whiff of the reek. The smell of the army on the other side of the river was inescapable. Crouched at a fire, he held his elbows and tried not to think about it.
Here.
Kelly offered down a piece of flat bread that held a thick stew in the bowl it made in her hand. It was hot and came with a crude wooden spoon. She had one for herself and sank to sit beside him. She was plastered with the residue of battle. Her hands, however, had been meticulously cleaned. His were not so clean, but good enough to eat with, he figured. He looked at her for a moment.
Seen the others?
He asked, his gut too tight to eat just yet. She glanced up from taking a bite.
Saw Theo just a bit ago and Oirion early on.
I saw Oirion not too long ago,
He said.
What about Ivan?
Kelly asked.
He's around.
Dave said, then took a small bite.
You all right, Dave?
She asked.
I thought you'd been in battles before.
Oh, I have. Not this big, but I have seen enough death.
He drew a deep, shuddering breath and looked at her.
The vampire that's in control of those zombies is the one that took Raven in the Forest of the Damned.
She looked up, ignoring her meal a moment.
You worried that Shannon lost?
She asked.
Sort of.
The idea of Shannon losing was not exactly what he feared, he realized. He could not see Shannon just losing. Kelly half smiled.
Forget it, Dave. There's no way Shannon lost. Not to someone as weak and sloppy as that vampire was. Eat. You'll see.
Sloppy was not the word he would have used. That vampire had nearly taken both him and Riven with barely an effort. Either Kelly had no idea about how vampire power worked, or she was so potent in her own powers that she could have stood where he and Raven fell. Dave picked at the food until his body decided it was hungry. He said nothing about it, just ate the meal she had brought. After they had eaten, they moved to find a place to sleep. One of the nomads pointed out a dome tent for them on his way to somewhere else. It was not the tent they had before, but it was very much like it. Kelly built a small fire as Dave shook out and made the tangle of bedding into something they might share. He was definitely tired, and the sleep would do him good if he could get any. Kelly crawled in beside him and worked her way to get comfortable with a great deal of shifting.
You about settled?
Dave asked. Kelly grumbled at him, then draped her arm over him and lay still.
Been a while since you slept alone with a man, huh?
Just go to sleep, David,
she said, pushing his curls out of her face.
Oh, come on, Kel. How long has it been?
Years. Now go to sleep.
She repeated.
Must have been quite the man.
No, he was a traitor and spy. My mistake.
Sorry.
I was a stupid young fool blinded by his looks. I'm not so young or foolish now.
Well, he was the fool.
Kelly chuckled.
I find that funny coming from a green-tide pirate.
Dave smiled as he half twisted to try to see her a little.
You're the one with your arm around me. I was just being honest. Besides, my father's ship is in a million little pieces at the bottom of the ocean. I may need a new career. Maybe I might have gotten Shannon to buy me a new ship, but not likely right now.
He sighed and laid his head down.
Go to sleep, David.
She chuckled, already drifting off. Theo was tired and looking for the others, for a place to lie down. He was leading the horse toward the camp when a woman came and took the animal from him. A younger woman walked up and took his hand, slipping hers into his.
I can show you a place to lie down,
she offered. Theo smiled, understanding her words through the magic of the staff, and let her lead him away. They went to a tent that was on the far north side of the camp. She held the door open.
My family is on night watch. No one will be coming.
He ducked in, wondering about the customs of the people, not really sure what her intentions were. She closed the door and added to the fire. She motioned him to the pile of furs near the heat. He sat and watched her reveal her intentions as she slid off her clothes. He didn't think he needed to understand anything she might say, and set the staff aside as she knelt before him. There were, apparently, perks to being the youngest shaman. Theo did his best to live up to any expectations. Dave woke before the sun was up, but stayed where he was, warm and comfortable in the bed. He lay awake listening to the noise of the camp as men got ready to meet the battle that was sure to hit them hard today. When they had first arrived here, it had seemed that Shannon was going to take them away, that they would slip past all this, but then he had changed his mind without explanation. Dave had never argued with Shannon about anything at that point, and hadn't been about to start at that moment. Whatever his reasons, Dave figured Shannon must have had good ones. The others had not argued either. Kelly had just looked at Shannon a long moment, then nodded once. That was it. It seemed they had all decided to stay. Dave just wished he knew why. It had to do with the vampire, he was certain. Dave felt sickened even thinking about it. It was some time before Kelly rolled and shifted sleepily under the blanket. He knew it was past the time they should have been up, but going to a losing battle was just not what he wanted to do. She stared up at the ceiling of the dome tent for a moment, just lying there quietly. With her there next to him, she felt more like a woman to him than she ever had, and it was just nice to lie there with someone.
We need to get up, Dave,
she said.
I know,
he said with a heavy sigh.
I'm just not looking forward to dying later today.
You won't.
She sat up on an elbow and smiled.
You'll do fine.
She kissed him in a friendly sort of big sister way, but that was not what it remained. With the strain of the death around them, the long trip, and the warm comfort that was right there, Dave reacted. He half surprised himself with it, but then when she didn't object, just looked a little startled at him, he moved to follow it up. She didn't object to that either. It was Ivan's voice outside the tent that made them stop. Dave had no idea how long it had been, but in his mind, it was not long enough. He wanted to stay right where he was. He swore in various pirate curses as he pulled away, began to dig to find his clothes, and get them on before Ivan entered the tent. Since they were not in their own tent, Dave wondered how the hell anyone had found them, let alone Ivan of all people. Kelly found her clothes, dressed with a calm speed, and had her belt buckled on as Ivan ducked in carrying a basket. He was chuckling at something from outside. He knelt on a knee, the dome roof being far too low for him to stand in. Dave jerked on his tunic and grabbed for his fur vest.
What time is it?
Kelly asked.
Breakfast time.
Ivan grinned. He set the basket down.
You two are really hard to find.
He sank back.
They want us on the river before it gets light. Shannon is convinced that once the sun is up enough and the commander can see us, they will move. He wants us in place by then.
So Shannon is in command then?
Kelly asked.
When is he not?
Ivan replied. Once they had the meal of dried meat boiled into a mash and stuffed inside a piece of flat bread, Ivan ducked out. Kelly moved to the door, but Dave stopped her. He wanted to say something to her, to cement some sort of bond that would be real, but he had no idea what to say. All he could do was stand there with his hand on her arm.
Be safe today, Kel,
he finally said. She looked at Dave and smiled a little.
Let us go see what the day brings.
Theo?
Riven stuck his head in the door. Theo sat up startled. He was totally lost for a moment, and then saw his friend's face in the light of the embers.
Get up, man. We have to get in place.
What time is it?
About an hour until it starts to get light.
Theo groaned and pulled free of the sleeping woman. He got dressed, picked up his staff, and left her asleep. Ducking out, he was quickly woken up the rest of the way by the cold air on his bare skin.
What's going on that we have to be up? I haven't hardly even slept at all.
Poor baby.
Riven said sarcastically.
You don't have to tell anyone.
Theo said.
Why not? They'd all be proud of you.
Yeah, well, in case you forgot, my wife just died months ago.
It seems longer.
Riven said, remembering.
Sorry, Theo. We tried, you know.
Yeah, well, such is life. It could be worse. I might have actually been in love with her.
He shrugged.
Still, I'd appreciate it if you didn't go telling people.
All right. Not that I think they would care. I mean, you're using a forbidden power, and even Oirion seems to have looked the other way about it.
That's because he's all distracted and wrestling with his own dilemmas. You don't seem too upset either, though.
I am used to doing what has to be done, and I usually work alone in the middle of nowhere. I have broken rules of my own to do what was right.
Riven scowled a little.
I wonder if he would even do anything about it. You are not bound by the vows that Oirion is bound to uphold, but he is a law enforcer of the Church. Sorcery is forbidden. As heresy, blasphemy, and deemed evil, he would be forced by his vows and moral standing to either kill you or turn you over to the Church. Or,
Riven shrugged,
maybe, just maybe not, considering all that we've been through together.
It depends on if he breaks a few vows on this trip or not. It's easier to look the other way and forget if you have your own flaws, but he's so damn righteous, he might well make it through and get even more anal retentive and superior than he is now.
It won't last. Shannon has been pushed to the limit, as it is. If Oirion pushes much harder, Shannon's going to drop him. Besides, Theo, Shannon already threatened that if anyone makes a move against you, that he'll get involved, and that means a dead priest if Oirion tried it.
So what are we doing?
We're going down to the water to raise the spikes when it's time. Seeing us there will help encourage the men. Then, when the time is right, we'll mount up and hit the front of the church.
Why? Did we really want to be seen by the Church?
Because,
Riven said,
we have enough power as a group to throw off the church and to make a dent in it. We might encourage the nomads to hit hard and fearlessly.
My paint smeared too badly.
I can't tell in this light. It's sort of impressive looking, Theo. I wouldn't have known it was you.
Theo and Riven hiked halfway down the hill, joining the others. As the sun rose, they tried to see the location of the enemy, but they couldn't see through the fog that floated off the river, making the whole valley a white blank. The cold chill of winter seemed to be replaced by the sudden cold damp of spring. Oirion and Riven both knew that it was a result of the magic from the day before, which was already beginning to affect the weather. Local energy was beginning to be thrown off, not that any energy in this place was stable, but it was certainly less so now. From his lookout at the top of the hill, Shannon could see the great army massing below. The size was impressive. The sheer power gathered was far beyond what would be needed to crush these people. He was still here and had offered to aid the chiefs for Tavia's sake, for the conviction he had felt in her when he touched her. She knew, beyond any doubt in her soul, that he could turn the tide of this battle and thus the entire war. It was one thing when it was just legions against the power and skill already on this side, but now... He turned to the chief at his side.
There is more to this than just land claim,
he said.
They want us gone,
the man said simply. Shannon wasn't about to accept that.
You need to tell me what they are after, or I am going to leave,
Shannon said.
I will take my people with me when I go, and I will take them by force if they try to stay with you.
He had convictions as well, and was not leaving them here to be taken by this battle. The chiefs clearly were not going to say anything, and got rather stone-faced. The oldest, the high chief, put his hand up.
I think you know what it is they want, and I think you know it is we who are charged to guard the secrets of it. It is not us they want. It's what we have knowledge of.
Shannon looked at the old man. His eyes, nearly hidden through the crinkle of sun-beaten skin, were not black like the others, but were blue. He had long white hair, tied in little braids, knots and beads. Feathers fluttered off his shoulders, many tipped in gold. The old man had power, but hid it well. Shannon debated drawing two worlds together.
You're the gatekeeper?
Shannon asked softly, in imperial perton.
Not I, but I guard him.
Shannon looked back to the massive army that was preparing to wipe out these people and steal the greatest power stone the world had ever known. The power within it would be enough to make a man into a god. Tavia was right. This battle would make or break the war with Jerome. If Shannon had just left when he wanted, he'd have not spent the time to look and realize how bad this was for the world. Open warfare was not Shannon's tactic, and for good reason. But this time, the damage would be worse if he left than the chance he might lose. Jerome would not be looking for him here, and if he was careful, he could pull as much power as he needed off the battle itself. If he washed it through the storms that were bound to happen, he might conceal his presence. Jerome had sent an army to win this battle, to free his mind for the hunt for Shannon. Jerome had clearly planned this war against the nomads for some time, but his desire to recapture Shannon was obsessive in a way that only the insane can sustain. This enormous army was an army that simply could not be replaced easily. It would definitely ripple out over the world to have so many of Jerome's servants die. Part of Shannon cringed away from the very thought of what he was thinking of doing. He showed no outward sign and knew he would not alter what he had put into motion, but somewhere within him there still resided the capacity for mercy.
I will stay then,
Shannon said to them, his eyes looking out over the massive army.
But you will have to trust me and fight this my way.
Trust you? We do not know you, and you do not smell of the light,
one of the chiefs said.
You are as likely as any to betray us.
You cannot stand without me,
Shannon said.
What would you have us do?
The old chief asked.
Form your men up and hold until I give the command to charge.
Just hold. How do men hold against zombies?
Hold,
Shannon said firmly,
and forgive the effects that will wash over the land. This battle has only just begun and will get very ugly before the end. I am sorry, but I cannot allow him to have the barrier stone.
The old chief bowed his head.
As it was said you would.
He nodded and turned. He walked briskly back to camp with a firm, strong step. The other chiefs faltered, but accepted it. Shannon looked back to the battle knowing what was about to happen, and how many good men were about to die. He caught the reins of the horse he had been given and mounted up. He drew a slow, deep breath and steadied himself for the first great battle that he was about to enter into since he had taken back Norwood. That battle had been barely a fraction of this size, and he had led it with a sword, not magic. Below, Kelly stopped and nodded back up the hill to where Shannon was with the leaders of the nomads. He was easy to spot in his black. Whatever argument they had been having was settled, and as always, Shannon won. He calmly sat on his horse looking out at the enemy with the nomad leaders sending out orders. Kelly watched a moment before the whiteness of the dense, wet fog obscured her view and left her to wait with just her friends. After about 20 minutes of waiting in the cold, through the fog, they could hear the massive army gathering before them. But when the fog began to break, and they saw it, their stomachs dropped. The immense army had moved toward the river and stood in colossal formation, looking as fresh as ever, even more so than before the first battle. The nomads could only stand and watch, shifting and stomping to stay warm, breaths steaming in the bitter, cold morning air. The zombies formed into 3 rows between the church and the river so they could cross first. The Red Army formed up into the fine, detailed lines of the legions. From their vantage, everyone watched as one of the bishops gave the orders for the zombies to prepare to advance. Everyone braced for the horrific fight about to walk at them with the cold quiet of the dead. The zombies began to march forward in 3 rows, lining the river, one end to the other. There was a pause as each line came to a standstill. For one moment, they all stood facing the nomads, Then, in unison, every one of them in the back row turned fully around. They faced the church for a moment, and then began to chop into the ranks of the church army. They marched forward, wreaking havoc and killing those who thought them allies. Priests stumbled back in shock. On the eastern hilltop, the vampire lord had raised a shimmering red shield of blood magic and ancient wizardry that shimmered with a hint of sorcery. It was hit almost immediately by the priests. Lightning sparked off of it and burned a number of zombies to ash. Strike after strike slammed into the shield with explosive power and concussions that could be felt through the air. The screaming and disorder that followed was sickening to all of them as the zombies turned the tide of the battle. Stunned and shocked, the nomads watched the zombies walk over the army of the church, the first row pushing them back with brutal force. The North Shore was utterly silent as the zombies drove into the newly arrived power of the church. White magic was built up in a great mass, lifting over the church army and then sent to slam into the zombies. Even the nomads could feel it, but as it came crashing down, the power of it hit a wall of dark energy that exploded into a black mist as the two magics made contact. This great black mist seemed to roll out of the air above the ranks of zombies and showered the church army before them. The ranks of men that it hit fell screaming. A few tried to lift their own magic shields, but the shields shattered with little effect. It only made them die more slowly. Kelly looked back up the hill, shocked.
That was a lot of power,
Oirion said softly.
Oh my God,
Riven gasped. He looked at Dave, who had gone white. The two men looked at each other, and both had the same thought. Nothing could control a vampire with such command but a demon or a more powerful vampire. They looked back as the vampire zombies continued to wreak hell on the army below. The nomads were as much in shock as anyone. They had been living next to the zombies for generations, in fear of them, and now they were on the same side.
Maybe that vampire doesn't like the church,
Ivan offered, not sure what to think. The enormous amount of power that was being traded was one thing that everyone had to agree on. With the reek of the zombies, though, no priest would be able to tell if the source of it was black or not, but it certainly had seemed to be so for its awesome reaction to the magic of the church. The greatest question was, why would such black power rise up to aid the nomads? Riven decided to try to not think about it too hard. The second row of zombies waited. Then in unison, they also moved to hit the church. The zombies on the flank seemed to wake up and hit the church from either side. Out of the blue sky, bolts of black lightning cracked down in aimed focus at the church's army below. The power behind the attack on the vampire faltered for a moment.
Wow,
Riven said, swallowing hard and looking back up the hill at Shannon. That brief pause was all there was before the attack on the vampire started again. The church legions began to move forward to attack the zombies with order and power. The nomads watched as the paladins moved in to take on the zombies. Those who knew how zombies behaved had to be impressed with the skill and ability of the men who fought them. The massive army held the zombie advance as long as the paladins remained, but as the paladins were pulled down, the third row of zombies joined the attack, advancing and pushing the churchmen farther back from the river. Clerics moved to attack the undead before them and tried to maintain what the paladins had begun. The nomads remained still and grim during the hours that the battle went on. The legion of clerics was at its end, but so too were the zombies, as the shield of the vampire finally shattered under the bombardment of power. Sun from the clear sky above hit him, setting him on fire. He died painfully, his scream reaching even those on the far hill. The zombie army crumpled as one. Dave owed Shannon an apology, and he knew it. Shannon had turned the tide of the battle, and there was no doubt whatsoever about it. The nomads might actually have a hope to survive this day. Just as the horde dropped, a man ran up the riverbank shouting,
"The Grazens are coming."
Who are the Grazens?
Dave asked.
Tribes to the southeast.
Kava shrugged.
They are disjointed hill tribes that had too many internal problems to be gathered and were too spread out to be deemed a threat to the church. They are like hobgoblins, better left alone. Not worth the effort to hunt or kill. This is good news. We might just win the day after all. They are powerful horsemen and runners.
The church was stunned and rocking in the shock of their losses. The nomads had time to catch their breath and try to warm up a little as the church army regrouped, began clearing the dead, and moved into formation for another attack.
I can't believe they're going to attack again today,
Dave said.
Those who fought are dead or dying. The others are rested.
Kelly said.
Their army is so massive and the hills limit them so much, they simply cannot all fight at once.
The sun was well overhead when the churchman once again rushed the river. Shannon lifted his arm above and held it a moment. His hand flashed with power for a split second before a shooting star seemed to fall, streaking downward from beyond the sky itself, from the very reaches of the universe, beyond what even an adept wizard could reach into. It burned its way toward the earth with a stream of shimmering ice behind it, growing larger and brighter as it came. The meteorite hit the river as a ball of heat and light that was impossible to look at. Few of the churchmen saw it. Those who did either had no idea what it was or had no way to aid those in the river. For one moment, nothing happened. Then it exploded with a massive boom that sent fire and boiling water in all directions. Black oil flung out from the fragments of fire. The slick, burning blackness coated the river and splattered out on the land. Any men that it touched were instantly ignited by inextinguishable flames. They screamed and tried to get it off, to snuff it out, but their efforts failed. Even worse, it took only a moment of touching a surface to erupt in flames. The heat of the sudden inferno was enough to drive back men on both sides of the river and make horses wild. No one in the river or on its banks survived. Frozen ground melted in a gust of steam that swirled upward with the smoke of the fire. Flames washed up against the far bank, setting the bushes and whatever vegetation was left on fire as well. Men tried to stomp it out, only to get the oil on them and be included in the flames. The church tried many different ways to put the fire out, often nullifying each other's magics as they all scrambled to stop it. It lasted only so long, though, before it outreached its life and dropped away into normal flames that were quickly smothered. In an odd sudden silence on both sides, all heard the horns of the Grazens. Low, long calls echoed from east and west, calling back and forth to each other before drums began to beat. The nomads cheered with the knowledge that the Grazens were about to attack the church. Battle erupted as the Grazen men attacked the unprepared flanks and rear of the church. The order was given that the spikes were to be dropped, not that they were likely to have survived the hellfire in the river anyway. From the top of the hill, a nomad chief whistled through his teeth, and the cavalry rode up over the hill behind the men who stood on the exposed slopes of the nomad's side of the river. Once in line, the high chief raised his arm, and the men of the prairie roared against the invaders. All at once they began a charge. The nomad men on the river's bank ran to get clear of the great thundering wall of horses. Children and women were already running down the slope with horses to hand off to the men on foot, allowing them to join the charge. Oirion and the others of his company scrambled up on horses. Once mounted, they joined the forward rush. There was little that could stand up to the full charge of the nomads on their great horses, certainly not the broken line of the church. They hit the river with a crash that sent waves across the river and up over its bank into the men on the far side. A great shimmering shield was slammed up between the riverbank and the churchmen with a crackle and flash of power. The great shield might have caused the charge to crush itself upon it, but the shield was hit with a power that exploded it back onto the men it was meant to protect, sending many flying into their comrades. The charge of the nomads never faltered. The great horses of the plains were barely even slowed by the carpet of dead covering the half-thawed ground. The army of the church tried to hold, but without time to regroup, they were not set up for such a charge, and were crushed under the hooves of the nomads' first full offensive. A wave of fire streaked out over the churchmen toward the nomads and threatened to rain down on the camp itself. Shannon stood in his stirrups and raised his hands. The wave of fire swirled as it was hit by a great wind. The storm above began to seethe as his will fought against the collective will of the church. The sun and blue sky were lost to the churning sheet of fire and the black clouds that were beginning to boil and swirl off of it. As Shannon gained power over the fire, he forced it back over the army of the church. The magic within it began to fall apart and slammed down on the church that had created it. The church had sent the wave of flames at the nomads without any seeming regard for the reality of such a battle or the risks of it. They took most of the damage, but the entire battlefield suffered for their arrogance and foolishness as the fiery rain of magics fell to earth, burning the men it fell on and setting 1,000 small fires. The flaming ranks of men broke formation, screaming and trying to beat the fire out of their own clothing and that of their comrades. Chaos was starting to break the church into manageable pieces, with their great magics countered with fire everywhere, and the fierce attacks on the flanks by the Grazens. The church army was falling apart. The clouds began to boil, rolling over and over back into themselves, while streaks of multicolored lightning cracked out in all directions. The power balance was thrown off, and the energy of the area was now beginning to storm by itself without the involvement of any external magic. The angry shifting power of the warp storm began to prickle everyone's skin, in a dark warning from the earth itself. Above them, the sky began to growl in answer to the building rage of the storm. Shannon once again raised his arm, almost negligently. The clouds were ripped open, lightning struck downward, and the building storm tore itself apart. Howling winds hit them all, and the fiery rain became a muddle of fragments of ice and burning embers. If the power had not been broken down and dispersed, a warp would have begun, which would have affected all in its wake. Such a battle had created both the Ulam-Ar orcs and the Sphinx. By breaking the power down, Shannon was able to draw in as much energy as he needed for the battle, even if it wasn't the right energy to use for his own body. The magic battle went on above the battle of the men, building and breaking to the point that the churchmen on the ground were desperate to find shelter, but had no place to go. The nomads had met the day expecting to die, and were not about to waste the chance to make as big an impact as possible. Despite the hailstorm and the madness of it all, they were relentless. They just went with the war and wherever the battle drew them. They chased the fleeing churchmen down. Much of the battle was drawn down the river and away from the magic battle that filled the sky. The smoke of the fire and the thick clouds of magic made the time of day unknowable. It might have been day or night. No one could tell. Lightning and fire illuminated the sky and gave them the means to fight in the murky darkness. Eventually, the nomad corps met their clansmen where the church had once stood. Battle raged all around them, but in the center of it all, allies met. Dave wiped soot and sweat off of his face. The storm above had driven away winter, and the heat was leaving them sweat-soaked inside their winter clothes.
"David?"
He heard a familiar voice call. Looking for it as he caught his breath, he spotted the last person he thought to see in the middle of this battle. He stood in his stirrups and raised his arms.
"Captain!"
Elliot cut through the nomads, who were gathering to reform and charge again, and reached his son. He grabbed Dave's arm and held on with a firm grip.
"I thought you were lost,"
he said in Pertan.
"You all right?"
"I am now. You?"
Ha ha ha.
Elliot laughed and tossed his damp curly hair with his usual easy manner.
"How could I not be? My son is alive and looking like a hell of a warrior. You'll make a right pirate yet."
He looked up at the sky as it cracked with an extra loud growl.
"Shannon?"
"I expect so,"
Dave said.
"That's not good,"
Elliot said, concerned.
"I really pissed him off, Dad. I accused him of something. I should have known better."
"That's not good, but it can wait. Where is he?"
"Up on the hill last I saw, but that was early this morning."
"Keep your head, David. I need to find him. I'll catch up to you later. We'll swap stories."
Dave smiled.
"It's damn good to see you. I was worried for you."
Elliot shouted and waved to his crewmen who were close by, and Dave went to join them with a shout of welcome. Elliot charged for the river to find the man in black on the other side. End of Chapter 20. Continue with Chapter 21. Unplanned events. Princes and Priests, Chapter 21, Unplanned Events. Dave was so tired that he didn't think he could continue fighting. Then, in the darkness, he spotted Ivan. Dave, having lost his horse hours ago, walked wearily toward his friend who had remained on foot. The battle was over for the most part. The storm still lingered, as did the heat, but the nomads were in control. They were chasing down the few survivors and cleaning up the wounded and dead, at least in this area. Several others of their company were already with Ivan, standing on the riverbank. Riven was cautiously looking over the low mud cliff they stood on to try to see up and down the river.
How far down are we?
Dave asked wearily as he reached them.
About 10 miles, I think,
Oirion said, wiping his brow.
Anyone see Kelly?
Dave asked.
No,
Ivan said.
And I have been looking for her. The battle's gotten vast, though. She could be anywhere. You hurt much?
Nothing too serious.
Dave drew a deep breath, seeing Shannon and Elliot walking toward them. Even in the smoke and gathering darkness, he could make them out by their stance and stride. He felt oddly chilled to see them walking stride for stride in an obvious mirror of motion and form. At a glance, it would have been hard to tell who was who if his father had tamed his hair, which he never did.
Dave.
Elliot took his son in a great embrace when they reached the group. Dave returned it, glad that his father had lived through to the end.
We won,
Ivan asked.
Whoa,
Elliot said, looking at Kava.
Now, aren't you a fantastic-looking fellow?
Kava grinned.
This is Kava,
Dave said.
Kava, this is my father, Elliot.
Kava nodded his head and put a hand to his chest.
Well met,
he said.
We won, right?
Ivan asked again.
Please tell me we won.
We won,
Shannon said, just as the bank gave way and dropped right under their feet. Shannon jumped back, able to grab hold of Elliot, but Dave, Oirion, Riven, Ivan, and Kaava went down. Shannon jerked Elliot further back from the bank as the soft ground collapsed. For the others, the drop to the river was a good 12 feet, and the cold of the water was shocking.
Get hold of each other,
Dave yelled, as soon as he broke the surface, feeling the power in the water at once.
Don't lose each other in the current.
He gave a hard stroke sideways to reach Kava, who was obviously overweighted.
I can't swim.
Kava splashed and scrambled to grab the muddy bank. He almost got a grip, but the whole side gave way, and they were spun out in the current. Dave shouted at him to stop thrashing as he grabbed the Orcan man. He tried to cast ropes, but the magic utterly failed. Everything happened shockingly fast. Before Dave had a chance to look back to see if his father or Shannon were going to help them, they were already going around a bend toward the rapids that marked the end of the territory and the outer edge of the battlefield. He got a brief glimpse of Shannon running down the bank after them. They did their best to swim together and hold on. Riven was struggling to pull off his heavy furs as they quickly became waterlogged and started to pull him under. Oirion was there and grabbed Riven from behind, helping to keep him afloat as he shed his furs. Ivan was the unifying power that kept them all together and their heads above water. Without his great strength and swimming ability, they would not have made it for long. It wasn't a painful ride like Oirion had before, but the river was fast, deep, and painfully cold after the heat of the battle, and they were all exhausted to begin with. They couldn't seem to get close enough to the shore to even hope to grab anything along the banks, and they were getting farther and farther from where they were supposed to be. The cold was turning them blue and making their hands not work. It was getting darker the further they went, and the flashes of the storm's lightning were becoming distant, lost at times, hidden behind the banks and hills that rushed past them. They were swept past miles of prairie and into a forest before the river slowed enough for them to swim for the shore. Ivan finally got hold of the bank. By his sheer strength, he gripped the roots of an old fallen tree. Gasping and struggling to keep his own head up, he became a bridge to dry ground for the others. In the darkness, they were able to drag themselves out of the water, soaked and dripping. They were dangerously cold, and the black sky offered no sun to warm them. Ivan collapsed on the shore and curled up, overcome with hypothermia. They had no way to even find wood in the dark, and all were in shock. At Orion's teeth-chattering orders, they crawled to each other and huddled close against the cold. He did his best to summon up enough power to raise a tent spell over them in an effort to hold in what little heat they had left in their utterly drained bodies. Dawn brought the end of Orion's ability to hold up the tent, which forced them to rise and look around. They were in a wood that was made of aspen, cottonwoods, and birches, as well as other trees that they didn't recognize. Dave immediately went to gather wood. Riven moved to pick up a bit of driftwood, but sat heavily on the ground and wiped his hair out of his face. He was worn out, body and soul, and could not seem to summon energy for even such a simple task.
This is fun,
Kava said, his teeth chattering. He put his arm around Oirion to share warmth.
Yeah, it was,
Ivan said, almost like a wounded child.
I hate this place and...
We're mostly still together,
Dave pointed out.
It could be worse. We could each be alone.
We lost all the women,
Ivan said.
Kelly, Salma, Tavia.
He bowed his head.
Miserable land.
Dave got a big fire going just as the sun rose, and they all stood as close to it as they could. It was all they could do to just stand there shivering, trying to dry their clothes as best as possible. It wasn't an easy thing to do, as snow had started to fall. Dave knelt and rubbed Orion's hands briskly, trying to keep the man from slipping too far away.
Maybe we should have stayed in Ulamar,
Ivan said.
No,
Dave said.
If we had, then all those nomads would be dead. Even if we die for that reason, we die for a worthy thing.
That's very noble thinking of you, Dave.
Ivan got out through his shivering. Dave wasn't as bad off as the others seemed to be, and suspected that he had his Pertan ancestry to thank for that. Even Kava seemed to be struggling to warm up and stay conscious. Once Oirion was steady enough, he raised another tent and pulled them into it. The heat started to soak in, and they all drifted safely to sleep. To say he was tired was an understatement. Theo was feeling every bit of his age and more. He had scrubbed the paint off his body, what was left of it, and found that it had burned him in places where the spells had been hit so hard that they had been broken. The heat of the energy released was enough to sear flesh. He had bruises that he could not begin to explain, and a migraine like he had not endured for decades. He just wanted to curl up and sleep for weeks.
Theo
jerked up, nearly blacking out as light exploded in his head.
Shannon?
He asked, not sure he was seeing straight.
What?
Get up, we have to go.
Go?
He almost cried at that.
Why?
The others just got washed down the river and we have to get them.
He rolled himself up to his knees and sat a moment, trying to stop the pounding in his head. He paused to get his balance before he reached for clothes. Shannon grabbed a hold of his face and lifted his chin. The Pertan studied Theo a moment before he looked over his naked, bruised and burned body.
I don't have any clothes,
Theo realized. Shannon grabbed off his cloak and draped it around Theo.
We need to hurry.
Right, yes, hurry, lead on.
If it mattered that much, Theo wasn't going to argue. He stumbled after Shannon in nothing but the boots he pulled on and the cloak. They cut through the camp and down to the river. The water was so cold that it hurt to touch it. Theo stumbled after Shannon to the bank, but what had once been a smooth ford was now a steep bank that sent Theo slipping down into the frigid water all at once. The water was nearly up to his waist and left him struggling to breathe and feel his feet. With each step, his feet felt like they were being slashed by razor knives. His body was begging for rest, but he kept going, one step at a time. On the far side, Shannon stopped and looked back at the man who was not quite halfway across. He turned back and went to Theo. Taking hold of his elbow, Shannon all but pulled him across, regardless of pain. Theo actually had tears on his cheeks by the time they reached the other side. He didn't say anything, but just kept moving after Shannon. He was not focusing on the way they went or where they were going. He just followed, as he had for months. Pain was certainly not a new thing to Theo. At least now he knew that Shannon was not going to rip his soul out, allowing him to concentrate on forcing his body to obey. When they stopped, Theo stood wavering for a moment while Shannon spoke to someone outside a tent. It seemed a long way to walk to get to another camp. The man opened the tent, allowing them to enter. Unlike the nomad tents, this one was made with vertical walls and rose up to a shallow peak, very like the ancient tents of Awans. It was well lit with a lamp hanging on a gold chain. It was also larger and smelled of food. Heat was almost painful to his body after the cold. He was aided to a bed and made to sit. He looked up at Shannon, trying to think and focus.
Sorry.
He apologized for being in pain, worn out, and too tired to think. Shannon smiled faintly.
You're doing fine. Just catch your breath.
Here.
Captain Elliot handed him a mug that was large, hot, and full of steaming drink. Theo took a sip quickly, afraid that his hands would drop the weight. It was warm and spread through him like nothing he had ever had before.
Not bad, huh?
The captain said with a grin.
This place does have its high points.
He straightened and switched languages from Owens to Norwen.
Are you sure about this?
Elliot asked Shannon. Shannon didn't say anything right away, taking his seat with the same grace with which he always moved.
Did you talk to the men?
I did. They are looking for whatever they can find. I don't know about this, Shannon. Jerome is a powerful force here, and he has allies among the elves, I guarantee it.
Elliot paused, his unhappiness for the situation showing on his face. He ran a hand through his hair in a motion of distress.
You could have just run down the bank and rescued them. I know that you have the ability. I have seen you do far more impressive things.
If I thought I could have, I would have done so.
I thought I lost him once. I am not so ready to just let him go again.
Elliot said with a sigh, and then dropped into a chair and sat with his head in his hands.
If they get hold of him.
I am well aware of the dangers,
Shannon said.
I will get him back.
Elliot looked up at the Purton.
I should not doubt that, but I am not much less worried for you. You choose not to go with warriors or wizards, but a boy so exhausted he can barely stand up. I do not understand your thinking.
Theo looked up from the mug to see what Shannon's reaction to that was going to be. Theo spoke Norwen just fine and wondered close to the same thing. Shannon sat as he normally would, calm and in control. He looked at the captain who sat across from him, as informal as Shannon was formal. His hair as wild as Shannon's was tamed, but the captain was still a Purton under the wild hair and pirate clothes. Shannon smiled faintly and focused his blue eyes to look at Theo.
Not all great warriors wear swords, Elliot.
Riddles, uncle. So he is a great sorcerer, yes? The nomads are rather impressed, but then ShaHaNon has them all but praising him as an avatar.
ShaHaNon has skill and power, and so does Theo. Do not be misled by his appearance. He is older than he looks, and far stronger.
Theo took another drink. They sat in silence until several men entered with armloads of things that they dropped on the floor. Another two came in with a trunk that they set down and opened.
This was the best we found,
the man said. He opened the trunk and lifted out the robes of silk that were inside. He draped them over his arm to show Shannon. The others sorted out jewelry and other oddments of personal belongings, ranging from a comb set to a fine saddle that was studded with rubies. Shannon nodded. The men stepped out with relief. Theo was feeling better as the drink sank into him. It was helping him to recover from the long magic use, and the headache was sinking away. It also helped that his body was warmed and his feet were thawing out.
You awake, Theo?
Shannon asked in Owens. Theo looked at him and nodded.
I'm awake.
The others have fallen into the river and have entered into elven territory. At best, they will be captured and sold as slaves. Carver will likely be killed, rather horribly, either way. We have to outrun them and try to get in a position to either buy them at auction or pay a reward for them.
Theo knew enough about elves to know that this was a much more complicated plan than what he was saying. With elves, nothing was straightforward. Being accepted by elves was not easy, and even harder to do so in a hurry. They were a different species than humans, or Purtons, and they acted a great deal differently on many levels. Theo's mother's hobbies of the dark nature had led her to shadowy friends who were not the normal type. Some of the more acceptable and mild friends she kept were elven merchants. Theo had learned a great deal playing with the sons of those merchants, not all of it good, but he knew how elves acted and what they expected. He knew what was taken as proper behavior and what was not. The problem was that those elves were outside the barrier shield, and the elves here had not been out in so many generations. Things might have changed.
They will never let us in to buy slaves at a market like that,
Elliot said, looking up at Shannon.
And we don't have the time for political games.
If we do not, then the others will die,
Shannon said simply. Theo knew that Shannon was as knowledgeable about the elves as he was, and probably had a good idea about how it might be done. It also meant no pirates. But the pirates were not going to stay out of it if they did not have faith in Shannon's plan. Theo tried to think of how he might get into court. It would not be an easy task, but all he really had to do was get them in deep enough to have a pass into slave markets where someone like Kava might be sold. In another part of the world, Shannon, as a Perton, would have the upper hand. Here he was clearly not native and would stand out. If he tried to even portray that he was at all supposed to be here, they would see through it. How could they hope to get in? How could Theo get in as a lord with the money to buy exotic slaves, and how would he do it with Shannon to watch his back?
And you can't just sneak in and steal them,
Elliot objected.
We have to play the games on their rules.
They have shield spells and wards that I cannot slip,
Shannon said.
I might be able to hide inside your shields,
Shannon said to Theo.
But I might also have to get inventive very quickly.
Theo thought about that, and about the battle he had just seen. He bowed his head, many things fitting together. In a way, he had to thank his mother for being such a horrid, evil woman. She had taught him how to deal with this world rather well, and to recognize the truths in it. Funny, he smiled to himself. All his teachers who had ever been good to him and out to help him had been vampires, and every one of them had been under a great deal of strain. He tried not to think about Garson. The man had been his first friend and a caged pet for his mother. Theo had kept him alive for years by slipping his hand through the bars to let the former wizard, but long-turned vampire, slit Theo's small finger and save his sanity with the blood of a child. Theo had been sent away, and that was the end for Garson. When Theo came back, it was too late, and his mother had Garson's head pickled in a jar in her study. He looked up at Shannon. Garson had been strong, but he would not have been able to deal with Oirion or Riven's blood, and never a full battle. Shannon had to be fantastically strong. Theo shifted, thinking about that.
How do they control the slaves here?
Theo asked.
Collars mostly,
Elliot said.
Some have spells laid right on them, but that's pretty rare.
Can you create an illusion with enough strength to not be detected or removed by the elves?
Theo asked Shannon.
No, but Elliot can,
Shannon said.
And what do you have in mind?
I can't on Shannon. I've tried, but the spells just don't hold,
Elliot said quickly.
I meant on me. I just need to be tweaked a little to look elven a bit. Not fully, just a bit.
I can do that.
What are you thinking?
Shannon asked Theo.
My mother is friends with Palsinustan. Do you know him?
I do,
Elliot said.
He is an elven black market runner, a smuggler who trades with some very dark characters. Black magic items, sacrificial victims, that sort,
he told Shannon.
Who is your mother to know him?
He asked.
He has something like 60 children,
Theo said.
I could fake being one of the lesser ones, say that I'm out to win his favour. I can even set it up to possibly get a contact to him, to confirm that we are who we say. I know his roots and passwords well enough.
Elliot looked at Theo as if he had just sprouted wings.
And you can pull that off?
Elliot asked.
You know, my son's soul is on the line with this. How do you get Shannon to fit in? And are you sure you can pull it off?
Shannon gets to play my pet vampire,
Theo said with a shrug.
You can do that, right? Figure out some way to make it look as if I was sort of controlling you, make you sort of a...
He thought of the word.
Not so much a slave, but more like a summons.
Shannon leaned forward on his knees a bit and looked at Theo, interested, but not sure if he was going to say anything or not.
I could do one better,
Shannon said, after a moment of debate with himself.
I could be your pet vampire. I could portray that you have a gremlin of some sort, and that its energy is used to hold control over your trophy. It could be made to seem that he is the one who has the power to support your will and force compliance from your captive,
he offered. Theo smiled.
Now see, that would be something rather worthy of respect, but I would have to be able to discuss it and even repeat it to convince them.
That is some dark magic,
Elliot said cautiously.
Do you think you could convince them of controlling a vampire?
Theo looked at Dave's father a moment.
Well, that would stand to reason, don't you think?
Shannon actually smiled an honest smile.
Good God help me,
Elliot said.
As if Shannon wasn't enough,
he muttered. Theo looked back to Shannon and saw the smile.
Can you make it so that whatever you pretend to be is something that I can mimic, summon on my own, or at least explain how to do it?
Theo asked carefully.
You think you can drop a control on a vampire?
Shannon asked seriously.
I haven't done it personally, but I know how, and I have seen it done a number of times,
Theo admitted with an uneasy glance toward Elliot. Shannon scowled ever so slightly.
Your mother.
She is an evil woman, Shannon. One day I will kill her, and Pert will be much better off for it,
he said in Elven.
The accent is wrong,
Shannon said.
You sound too pertinent. We can work on that.
The more I hear it spoken, the better I'll be able to speak it.
Theo shrugged.
But you know how elves are, and what sort of things will be expected. I would rather you play the more amusing role and draw their attention away from me. I am not so sure I can play that role very well. If you are a slave, then I can protect you from them at least. I think that if you act as though you wish I wouldn't, you could keep them all looking at you and not at me.
Shannon nodded.
I'm sure that I can manage to get their attention, but they might see that as insulting.
I know, but we can't just run in and do this Ivan style. We have to play it somehow, and I think the only way it can be done is for me to play elf and keep you as close as I possibly can. But money is a problem. We need money to buy slaves.
I have a nice stash,
Elliot said.
Several, actually, that I sort of set up with you in mind.
Elliot told Shannon.
Money is not that much of an issue, and it might be a magic that he can use to impress. You can just sort of fake it for him.
You key me in?
Shannon asked.
To the blood,
Elliot said.
There are several vaults.
The demon magic could play in there,
Shannon mused. He leaned back, his chair creaking.
My major concern right now is if he can pull it off. No offense, kid, but I have met elves, and you do not move or look or breathe elven.
Theo looked over at him.
I need a bath and a horse and clothes, and then we can go,
he said.
Help yourself.
Shannon motioned to the trunks.
The sooner we can get going, the better.
Get our horses ready. I won't take too long,
Theo said. He pushed himself up and began picking through the trunks, choosing several pieces.
Where are we?
Ivan asked Kava. They huddled together under the weak sun, cold and sore. He did not think that they wanted to be where they were. The river was wide here, with a narrow shoreline of gravel strewn with dead wood and tangles of brush. Ice lined the water's edge, covered the rocky banks, and floated in bits down the river. The banks were mostly rock that turned to forest at its outer edge.
Pesika,
Kava said.
Sphinx lands are on the other side of the river, and we don't want to be there either, but this is bad, really bad for me.
Why are sphinxes so bad? Salma liked us,
Dave said.
That's different. She was a nomad. She knew the risks of traveling beyond her own land, and went anyway. There on the other side of the river, if you get caught, they kill you and don't bother to ask questions. Without Salma, it's a very bad idea to be there.
What's wrong with this side?
Ivan asked.
This is elven territory. They are even more ruthless than the Sphinx. They kill the weak and enslave the rest. No, this is not a good place to be either.
He looked around them.
This is where my people came from. We were hunted beyond the forest by the untouched.
Kava almost snarled at the term used by those who had escaped without any obvious warps.
If we are caught, I will not be treated well.
Do we go back upstream then?
Riven asked.
Back to the nomads?
No,
Dave said.
But what about Tavia, Travis, and Salma?
Ivan objected plaintively.
They are safer where they are,
Riven said.
Travis can speak the language, and Tavia is not the sort of woman who will have to settle for a lesser rank in that world. Let her be. She'll fit in there and be happy.
What about Theo and Shannon?
Ivan asked. Dave looked up at that.
That is not our problem right now.
What then?
Oirion pressed.
We need to get this decided so we can move on. If death is the cost of trespassing, we should be on our way.
Where does this river go?
Dave asked Kava.
Even if we reach the coast, there is a shield in the way of escape.
Oirion reminded him.
We passed through it once before,
Ivan said.
At the church's will,
Riven said.
You forget that we are the foxes in a hunt here. I wonder if we're still being followed.
he added with an uneasy glance up the river.
Haunted or not, maybe Shannon will rejoin us and can help us deal with the shield,
Dave said.
So we put all our faith in Shannon?
Oirion demanded.
You are going to have to trust me that he will be there. Oirion, decide now. If you cannot do it, then Carver can go back upriver with you.
And lose my last chance to go home?
That is the price.
Dave shrugged, sounding rather Shannon-like for a moment.
Come on, Oirion,
Riven said.
You could never stay in these lands, and you know it. Besides, what's to say they won't follow us anyway and kill us for having seen the things we have seen here? It can't be too hard for them to know who was with Shannon. We might not be the target of the hunt, but we have seen too much and are enemies to the powers here.
Oirion nodded then, almost reluctantly.
I'll run with you as close to the coast as I dare,
Ka'ava said,
and see you off. I do not think the world beyond the barrier is ready for my face. Hell, most races here are not ready for my face. Ha.
He chuckled and shook his head, amused at it on some level.
I can get home on my own and along the way tell Tavia what has happened to you, that you got washed down the river, but you're fine.
Let's get dried out and move then,
Riven said.
Anyone have any food?
Theo was more accustomed to the long silk robes than he was to the furs and belts of the last few months. Dressing up in fine robes was almost comforting somehow, but the robes themselves felt stained. They were not his, but the leftovers from another man's life. The owner had been a man who was a good bit taller than he was, but Theo's chest filled out the top half rather well. Amazing, Theo thought, as he smoothed the silk over the chest he had now. He was far more muscular than he had been when they landed on this continent. Even as bad as things were, he realized that he was in far better shape than he had ever been. He had put on weight, in lean muscle. It was an encouraging revelation. He dressed in the robes, noticing they were not normal silk robes. The robes fit him reasonably well, but they weren't exactly elven. There wasn't much he could do to them to improve the look, and as he dressed, he knew that Shannon's clothes were going to be a problem, also. There was no doubt that Shannon's, and possibly his own description, would have been given to the elves, and if they walked into any elven city, Jerome would know. He was just finishing dressing when Shannon entered. Theo stood in the tent, feeling almost like himself, but he had concerns about the plan and the time it would take.
This feels like such a slow way to do this,
he said.
Are you sure we can't just sneak in?
I am sure,
Shannon said, walking up to him. He looked Theo over critically. Theo had layered on 2 robes and had cut the length across the front and back in alternate sweeps, allowing him to ride a horse and still have his legs covered. He had used magic to seam the fabric, a trick he did often to repair his clothes.
It's not very elven, Shannon, but there is some limit here on choices. I think if we can just get to a city and buy something, then we can just dump all this. I think maybe you need to add something to yourself. I'm sure you're well known in that outfit. Maybe if you traded the surcoat for a robe or something, anything.
He appealed. Shannon nodded.
I know, Theo, I will. I just have to work the fabric. We can do that on the way. I want to show you some of that as we go. We can add to your wardrobe some powers that will make up for the lack of fashion in elven eyes. I'm more concerned that you understand the elven culture enough that you can play a lord.
I understand it well enough. My accent we can work on, but I'm not so sure that I can fake it. If it gets to the point that some elf is coming up behind me with romantic plans, but other than that, I should be just fine.
He smoothed the front of the robes and looked at the tall Purton.
We have horses, I hope.
Rather nice ones, as well as several pack horses loaded with your new things.
Are we bringing Tavia and Salma?
No. Salma's people are in territorial rivalry with the elves. It would be an insult to all involved to bring Sphinx into elven territory. And Tavia is far safer and better off here. Her goal has always been to keep Travis safe, and now she can.
She won't like that, Shannon.
I know, but she will be alive to be angry about it. She is respected, and they want her to stay as a sort of wise woman. Mother Ruler of Kings is the translation.
He gestured.
The role will suit her. We have to go and cannot be slowed by extras.
Theo didn't like it, but he understood it. He nodded.
Are we ready then?
One more stop. You have to be spelled, and then you have to show the crew of the ship that you can do this. They are all friends and uncles of David, and want to go to war to get him back. They have to stay out of this. First, I have to do your hair."
After they had dried out, they began to hike down the river in a single file, moving as fast as they could. The forest seemed to be a young growth, dense and wild, and the shore was rocky. They all cursed the sound they made clattering down the shore, but the forest was too thick to move in. They all knew it would be death to be found too far from the river. They needed to move quickly, noise or not. They had traveled most of the day when, suddenly, Riven stepped into a run and vanished in a race down the river. The rest looked at each other and followed. They stumbled upon him a short distance along, kneeling over someone, holding icy cold hands and blowing on them.
"Saint's grave,"
Ivan swore, as he scrambled toward Riven. They had found Kelly. She was half frozen, her lips blue and her face white. Ice had formed on her hair where she was breathing on it, and blood was frozen in her clothes. She had been shot by the arrow that was lying next to her. It was neither nomad nor church in design.
"Elf,"
Kava swore. He knelt, took one of Kelly's boots off, and began rubbing her white foot. Oirion took the other and began the same treatment. He also built a tent as he worked and raised it around the nearly dead woman. Kelly opened her eyes slowly and focused on Dave.
"I can't be dead. Too much pain."
"Miss us?"
Dave asked with a worried smile.
"I was wondering if you were going to show up."
She smiled tightly as the shivering started. The men all crowded in and pushed their bodies up against her to help her warm up. Only when she was warm enough that the shivering had slowed did they let her have some room. Orion's tent was holding in both the heat of bodies and energy, offering them all relief that they would not have had any other way. Once she seemed stable enough to risk open bleeding, Riven lifted her tunic to the wound in her side.
"It's not bad,"
he said, then applied some magic to seal it up as best he could.
"Can you get up?"
It was an ugly wound, but with the magic that he used, it was sealed, and she would not risk more blood loss. It would hurt and likely scar her for the rest of her life, but she was alive. She pushed herself up, but accepted Dave's anxious hand. On her feet, she winced a little and nodded.
"I think the more I move, the better I feel. Shannon here?"
"No, he saw us go in, though, so I expect he'll find us,"
Riven said.
"Tavier?"
"She's warm and comfortable with the nomads,"
Oirion said. Using Dave as a balance, Kelly followed Kava as he began to pick their path away from where she had been shot. It was shortly after they had begun to move that Riven went ahead, motioning them to stay still. He returned with a smile.
"Elves,"
he whispered.
"They have several boats along the far shore. If one of us could swim over, we might get in a boat and be out of here quickly."
"What side is Elven?"
Oirion asked with a hint of distress. He suddenly felt lost, and as if the very direction of the sun's path had been altered.
"They should not be on that side of the river."
"Who cares what they are doing?"
Riven breathed.
"Here, there, it's no matter. They will kill us either way."
"I'll meet you downriver,"
Dave said, ignoring them both. He went at once into the river, lowered himself quietly, and went under, vanishing. They went wide, crawling up the bank to the forest, to be well clear of the elves. It was far warmer under the trees, but the snow was deep and held tracks that any could see for some time. Riven carefully led them some distance past the elven encampment on the far shore. It took time to crawl through the trees and thick brush, but they had no choice. Once around a bend out of sight of the elven patrol, they helped each other down to the shore as quietly as possible. They crouched behind dead wood on the gravel wash line and waited. It wasn't too long before 2 boats appeared from around the bend. Ivan moved out into the water to catch them. Dave held onto the side of one. The boats were about 10 feet long, narrow and slender, and stocked with paddles and packs. They got in as fast as they could. Ivan and Kava went in first at Dave's direction, each in separate boats. Oirion and Riven joined Ivan while Dave and Kelly crawled in with Kava. Kava shook his head.
"I don't like it, it's tipsy,"
he said very nervously.
"You'll get used to it,"
Dave said as he took a paddle and the stern.
"Won't they miss the boats?"
Oirion asked.
"They will, but they won't be able to follow us,"
Dave said.
"Why?"
Ivan asked.
"I let the other boats go as well."
He looked back just as the other boats began to appear, drifting on the current, but moving with a good enough clip to be gaining on them.
Time to paddle. Let's be gone quickly.
Here we go again,
Oirion muttered, as they all took up paddles, fleeing in boats on unknown waters. Even as he dug into the water with his paddle, he again raised the wizard magic of a tent to hold warmth inside the boat. The bit of water that they had all been in was painful. He wished he could cast it on the other boat as well, but couldn't. The best he could do was whisper a prayer for Dave, who was dripping head to toe.
How do you do that?
Ribbon asked.
It's an inverted shield of a sort. I don't know how to explain it. Jamie made it.
It's all right,
Dave said, shivering.
The less magic we use, the better. Orion's shield isn't leaving much of a mark, but trying to figure it out might.
You're going to freeze to death,
Kava said.
No.
Dave grinned, through his new beard, which was rather dark against his white face.
I've been in colder waters before.
That doesn't change things much,
Riven said.
I also have been in colder waters, but it's damn cold out here in the wind. We might be out here for days. Not even a Pertin wizard would be all right with that.
I'll be all right. Let's just get out of here,
Dave said, with a serious look to the dwarf. Riven didn't like it, but grunted and dug his paddle into the cold water. Dave was right. Either he'd be all right or he wouldn't, and they had to get out of the area as quickly as possible. Theo was almost warm as they took off on the horses. The sun was coming up behind dense clouds that rolled with thunder. Lightning flickered through it at times, just enough to make the horses uneasy. The battle had gone on for miles, with strewn-out corpses of men and horses as proof of the epic event. The reek of magic and burnt battlefield was all that Theo could smell. He knew it would permeate the two of them, with both the smoke and the magic in every bit of fabric. To pull this off, he would have to purify it all and find some sort of perfume. His mind was reviewing every detail as he rode on. Then he noticed Shannon. The Pertin kept pushing for speed to get clear of the battlefield, to get out of sight of all of it. His skin was looking terribly white, even in the faint light of the day. Theo worried that Shannon's shields were down, and the blood of the battle was getting to him. The magics in the air had to be insanely difficult for him to deal with. Theo's thoughts on how to pull off the elven game were traded for the reality of whom he was traveling with.
Can I help?
Theo asked.
Just keep moving,
Shannon said. Theo nodded and kept going. They finally left the battlefield and traveled down a steep draw into a forest. It was full of large thorned shrubs that reminded Theo of roses, but with broad leaves and clusters of small dead flowers. Very green vines with glossy star-shaped leaves grew along the bank of a narrow stream. Shannon almost fell off his horse, stumbled for the water, and dropped to his knees. Theo reined in his edgy horse as Shannon convulsed into dry heaves. He wanted to help, to offer support, but suspected that any involvement would be unwanted. The fact that he was even witness to it was likely a hard thing for Shannon. The man did not show weakness, and here he was on his knees, sick to his stomach. Theo dismounted to catch Shannon's horse and guided the two mounts a short distance away. He tried not to look at his comrade. It was almost impossible not to feel sick over the obvious pain Shannon was in. Shannon was in need, and his entire body trembled with it. It was all he could do to hold himself up. The energies that sustained the living flesh of the man had run too low, and the vampire was being pushed dangerously close to loss of self-control. Theo clenched his teeth and put his back to Shannon, trying to focus on the horses as Shannon sobbed for relief. Theo had been forced to watch vampires be drained and knew how ugly and painful such a process was. Conversations spun through Theo's mind. The truth of who Shannon was hit him again, leaving him further at war with himself over what to do. He didn't fully understand what was happening, but Shannon was one for self-control, and this had to be terrible for the man to go through. Theo turned to ask what he might do, in time to see Shannon spit blood into the stream. In his black-gloved hand, Shannon scooped up a little water to sip at. His hand shook so badly that the hand was little more than damp by the time it reached his lips. Theo dug in the pack to find a cup to bring to him, Without asking, without allowing Shannon to deny the help, Theo knelt at the stream and filled the small golden cup that the pirates had put in the pack. Full of clean, fresh water, he offered it to Shannon. Still choking on dry heaves, Shannon almost ignored the offering, but after a moment he took it. Funny, Theo thought, here he was, offering the Prince of Pert a sip of spring water from a golden cup. There had to be some grand significance to it. The heir to the throne of Awans kneeling in the mud with the heir to the empire did not happen often, he was sure. Shannon held the little cup as if it would steady his hands. Theo was in no rush. He was upset about the situation, but oddly honored to be there. No falsehood of who they were, just the two of them kneeling in the mud. He expected it to last until Shannon got up. He expected it to never be mentioned. Shannon wiped his mouth on his cuff and sat back on his heels.
God, if I could just die.
He let out his breath, his head falling forward. Theo got up, brushed off his knees, and offered his hand to Shannon. He thought it silly once he realized he'd done it. Shannon was not one to respond to such gestures. Shannon, however, did take his hand to get up. Clearly exhausted, his eyes bloodshot and his face terribly white, Shannon moved to get his horse. The animal was jumpy by now and did not want to be taken, but Shannon whispered a word, settling the animal at once. He took a moment to summon enough energy to mount. Theo said nothing as he followed suit and moved to catch up the lead ropes of the other horses.
We should get clear of the area,
Shannon said softly. Theo didn't argue. It was time to be moving on. His nerves were feeling uneasy, and that was never a good sign. The last time he had felt the hair on the back of his neck start to rise, it had turned out to be a very, very bad day. They covered a great distance being on horses, even with the pack horses in tow. Shannon was quiet, even for him. Camp was odd that evening with just the two of them. Theo found himself fumbling with the effort to make a fire and cook for them. Shannon didn't eat anything but bread and a little tea. All for the better, as Theo burned most of what he cooked. Shannon didn't seem to notice as he set up the tent for Theo. They shifted their actions to fit the roles they were forced to play. Theo was uneasy doing less and less, making Shannon do more and more. It felt very backwards and wrong. He stayed his hands from help with the thought of what the elves would do to his friends if they got a hold of them. He and Shannon had to hurry and not get caught. As they continued downstream, the riverbanks became rough. The stone changed from smooth, river-rounded gravel to ancient lava flows of hard and jagged stone, cracked only with the massive roots of the towering trees. The ground rose and fell, with sudden cliff-faced gorges through which the river roared. Shannon and Theo had to either creep along or go around them. Sometimes the ground about them would suddenly open and become gentle and distractingly pretty. Shannon watched the world about them with a great deal of caution, informing Theo that the trees hit a lot. Theo tried not to notice the half-eaten dead bodies that had washed up on the banks. At least the cold kept them from stinking too bad. It was several days before they caught sign of the others. Shannon knelt to study the rocks on the shore. He rose, not looking so happy.
We find them?
Theo asked.
We found them, but we aren't alone.
Shannon pointed to a track that could be easily overlooked on the edge of the little camp where the gravel met grass.
You can see Ivan's track here.
He outlined it.
And here, how it is half pressed down on this side. Look at it with sight, and then look back that way. Trace it. Study the area for it. Here. Touch it if you need to.
Theo knelt and put his fingers on the spot that Shannon had pointed to. He rose up the sight that he rarely used, studied the energy at his fingers, and then he looked in the direction that Shannon had pointed. He didn't see them very well. It was almost as if they had been washed out, but there was a single line of tracks that came from the trees, and to this point. As he let his eyes look over the whole camp, he saw that there was more than one line of tracks, and they went all over. Shannon put a hand on Theo's shoulder, and all at once, Theo saw blurred, transparent images of elves in gray and white uniforms moving through the camp. He also saw images of the others, He could see Ivan and Riven, Oirion, Kava, and Kelly as well.
Wow,
He said, as the past became visible to him.
how did you do that?
Shannon knelt beside Theo in an oddly intimate closeness. He pointed across the camp toward an image of Riven kneeling over a point in the dirt and snow, doing something.
Riven left us an energy trail, and he left it activated in such a way that the elves would not sense it. He recorded it for us so that we would know where they went. He is a rather gifted cleric. It is a pity that the church has denied him true power.
He rose and drew Theo up with him.
Any other elf to come along now would see what we can see, so now we clear it off so that no one else can see it. It's an old cleric's trick I didn't know he knew about at all, but then why not? All of you surprise me at every turn.
He sighed and stood a moment looking at Theo, but his mind clearly elsewhere.
Clear it, Theo,
Shannon said when he came back to himself. Theo looked up at the man who was so close to him. It was really rather odd, as Shannon never stood close to anyone. He turned his attention to the energy marks left in the air and considered how best to deal with them. He knew various magics to do it, but nothing that, in turn, would not be felt and seen. He looked back up at the tall man.
How do I do that and not leave my own mark?
If you must leave a mark, make it look like it is someone else's. Impress me, Theo,
he said. Theo almost rolled his eyes and muttered, but didn't. He thought about it and shifted uneasily at the solution to the problem.
It is just you and I here. There is no priest to make a fuss. Do what has to be done,
Shannon instructed.
Can't you just do something?
No, I am afraid that I am going to be able to do very little without setting off a great deal of alarms. Do whatever you have to, Theo.
Theo looked up at him again, then went to his pack and dug for what he hoped was there. He found a stone that was smaller than he would have liked, but it would be of use. It was set as a pendant on a gold chain, but he figured Shannon could change that if he needed to. Taking a deep breath and calming himself, he began the slow work of drawing energy into the stone, using it like an eraser to clean the images away. He started with the spell that Riven had left. It was slow and would take the rest of the day, but he stayed to it. If there was a better way to do it, then he was sure that Shannon would say something. Each time the stone filled with energy, he knelt, laid it on the ground, and channeled the power out of it cleanly into the local energy flow. Then he started all over again. He had to drain it no less than a dozen times. The last time, he filled it as full as he could get it. Once the stone was on the verge of cracking with the power it held, he offered it to Shannon.
Maybe you should keep this.
Shannon took it in his hand and looked at it a moment. He nodded a little.
We should move on. There is a road not far from here.
Theo nodded. He was tired, but an elven lord would not camp on the riverbank with a road so nearby. It was not a high-traffic road, a patrol route more than anything. They would have a hard time explaining what they were doing out here if they were found, so they were careful and stayed alert for other travelers. It was late that afternoon when Shannon moved them off the road quickly. Dismounting, they kept their horses quiet, calming them with soft talk as a patrol charged past them, heading north at a wild pace. The horses ridden by the patrol were sweat-covered and foaming at the mouths. Shannon stood a moment, watching the way they had gone.
They looking for someone?
I don't think so,
Shannon said.
I cannot tell for certain, but something is distracting them. They could have come to see what might have crossed the border. Every wizard with any skill inside the shield will be feeling the aftershocks of that battle.
Well, if they are distracted, it's good for us, I suppose. We should put on some speed to get clear of whatever it is.
Shannon was already on the move. It was nearly dark when they crossed the river, using a fine, arched wooden bridge. Once dismounted, Shannon went to the river and stood at the water's edge, watching it without moving. Theo let him be and moved to set up camp. They needed to rest as much as the horses did. He saw to the horses, brushing them down and whispering to them in Elder Awans, the language of the sorcerers of Pert before the Great War. It was a language that one does not learn, but is given. The language was a gift from a fairy that his mother had trapped in her study. When he had released the fairy from her prison, the little thing was so happy that she gave Theo everything his mother had sought. There were more trinkets of power that she had given, but Theo never played with the rest. He liked the sound of the language, so he used it. Mostly, he used it to whisper to animals, as they seemed to respond well to it. The horses soaked up the attention, and he let them go untied to eat at whatever they could find while he pulled out what grain they had. This was not the work of a lord, and he fumbled a bit in it, but he enjoyed the task and was satisfied when the horses were seen to, and eating at the nosebags with a contented focus. He looked for wood, but what he found was wet. Looking at it, he sighed. There was simply no way that he was going to be able to light a fire with the little tools Tavia used. He muttered the spell and pointed. Fire roared up a moment, then died down and settled on the chunks of wood. He had never had the chance to use his power freely, and was still learning the force with which to execute things. He was getting better, but he was still sloppy, which annoyed him a bit. The magics of the world were not what he was good at. What magic he did know, he had never used in force, but rather held it all in check and denial, reining it in, denying his true strength. Spreading the tarp out, Theo settled with his cloak pulled up about him. He dug into his robes to pull out his journal. There was nowhere to hide such a thing except between realms, and it was from there that he pulled it. He glanced up to see if Shannon had felt him use the magic of a vault, but Shannon was preoccupied and paid him no attention. Theo sat back and began sketching Shannon at the river's edge. The little book was all he had left from the trip so far. Locked in its pages, and under illusions of very bad poetry, were sketches he had drawn of 1,000 things, from dreams to people. He figured it would be a good skill to pick back up and a good way to work on magics. He took his time to strengthen the lock spells and work on the illusion. It was getting dark when Shannon left the river and came over to the camp. Theo had set out a cup of tea for him, as Tavia did, and motioned to the cup. He had already had 2 cups of hot tea and watched as the Purton took the cold tea.
They passed here a few days ago. 2, maybe,
Shannon said, after he sat down and took a sip.
They are in boats. That makes it harder for us, but better for them.
You hide their trail?
Theo asked, wondering what had kept Shannon so preoccupied. Shannon looked up from the little cup he held in both hands.
As far as I could reach.
They sat in silence as darkness fell. Theo looked back to his book and sketched until it was too dark to see. A lot of things were going through his mind, from the magics of the nomads to the life he had left behind. He shivered as memories of things tried to creep up at him. He had worked so hard to escape being Theradon lords, and yet here he was, being pushed step by step back to it by none other than Tyrell von Armand. Theo looked up at Shannon. The man sat, as always, back from the fire. Truly, it was him, or what was left of him. Theo had to remind himself repeatedly that Shannon was not the priest that the Prince of Pert had once been. Theo had been drug into hell, forced to learn at the feet of a demon, and had seen and felt the heat of the hellfire. Thinking of being cast into those flames was nearly impossible. He felt sickened, suffocating on a tidal wave of emotions, all of it threatening to choke him. He shivered and felt the defiling stain that was part of his body, to the point that he could not stand his own flesh. He shrank within himself, wanting to curl up and be rid of it all. There was nothing strong or great about him. He should not know who he sat with. He should not be here. And lives should not be resting on his ability to pretend to be an elf. Theo wanted to run away, to throw up, to cry. He drove up more shields, refusing to admit that the things of his nightmares were real. They were real, though, from what he had been forced to be part of to what he was at his very core. Thunder rolled to the north just before a hot wind swirled through the camp.
You're wearing wizard shields, Theo,
Shannon said softly, not opening his eyes or shifting from his trance. Theo looked up. Shields? Yes, he wore shields. He had to hide his secrets and the stain of his very birth.
I am not a wizard,
he said, his voice cracking. It had not done that in weeks, and he flinched at it.
I did not say you were a wizard.
Shannon opened his eyes.
I said you wear shields. Only in the reaction of the energy from the battle can I even see them. If you did not put them on yourself, then who did?
Theo wrung his hands together, recalling the set of events that led to it all. The bones in his hands ached, the joints could feel the pressure. He jerked his mind from the memories.
I don't want to talk about it,
he said weakly.
I can see that,
Shannon said.
You know, I will be going into very dangerous territory and will, most likely, have to hide in your shadow. I was not counting on shields to get in the way.
Shannon was right, of course. This whole thing was insane. They were all but walking into Jerome's hands, but why? For the lives of those few of their company who had been swept away?
Tell me why it matters so much. Your freedom is worth more than a handful of souls.
Theo looked up.
Why do you risk it?
Shannon didn't answer at once. It was a fair question, though, and if Theo was going to talk, he needed no less back.
David is my cousin. The line is carried in him. It is possible that he could assume the throne.
That took a moment to sink in. He had to admit that after seeing Dave in the sanctuary, a part of him had dared to hope such might be true, but to be so closely related to Shannon was impressive nonetheless.
Not his father?
No, his father's cause were too badly damaged in a fight. The thin line of possibility for him has passed, and he cannot pass it on again. Even if Elliot has another child, that child will not inherit the power of the family line. David is the last. If he is discovered, it will be very bad for him and for the world.
All right, so we are going after Dave. Why the others? Why did you stay at all?
At first I asked that same question, many times a day. Consider it yourself. They ask why I would defend your right to use magic. Why would I?
I am in the line of kings?
Theo asked, not sure.
So is Oirion.
Is that why you put up with him?
No.
Shannon half smiled.
Oirion is far more than just a bloodline, just as you are far more than your name as well.
There is no one in the group that you would leave to Jerome, is there?
No. I would sooner kill them, to spare them, than to allow them to be tortured, and Theo, I think each on their own, would be a prize in his hands. Now, about your shields.
Theo knew he had to tell, but it took him a moment to put it all together.
My mother is obsessed with dark magics. From her blood-bought youth to her delight in the rape of the bodies and souls of others, she has had great study. I was supposed to be her trophy, her prized pupil.
He wrung his hands.
My very conception was a product of black magic and rape.
He felt sickened just talking about it. He shook his head and then went on.
She had a creature trapped in an orb. I don't know if it was a soul orb or an elemental or what it was, but I released it. She almost caught me in the act. It hid within me. My mother was so close.
He flinched from the memory of her rage.
To hide itself, it put up shields. I said I just wanted to look at it. I was punished but maintained that I just wanted to look and that it had escaped my hands when she startled me. When I woke, it rewarded me for not giving it up by making the shields permanent. That's all I know. I don't even know what realm. They have held up to archdemons and prying blood magics. On the outside, I seem to be nothing but a normal man, utterly devoid of power.
Only a dragon can do that,
Shannon said softly.
It is how they hide.
Theo looked up.
Well then, you know more than I do.
There are many types of dragons, Theo. None of them dwell in orbs, unless it is a soul stone of one that has been ripped from his body by a necromancer.
Theo nodded, trying not to shiver.
I would not be surprised.
Shannon was still for a while. Theo tried to shake the discomfort and fear he always felt with talking of any sort of magic that he had known, or might yet be asked to perform in this place. When Shannon spoke, he nearly jumped.
When a vampire is made, the sheer power of the transformation destroys the person on levels beyond the physical. When that happens, one of the effects is that his teeth shatter. They explode. The power manifests into the fangs that men paint on the images of vampires. Every time he goes into madness, and that energy steals him back, he loses his mind, and his soul is ripped apart as horrifically as the first time. Beware the crazy, old, toothless man. He may be more than he seems.
You have teeth,
Theo said.
Perfect teeth,
Shannon said with a faint smile.
Dragon bone. Nothing else will endure the magics I deal with. Teeth, bone, even stone shatters. Dragons are not easy to deal with. I know the levels of magic that they are part of. For one to be able to hide within you, at any age, is impressive. For one to do so, and leave you sane, and to further honor you with such a shield, is almost unheard of.
I was a child, Shannon.
Theo said.
I don't know. I don't care. The shield hid me from my mother until she gave up and thought of me as a weak disappointment and a slap to her pride. I am nothing to her but another toy that she delights in inflicting pain upon. She will neither miss me nor look for me. She will likely have another son and make him heir. All the better in her mind.
I wish Riven was here,
Shannon said softly.
Why?
He would know more about dragons, familiars, and summons than I do. I deal more with demons than totems,
he said with a bit of bitterness to his tone.
Familiars stay, summons are reachable. He left, simply giving me the gift of the shield on the way.
Perhaps, but if you have a dragon summons, getting into the elven court will be far easier.
If I had one, he would be in my sanctuary,
Theo said, without thinking. He caught himself too late and actually slapped his hand over his mouth. He had gone through hell and not revealed that secret, and just now he did it. He had just blurted it out. Shannon's look was clearly one of shock.
Sanctuary?
He asked carefully. Theo squirmed.
Theo.
Shannon pressed.
Oh, please, Shannon, don't make me think about these things. I don't want to.
Theo was almost on the verge of tears.
Why?
Shannon asked after a long moment of silence. Silent, except for Theo trying not to cry and the sound of thunder growing closer. Theo noticed that Shannon had waited until he had self-control again. He looked up at the man.
The same reason that I would not think to ask you to tell me about your children,
he said softly.
I have no reason to fight anymore. I don't have to be in torment. I can run away. I am still mortal. Why would I want to deal with it? Why would I want to admit any of it? Why would I risk it? The events that were the catalyst were horrid, and I do not want to talk about it. Can I not just be left alone about it all?
Theo shifted, wanting to run away, but he looked back to the man who still watched him.
Didn't you know, when I showed Dave?
Shannon lifted an eyebrow at him.
You showed David about sanctuary energy, or something else. What exactly did you show him, Theo?
I don't want to talk about it.
Theo looked away, knowing if he admitted what he had done, a measure of his true power would be exposed, and Shannon would never allow him to deny it again. Wind gusted through the little camp, desert hot, almost putting the fire out. A few spatters of hot rain fell before it was still again.
Do you think me evil?
Shannon asked.
No.
Then you must think that it is motive, not magic, that defines evil.
Well, yes.
Do you question your own heart so much that you would think your magic evil? You would put upon yourself something that you would not even put on me.
There is a difference,
Theo said.
Your magics were inflicted, mine were gained in moments of surrender.
All men can be broken,
Shannon said seriously.
All it takes is one split moment. No child should believe, even for a moment, that those types of dark magics forced upon him could possibly be an act of free will, certainly less at the hands of his own mother. You have what you have. Do what you will with it, Theradon. But if you have the power to fight Jerome, and you choose not to, then you have chosen to allow him to carry on as he does.
Theo let the storm gust and swirl bits of forest litter about them before he tried to talk. As he did, he wrestled with what he was going to say. He did not want Shannon, Crown Prince of Pert, to think that he was just shrinking from a spanking.
In refusing my magic, I protect it from being used by her when she gets her hands on me. I cannot beat her. She is a vile soul, as evil as you are not. Say what you want, Shannon. Beyond the grief, beyond your pain, you are still a saint.
And you are king of Aewons, Theradon lords,
Shannon said softly.
No, Shannon. I am nothing but a cowardly fool, running from my mean mommy like any spoiled brat. I know who you are, and I've always known and yet said nothing, have not defended you, nor even told Oirion to hold his tongue. I am no king. Maybe Pert knows you still, and maybe your words hold power, but I am unworthy of this conversation and of any respect or hope you might hold for me.
No, Theo,
Shannon said with a slight shake of his head.
You are more worthy than any king I have met in thousands of years. You dare to give me hope,
he said softly.
Get some sleep if you can. The night will get stormy, and tomorrow will be worse.
End of chapter 21. Continue with chapter 22, The River. Princes and Priests. Chapter 22, The River. The river didn't stay kind long. It turned into rapids within the first few days on the water. As the river began to drop out of the highlands toward the south, it seemed to go from one roaring tangle of rocks and waves into another. Panic and doubt turned into battered bodies and weary muscles, but with Dave yelling orders and Riven at the front, with his sharp dwarven eyes and instincts working for Dave, no one was lost, and they never once tipped the boats. The waves and spray of the river had them soaked the entire time. More than once the boat was so water-filled at the bottom of a run that they had to jump out to keep it from slowly sinking under them. They went from one horrible set of rapids to the next, and when they stopped, they sat with their heads hung low, feeling far worse and battered than ever before. Not even in the bog had they felt so tired, nor so cold and hungry, even on the highest mountain. No one mentioned it, but they all noticed it. At night they huddled close to small fires, trying to dry out for the next day. Dave had to study the water before they went on, and they all had to make certain there were no eyes to see them once they started. They made unsettlingly little distance, but they were able to avoid the patrols and hide well in the bushes along the river.
That was fun.
Riven laughed, after one particularly terrifying run.
You're sick,
Oirion said, white-faced and shaky.
Enjoy it, Oirion.
Riven chuckled, invigorated by the runs. He was dwarven and loved the excitement of wild things, mountains, rivers, and winds.
It keeps the heart pumping.
I was thinking it was rather heart-stopping,
Kava said, agreeing with Oirion. His claws sunk into the side of the boat. They pulled the boats out of the current, toward the bank, to find a place where the brush leaned out into the water. The clouds were low and threatened to rain, but at least they were far enough south that there was no danger of snow. Kava was not sure if they were still in elven territory. None of the Ulamar had been this far south since before they were warped. The land was unknown here, but the companions needed to rest after each run, and Riven wanted to go hunting for food. They needed to eat soon. They were all feeling hungry and tired for it. Storms out of the north had been gusting south due to the effects of the battle magics, but at least they were not seeing bodies along the banks anymore. Tying up to the tree, Riven lightly hopped out and ducked off into the forest, while the others set to hiding themselves in the boats from anyone who passed by. They were still working on that as several patrol boats slipped past full of elves. The patrol boats were silent and far faster in the water than the group of weary companions were. The elves were looking for something. It was pure luck that the battered little group had decided to rest and was not on the river at that moment. As it was, they held as still as possible and prayed that the screen they had built was enough. Once the boats had passed, they all let out the breath they were holding and half smiled at each other, but it was a bit too tense to be forgotten quickly.
We have to stay more hidden,
Kelly breathed.
We are apparently still in elven territory.
She lifted her head, actually speaking for once. They all knew she was still in pain, and the color had not returned to her face. Often the strain of getting through the rapids tore open her wounds and set her to bleeding again. She never complained, but she did not move beyond what was utterly necessary anymore.
I am so tired of this,
Ivan muttered.
I feel like a rat in a step hut.
We all do,
Kelly said.
None of us are used to being beggars at a ball, but we'll get through if we just keep our heads. There will be fog tonight. We should move on then and conceal ourselves in the dark and mist.
What did you do before this nightmare?
Ivan asked her, desperate to talk about something and not think about elves. Kelly looked over at the big man.
I killed people,
she said, without a hint of a smile or jest.
There are a lot of ways to do that,
Ivan said, with heaviness to his voice.
So did I, but I doubt that we worked the same job.
I was a sailor,
Dave offered, to cover Kelly's silence on the matter.
We know that,
Ivan said.
And I'm an arena assassin. Oirion is a priest and Riven is a cleric, right?
Oirion isn't just a priest, he is a hunter,
Riven corrected.
There is a vast difference. A priest who is just a priest does weddings and guides the people in their search for God. Hunters and clerics protect the people so that they remain alive to continue their search. He hunts vampires on the border of Norwood.
Ivan looked at Oirion.
You live in Norwood?
I live in Awens,
Oirion said.
I happen to work along the border of Norwood from Awens to Ney, on a circuit that a number of other partners also work.
So you're sort of used to all this,
Ivan said, glancing around.
The hunting, being hunted, the battle magics, the long nights, the warped places.
I hunt vampires and kill them. I deal very little with magic,
Oirion said.
Riven, however, is likely to be well in his element in this sort of world. He is just not accustomed to dealing with other people who require or desire his aid.
Riven grunted.
Pretty much. It does bother me, though, that so much of the magic's here I'm at a loss over. I didn't properly read the grasslands or the killer tree.
He scowled as things ran through his head.
I have been a cleric in the wilds for a long time, but have seen things here unlike anything I've heard of before.
But Shannon reads them,
Ivan said.
Shannon was a cleric too and has lived far longer than I have.
Riven said.
You would believe that?
Oirion asked Riven. Riven looked to his fellow priest.
Yes, Oirion, I do believe that. I also believe he knows things that could destroy the church to its very roots. And while he doesn't like the current rule of the church, he knows its heart is true, and so says nothing, but is hunted for what he knows. Look around you. You and I are now on that list. We have seen priests side by side with zombies, and church armies massed to slaughter native people. That is not our God, not my God, and not what I gave my soul to be a part of.
Shannon might have been one once,
Oirion said.
But he isn't now, and we both know it.
I don't care,
Riven said.
I wish he was here. He has aided us through this madness and slowed his step to match ours.
I wonder what Theo did all day,
Dave mused.
While I was out in the wind throwing ropes and watching the sky, what did he do?
He chuckled.
You think he wrote poetry like any good court monkey?
No,
Ivan said.
I don't think Theo was a good monkey.
Why?
Oirion asked.
He certainly looks the part. He reminds me of my brothers, actually.
Court monkeys walk with their noses in the air.
Ivan made the suitable face, jutting his nose up.
They huff and pout like Cindy,
he offered.
But Theo flinches down, he looks away, he hides behind Dave so Shannon can't see him. Then he runs into a battle-wielding power that he shouldn't even have, and his eyes light up like a dwarven screamer.
He shook his head.
No, that one is no monkey.
What then?
Dave asked seriously. No one said anything.
Oirion?
Riven asked, to the man's uneasy avoidance.
What?
What do you think?
There is a dark presence in Arwen's,
he said softly.
A fellow Sixth spoke to us briefly regarding his fears that it came from the Queen. He and his partner were going to slip over to take a closer look, as it had to be learned of. He mentioned that someone high in the court was using and enforcing black magics. We had felt it as well, but trusted that the church would be dealing with it. I certainly don't think any less of the trouble now. If anything, I think it far worse than I might have ever believed before. If Theo was in that court and was known to possess a trace of sorceric power, he must have been an ill-guarded child in a very bad place. I cannot imagine that he would have been able to deal with that on his own.
He sighed heavily.
Much might have been blamed on him as a scapegoat. I expect he ran away, and that was why. I know Shannon said he was in his 60s, but I still find that hard to accept.
That's depressing,
Dave muttered.
What about Tavia?
He asked.
I have no idea what she did.
They all looked around at each other.
I don't think any of us do,
Ivan said.
She is a fine cook and does well with herbs, a midwife perhaps.
She speaks at least 3 languages that I have heard,
Riven said.
She isn't afraid of Shannon,
Dave muttered.
Are we certain Travis is really her son?
Oirion asked. They all looked at him a bit shocked. He knew her best, they thought, and to ask that seemed odd.
Well?
Oirion asked.
Travis is not human and she is.
He's not human,
Dave asked.
No more than you are,
Oirion said.
What, a half-elven Purton is my guess, mother an elf, Dave?
Yes, she was,
Dave said slowly.
Travis isn't human, so unless Tavia has worn such illusions as to hide herself as human despite whatever race she truly is, she isn't his mother.
Not all illusions are skin deep,
Kelly said.
How so?
Riven asked. Kelly looked around them as they sat together, huddled in the cold about the fire, injured, beaten, and desperate to get their minds off of this place. She drew a deep breath.
2,000 years before the birth of Tyradel von Armand, in the great deserts and jungle of Lowen, there ruled the goddess Raz. She was both terrible and beautiful, just as the desert can be. Like the desert, she is also very jealous. In those days, her people were scattered. Her priests were at odds with each other, bickering back and forth. The tribes of her kingdom were strewn about. Cities were left deserted. Sacrifices were not made. And she began to grow angry at her people. She stole their water away, and she made the women fail to have babies for decades. She drove the sheep to scatter and flee their shepherds. With her people in such a spread-out condition, the elves began to move in. They slipped up through the jungle. They stole into mines and took great gems and crystals. They raided temples and palaces. They butchered the jungle tribes. In that jungle, there was a tribe that lived along the banks of the great river. They were farmers who dwelt in the floodplains. The elves came upon them and set to slaughtering them. An old man who had come from the desert when he was young, to marry the most beautiful woman of all the jungle tribes, heard the battle and knew that he was too old to fight it. He pulled out his weapons, his desert trinkets, which he still kept sacred and safe, and gathered his young granddaughter into his arms. They fled the river and went up from the river's plains and into the wilds to get out of the area and away from the raiding elves. They waded through flooded groves, struggled through thick vegetation, crawled up rugged mountains, crossed raging rivers, and eventually came out of the jungle. He had returned to the desert. The man was old, though, and the trip was long and very hard for him. Along the way, he taught his granddaughter everything he knew. He taught her the ways of the swords and the prayers to his goddess. It was not long, however, until the desert heat stole his breath in a sandstorm and left the girl alone.
Kelly paused to take a drink. The companions waited.
Somehow she survived, but she was a young girl of the floodplains. She spent her days appealing to the goddess Raz to let her find a new home, to be worthy of life, to be strong enough to live in the desert, to honor her grandfather. She was found all right and taken by raiders. She was so young, yet as to not even have reached full womanhood, but old enough to know that she was not likely to be seen as a child. She was taken to a prince and thrown at his feet. Then, for the first time in her life, she learned that she was beautiful. The prince wanted her. He had her bathed in scented water. He had her hair oiled and strung with beads. He dressed her in the finest of the clothes that his tent tribe had to offer, and he had her brought to his bed. Now he was ugly. He was snarled with scars, wore tats on his face of the number of other tribes he had wiped out, and had one eye cast white by illness. She was not terrified then, but furious, like a chained cat. She would not be touched by such a thing. She took his own dagger and slashed him across the face before she fled.
Kelly took another sip of the rose-hip tea they had made for the night. The others waited in silence.
He got on his horse and chased her down, he and his men. They caught her in the desert, and there he pinned her down in front of his men and was about to slice her face, as she had done to him, but his son stepped in. "Why destroy such a thing?" he asked his father. "Like a fine wine, let us share it. Would that not punish her more? And should she have rise to a child of it, what a stunning slave it might make."
Stalling, Kelly took another sip of her cooling tea. She paused a while as if she had forgotten her story or might go no further, but they all waited for her.
She was forced to kneel in the sand while the prince stripped off his clothes. She still held her defiance. She glared at him in rage. "Should you do so, it is as if it was Raz," she shouted at them. "This is her body. Your punishment will be in accord."
Kelly looked around at them, letting the words sink in.
Of course he was not afraid, but laughed at her and forced himself on her. He was followed by his men, his sons and his brothers. They drug her home and hung her by her wrists in the yard.
How does that relate to illusions?
Dave asked. Kelly didn't look up, but started again, as if she had been waiting for the question.
Kara Hesha, high priestess of Raz, was at war with the elven horde and their gods. She knew that the elves were divided into houses, and that many of them were at war with each other. She thought that she could turn the two strongest houses against one another, so she put herself into the role of being a mere guard. There, in the dungeon prison, she saw an elven man whom she recognized as a minor prince of the other house. She meant to play him, to make him think that this house had betrayed his. She purposefully let him overhear false information that this house was secretly funding another rival house. Then she let him escape. As she had hoped, the houses turned on each other, and the war took a great step forward. Years later, far up the coast, she stood atop the cliffs, waiting to watch an elven battle. Unexpectedly, she saw that same man sneaking along the cliff line, attempting to slip around behind the other army. He stopped, stunned to see her, yet she did nothing. He went on his way and disappeared down the other side. She watched the battle into the night and then settled down to make tea, waiting for dawn and the aftermath. He came back. He dared to enter her firelight and ask to sit with her. He told her of the war, of the elves, and offered to aid her for letting him go. He knew that he had escaped far too easily. She accepted.
Kelly took a sip of tea and held the cup in her hands, looking at it a long time.
He was skilled, he was stunning, and he was powerful in magics and war. He fought beside her, aided her, and used her armies against his enemies. Raz is a jealous goddess, and she warned her priestess to beware of such things. She was told to not take the man. For years, such warning held, but it eventually slipped her, and she took the elf to be her lover. It was years later that he learned who she really was. He had thought her a mere member of the army, but had no idea it was she who ruled. His plans went from dark to vile, from heartless to torturous. He had set her up from the very beginning, and he betrayed her. He had used her army to conquer smaller houses, capture their warriors as slaves, and had massed a great army of his own. He used her lands to stage his own war on the Empire, but he needed one last thing to get what he desired, and she provided it. He drugged her and took her to the cliff top. There he apologized to her, but then offered her pain up to his god and made her watch as his army betrayed hers and wiped them out. Her tears brought him great power. She was left on the top of the cliff. In rage, her goddess came cold and bitter. She transformed her priestess into an elf, a true transformation, not an illusion. So when the last of her own men came and found that the elves had betrayed them, there was but one left to punish. Punish her they did. They left her bound to a pole on the cliff top. So for the second time in her life, she was left naked, beaten, raped, and broken. She hung there, weeping for death, her army and her heart betrayed. Raz came to her and pointed out what her little love affair had cost. Kara spoke back, demanding to know why she was allowed to be drugged, why the goddess allowed it to happen, simply out of jealousy, to teach her daughter a lesson. The goddess blamed it all on her priestess, and to further punish her, she stripped away everything. She turned the priestess into a brutish creature, so hideous that she might never be loved or touched again by any but Raz.
Kelly looked around at them.
This was not an illusion either, but another true transformation. Different race, different energy, different voice. There are other cases of such, normally for great reason, and the cost in power is so high, gods have fallen out of their divine state for the price. Such a transformation is a massive task, but in the land of the humans of Malkut, it is said that the witches there can change their race and form, even becoming trees or boulders. That part of their rank, from beginner into the higher levels, requires 100 years in another form. That is why the other races have never been able to kill them out. They become rocks or trees, and armies walk right past. Do not think that what you see defines who a person is.
Soul also transcends form,
Dave said.
Life to life. We can shift races. Race does not define the soul.
No,
Riven agreed.
but the habits and personality of the soul will choose a race that fits with them. It's hard for the soul to stay within the form of a race that it's not compatible with. It results in stillbirth, more often than not.
That is also to say that races should not mix,
Dave said.
I do not find conflict in myself over race. I am what I am.
Ah, yes,
Ivan said with a grin.
you are what you are, but my friend, where else in this world would you feel that way but on the waters or in such a mixed group?
How many races do we have?
Riven asked, as if thinking about it for the first time.
We have a dwarf, an Aziran, a Pertan half-elf, an Arwens, 2 humans, a Sphinx, an Ulamar, and whatever Travis is, and human for Tavia, if that is what she is. You are human, aren't you, Orin?
More or less, but my grandfather is Pertan.
Don't forget, Shannon. He is as Pertan gets.
Kelly said softly.
That's a pretty diverse group,
Ivan explained to Dave.
We are all exiles together just as pirates are.
True, I guess,
Dave said.
But I have no intention of ever being anything else, so it doesn't cause me any conflict.
It might someday.
Kelly said.
Race can get in the way of many things.
He shrugged.
Gods are like race. They can change life to life, and a life can change through a lot of ways, not just death.
Ivan grunted.
Depends on the god, I guess.
Crouching low, Riven pushed the boughs out of the way to see what was before him. This was not good. Beyond a sweep of field, there was the last thing he had wanted to see. It was an elven city, the red onion domes and spiraled towers, the golden spires, and the walls carved with the reliefs of trees. It was the same as any elven design he had seen. The elements were a bit different here, but similar enough that it could have been a city anywhere in the world. It was not just that he saw the city, but around it was an army encampment. Patrols moved along the border of the camps, and the walls showed signs of war. He was dangerously close. There was not going to be any game to snag here, and he did not trust his magics well enough to sneak in and steal something. They would have to move on quickly and try to get downriver and beyond the city. He turned to go back. Noticing the elf too late, his movement got him spotted, and even as he turned to escape, he had 3 elves on him with their bows pulled back and ready to shoot. Riven put up his hands, as if in surrender. Then he dropped as he shouted. Vapors swirled up and around him as he rolled hard to escape the area. Once clear, he ran for the river while the elves tried to banish the smoke. As he ran, Riven grabbed up a boulder and flung it into the river to make a splash before he dropped down on the bank, pulling all his skill into hiding himself as the elves ran up not far behind him. He prayed they would not know his magics. They stopped at the river's edge and used scans to try to find him in the water. One shot an arrow and then got a hand on his arm to stop him from shooting another. They split up. Half went upstream, while the other half went downstream. They went right past the boats and the dwarf, who was looking somewhat like a log washed up on the rather high bank. The elves did not seem to notice either, as they moved quickly and silently, searching for the escaped dwarf. Once they had passed, Riven scurried back to the makeshift rest site just as it began to rain. He slid into the boat with his heart pounding.
We are right at a city,
he said.
What did it look like?
Ka'ava asked.
Like an elven city, big towers, onion domes, and...
Did it have evenly spaced towers, or were they in groups?
Taking a moment, Riven paused to think.
There were 2 great towers near the north end of the city as far as I could see, and there was a gate. It has taken war damage. The top of the gate appears to have been cut to outline the domes, and 3 towers lined up just beyond the gate.
Kava snarled.
What?
Ivan asked.
It sounds like Xen Sha. That means we are barely into the elven territory at all. I had hoped we came ashore farther down than this. We have a very long way to go.
The mist will rise soon,
Kelly said wearily.
It is best we put to the river now and use it to hide ourselves.
They all had to agree, even though none of them liked the idea of no food for another day. Theo didn't realize how little he and Shannon spoke to each other until they were alone. They went all day without a word, and that evening Theo said nothing as he walked off to use the trees while Shannon set up camp. He returned and found the camp with 2 tents, a fire going, and tea almost ready. Theo took a place on the tarp, legs folded, his warm robe and cloak wrapped around him. Digging in the pack, he pulled out his little book and pencils. Although he did not have the light to draw well, he made a quick sketch of a mandola that had been on his mind for most of the day. He had once known a guard who taught him to draw mandalas to get his mind off his fears. That little game had given him a great boost in the idea and understanding of summons rings and demon wards. It was energy, of one sort or another, put on a surface to be seen and touched. The purpose of this mandala was to draw forth the energy that he wished to influence and, at the same time, to get rid of what he didn't want. What Shannon had said about a child being forced to use dark magic was going through his head, making him rethink things from an outside angle. He also had a lot to think about regarding the shields that he had not considered in decades. The storms that continued to blow in made his thoughts even more scattered, spinning with the magics of his childhood. As if the thought of it had manifested into reality, he was no longer in his own tent, but instead in the tent of the shaman of the plains. He was aware of himself still sketching at the fire, and it was as if he was dreaming of the shaman's tent. He could hear the drums and smell the unusual fire and smoke. It was as if he was part of a ceremony that was happening right then. He felt very much as if he was in two places at once. Across from him sat Travis, little Travis, naked like the rest of them. They were all painted, but not in the bold, wild, dark colors of battle. These were blues and greens, drawn into the shapes of vines and spell lines of healing power. Travis looked up at him and smiled. Then Theo stood on the windswept hills of the plains, the battle having torn it apart. The drumming and song were an attempt to heal the damage. However, it was not their battlefield he stood on, but another. He could see mountains to the west, not the east, and the land rolled more here. The ruins of a castle smoldered on the hillside where a road had once run up toward a pass. He could see it, sheer stone cliffs offering a way through to the north. There was a terrible deep silence and an utter lack of people. He stood alone in the wind.
What happened?
He asked.
It is not an event.
Theo turned to see a man who had suddenly appeared at his side. He was old, with long white hair, and his eyes were a pale blue, like a winter sky, and had no pupils to them at all. He wore a long robe, perhaps white at one time, perhaps a bishop's robe. It was so travel-stained and worn that it was gray, the hem soot-stained and muddy. The figure was nearly transparent, as if in between two different realms.
Who are you? Where is this?
The old man smiled faintly.
Oh, I do not say my name any more. To the world I'm gone, and better it be thought as much. My castles are in ruins, and my armies are shattered.
He smiled sadly.
As to where this is, it is the sanctuary of one who allows me to be here. He is here as well at times, but his mind fades. He will not be here much longer, and when he goes, so too will my hiding place.
Who is he?
That is not something you need to know right now.
The translucent guide sighed as he watched the castle burn.
So you will tell me nothing? Why am I here then?
The shamans pray for you,
he said, with a little hint of a smile.
Why?
They know what evil you will face. They have seen the shadow of the days to come, and so you are brought here. Come, someone would wish to meet you.
He led the way through the shattered field to the ruined castle. The walls were broken and crumbling, the floor blood-stained, the statues smashed. Gardens had been burnt, and wood still burned and smoldered. They entered a chamber where a man sat alone, bent in his chair, grief weighing him down.
Tai?
The old man said softly. The one in the chair then stirred and lifted his head slowly, as if the mere effort was all he could summon up anymore. He had been weeping, and tears had dried to his face. His hair was disheveled, his beard nearly white, pressed outward from his head long bent. He wore his crown, tarnished and broken but still on his brow. Theo nearly choked. He knew at once who it was. He went across the floor and dropped to a knee before the Emperor of Pert.
Who is this?
The old emperor asked of the guide.
It is ShaHaNon, lords, heir of Aewons.
The old man reached out and lifted Theo's face.
ShaHaNon, lords.
He whispered the name.
Pert still lives.
Theo could not even think to talk. He was in the sanctuary of the father of Shannon. What could he hope to say?
My son,
Tyrell asked.
As I have told you,
the guide said to the shadow of the soul of the Emperor Tyrell, putting a hand on Theo's shoulder to interrupt his response.
Your son yet fights for his soul. He has not given up.
The aged emperor looked up to the guide.
I failed him. I betrayed his trust. It is my fault.
That is not a matter for now. Look upon the face of one who walks with your son even now.
The man looked back to Theo. Theo wanted to cry for the pain in the man's eyes. He wanted to ask where he was, how he still lived. He had so many questions, but could not manage to do more than breathe. Tyrell rose from his little wooden chair and stood before Theo, shaky at first, but growing in strength.
"If there is yet hope, then I shall fight for it,"
he said, his voice stronger.
"As in the age before, the war pivoted on the hands of the King of Arwens, so it may be again."
Theo looked up from tears that were blurring his eyes to see the man transformed. He stood in stunning robes of red and gold. His crown almost glowed. He lifted his hands, holding a crown with his fingertips.
"In the witness of Armand, in the presence of the souls that yet linger with me, I declare to the entire world and all the realms that Theradon Lords is to be king of all Arwens, with all the power and honor due him."
Before Theo could object, the man set the crown on Theo's head. Theo was pulled to his feet by the guide, unable to look away from the Emperor. Theo wanted to ask, to speak, but couldn't. He just stood looking, the face burning into his memory. The Emperor touched his cheek.
"It is not much, but it is what I can give you. I wish I had more."
"I walked away from Arwens. It's a war I can't win,"
Theo responded, finding his voice.
"Alone, no,"
the old man agreed.
"But right now you are not alone. Now the angels of Pert might aid you. Now the wells of Pert can be summoned up to your hands. Now you can open the gates to more kings and crown them in my name, for you I make regent in my absence."
"Oh, please don't,"
Theo whispered, terrified of the power and of the chance Jerome would get hold of him. Was this not exactly what Jerome wanted?
"Please."
Tyrell laid his hand on Theo's head.
"In my stead, for you cannot possibly do worse than I have done. I would pray to all holy, all good, and all gods to aid you, and so perhaps redeem my wrong and heal the damage done. Might my son forgive me for my weakness and see my repentance in your deeds. Blessed be you, King of Arwens, Grand Lord of Pert."
The Emperor bowed, and Theo once again stood on the battlefield with the guide, far from the castle. He was weeping, terrified of what had happened. He could hear the drums of the shaman and feel the pencil in his hand. Theo wiped his eyes to look at the translucent figure that stood with him. He thought for a split moment that it might have been the same one who had brought him the gift of the egg. They had the same eyes, and it seemed as if he knew him. Then the kind smile made the feeling slip away.
"Go quickly, Theradon. Trust that you are king, and that you hold every right to be honored and respected. Whatever power of Pert can reach you will be there to aid you. Shannon will defend you, but so too must you defend and guard him. He must return to Pert at all costs."
Theo was back at the campfire, tears streaming down his face, the drums slowly fading out of his mind. He closed the book, his hand having gone still. Tucking it away, he curled up, glad that Shannon wasn't in camp. He would fake sleep if the man got back before he truly was. What a horrible dream. What an utter manifestation of his fears. He pulled the blanket up over his head. Shannon watched him from the shadows. Nothing had seemed to happen. The delicate man had sat and sketched for hours, power radiating off of the paper to the point that Shannon had to shield it to prevent alerting the many powers that hovered far too close. Theo had begun to weep, and then curled up without any word or sign of what had truly transpired. Shannon had never spent much time with any of the Lord's family, but if that was how they all acted, it was no wonder the joke of Pert had been that crazy was the true mark of the rightful King of Arwens. But if Theo could take the throne, then Shannon would find a way to bring the barrier shield of Norwood down around the smaller kingdom and keep Jerome from getting his hands on the rightful king. Shannon knew well before they got within sight of the city that it was under siege. They had to get past it. Standing side by side, Shannon and Theo looked out over the crushed vineyards from their vantage at the hilltop toward the city. The river was somewhere on the far side. They could see everything from up here. The city was massive and stretched as far as one could see, with spires and walls towering up over the army that had gathered about its base. Still, being able to see it all didn't help them get around it.
"Can we go around?"
Theo asked.
"The others are here, and they are dangerously close to the city. If we take the time to go around, we may risk losing track of them."
Shannon stood with his hands on his hips.
"It will be difficult for them to get past. If, by any chance, they are taken inside the city, They could either be sold as slaves and sent somewhere else, or killed. We cannot see the far side, and the river might run right against the walls, allowing the elves inside the city to come and go. Our friends could be inside already.
You can't tell?
Not without risking detection. There is a shield over the city. Once we are closer, I might be able to see if they have been taken inside, but I cannot be certain if they are there now or not.
Well, if they aren't already in the city, the war will help the elves be distracted. What's it about, do you know?
Power,
Shannon guessed.
War is always about power.
Well, I meant that if one side was with Jerome and the other wasn't, we could give the not side a bit of power and maybe make his life harder.
You enjoy pissing him off?
Shannon asked, speaking in an uncharacteristically casual manner for the first time as he looked over at Theo.
I suppose I do,
Theo admitted.
Get my jabs while I can, don't you?
No. I would rather he had no idea where I am at all. I hate it when he knows what country I'm in, let alone within a few hundred miles. It makes me very nervous.
I don't think he knows I'm here yet.
He knows I'm here. Right now, he knows I am within a few hundred miles of the city and moving southwest. Of that, I am certain,
Shannon said.
Right, well, it was just an idea.
It has merit, though. If there is an open battle, we can get in much closer.
Closer? I don't want closer. I want our friends and to get away.
I guess we hide out for a day or two and see if they move south or west at all.
Shannon stood watching the army for a bit while Theo pulled out a canteen, wishing for wine over the stale-tasting water.
They are his,
Shannon said.
What?
Theo asked, walking back to Shannon's side.
They are Jerome's?
There,
Shannon pointed.
Clerics. They just came in from patrol.
He has been known to play both sides, but at least we know who they're afraid of.
Shannon nodded and turned away.
We all need to be out of this area as fast as possible. We cannot do what we did with the nomads.
As if to drive his point home, dark clouds began to roll over and block the sun, flickering with lightning of an unnatural sort. The storms of the north were following them. Nothing about the day had been good. One of the boats had hit a boulder, gouging a hole into the bottom of the hull. It was taking on a lot of water, and everyone was blaming the other for it. They had no food, and the rain had soaked everything, making it all worse as they argued with each other while struggling with the boats to get them up out of the river and onto the bank. One of the boats balked and hit Oirion hard, driving him under. Kelly managed to get hold of him and hauled him up, but they lost hold of the boat. It swung around and hit the bank hard enough that the seams of its already damaged body were popped. It took all the strength they had left to keep the half-full boat from being dragged away by the current. Once on the bank, Oirion dropped down on the rocks, his legs still in the ice-cold water. He held his head, spitting blood into the river, as the others worked to get the boat up and out of sight. Kava took off to go hunting, while Kelly set to hiding the path up from the river. They had no idea where they were, but elven patrols had begun to happen far more often, so they had no illusion of being free from the danger of being caught. Patrols would notice such an obvious mark as a broken boat on the bank.
Get out of the water,
Kelly told Oirion once she had reached the river's edge. Oirion spit more blood and did not move.
Oirion,
she pressed.
You'll get sick. Get out of the water.
Doesn't matter,
he said. She grabbed him and jerked him up out of the water and to his feet. He gasped in pain and grabbed his side where his ribs were snapped. It wasn't his lips that were bleeding as she had thought. He was white-faced and there was blood in his beard and on his nose. He coughed and spat up more.
Damn!
She swore and pointed.
Camp, now!
There's not much you can hope to do. We have no healers,
he said with a sad sort of acceptance.
I said move,
she said to Oirion and pointed again. He trudged up the trail to where Ivan and Riven were arguing about how to fix the boat.
We have a problem,
Kelly said. Neither one of them heard her as they argued about either repairing it as it was or tearing it apart to fix it properly. She grabbed Ivan and jerked him around. He swung at her on instinct, but was quickly slammed down to the ground with a blast of power he had not felt before. She stood over the panting and stunned Ivan. The fighting stopped, and for the first time, Kelly took charge of the exhausted company.
I said we have a problem.
We have a hole in the boat, no food, and no repair tools. What could be worse?
Dave asked, while hanging their blankets up to drip in the rain.
Oirion has a punctured lung. He's dying,
she said. Riven and Ivan fell silent, and Dave turned from his task to look at Oirion, who was sinking to the ground with a very white face. Kava ducked back into camp low and fast.
Hunters in the forest, they are close.
Now what?
Dave asked, his voice thick with contempt at the impossible nature of the day's events.
Where?
Oirion asked, getting back up. Kava pointed back up the way he had come. Oirion turned and ran in that direction. Dave moved to get hold of him, to stop him, but Kelly grabbed his arm.
He's got an injury that we can't fix,
she said. Ivan looked at them all for a split moment, and with a speed that startled them, moved and raced after Oirion. Riven considered a moment, then motioned for the others to move in the opposite direction of Oirion and the patrol.
Let's hide until dark, see if the boat is found, and then we decide what to do. We all need the rest. We can't stop Oirion and Ivan now, and they have bought us a chance. Don't ruin it.
They never even saw Oirion coming, and while they might not have been a patrol, they were a threat to the others. He would kill as many as he could to give the others a chance to get away. He ripped an elf off of his saddle, crushed his face with an elbow, and then turned and blasted another clear of his horse with a bolt of power. He was a hunter, and for once he was going to unleash the power he reserved only for vampires. The elves, only then, began to move. He took out 3 more before Ivan got there, and a 4th as Ivan reached his side. They moved and fought together at that point, quickly eliminating the little group. As the horses scattered, Oirion leaned on his sword to cough up blood. He lifted his gaze to Ivan.
What the hell are you doing?
Oirion demanded of Ivan, just as another group of elves appeared out of the trees, mounted on horses and armed with swords and bows. Oirion didn't even bother to straighten at all. Ivan charged the closest horse with a roar. There was no escape, and both men knew it. Ivan was out to just see how many he could take down before the end. Oirion joined his friend to see if he might allow Ivan a few more kills. They were both great fighters, but were far outnumbered. They had far too many days without food, were chilled to the bone, and Oirion was seriously injured. Even so, they took a stance together and moved to fight as if they had been brothers and had fought together all their lives. The elves were not prepared nor trained for such skill, and for one moment, Ivan truly thought they might win. But then a dart struck his leg. The elven fighters fell back at once. He looked down at the tasseled shaft a moment, and then looked at Oirion, who had one in his arm. Oirion swore under his breath as he tried to look at Ivan, but his eyes were already rolling as he crumpled to the ground. Ivan dropped heavily to a knee as he felt his body begin to go numb.
And that is how we deal with animals,
a high-ranking elf said. Darkness slowly overtook Ivan as the elves began to clean up the battle site. End of Chapter 22. Continue with Chapter 23. Xen Sha. Princes and Priests. Chapter 23. Xen Sha.
What's wrong?
Theo asked Shannon.
They have split up. Oirion and Ivan have been taken, I think.
What now, then? We go after Dave?
No, he is still free. We have to get Oirion and Ivan out.
Again, why?
Theo asked, thinking of the army and the city under siege.
Because Oirion is Oirion, and Ivan is Ivan.
Oh, that's some grand logic there. Let's risk Shannon's capture for Ivan because he's Ivan and Oirion. Just 'cause. Oh, that's great, Shannon. Bloody hell. Have you forgotten who you are?
I have not put up with Oirion for the last 6 months to let him fall into Jerome's hands now. And Ivan is a lot more than just a big, dumb Aziran. I'm not certain who he is yet, but he is no small prize. If he is who I think he is, we do not want Jerome to have him.
I'm not saying I want Jerome to get any of them. I'm just asking for the bloody truth,
Theo said with an annoyed tone. He meant to mutter it to himself, but it came out rather clearly.
I already told you the truth.
No, you haven't,
Theo said.
You put up with Oirion in the beginning because he's different than the others, somehow, and Ivan is odd any way you look at it, but now You're going to walk into a damn trap and likely hand both of us to Jerome for their sake. I want to know why, that's all.
I don't know.
Shannon said after a short struggle with himself.
That make you feel better?
Theo had to believe that Shannon was honest on that, and that it wasn't easy for him.
In one way, yes, if you don't know, then Jerome won't either. Let's go then. How do we get inside the city? Or are they in the camp?
City. I felt them go in through the shields.
So how do we get in?
I don't know.
Theo sighed, turning his attention from Shannon. Putting his hands on his hips in a very elven manner, he stood looking down at the great city of Xen Sha. The towers and spires, the great arches, the onion domes, and fantastic lines were all classic elven and grand to look at. The light of the day hit the city in such a way that caught the stained glass so favored by the elves and cast a sunset-like myriad of colors over the city. The city was spread out in a sweeping valley that was an ancient flood plain, but now was safely above the river. The river bent here, curving about the city as if the river was made to suit the elven nature. Where the river ran along the far side, there was surely a forest and, Theo suspected, smaller gates, patrol doors, and maybe even boatways. He let his eyes scan the entire view, the war damage, and the army camped around it. Somehow in all this, there had to be a way in. How could it be that someone taken on the outside could get into the city? Was it not a real siege? He folded his arms over his chest. His mind ran over the elven battles that he knew about and the way they worked things out. It was a merchant plot that his mother had set up with Palsin that made him think of a tactic.
There is a way in and there's a traitor at the gate,
he said, thinking out loud to himself.
We play both sides and we can get in. We just have to follow the trail that was used by Oirion and Ivan's captors to the correct gate and then lie to manipulate the guards. Can you lure your way in quietly?
He looked to Shannon.
If you can cover my energy.
Good. Then we'll just go in with word for the lord of the camp and work from there, get to the proper gate and play it the other way as well.
Shannon just shrugged, as if that was as good an idea as any. Theo felt his heart start to pound when Shannon left his seat in the grass to tear down their camp. The idea that he had just made a decision over Shannon on what to do was a little terrifying. That was insane. He walked back to the small campsite to watch Shannon quickly break it down and erase the evidence of their stay. Theo brushed his silks and tried to fix his hair a bit, then simply mounted up and moved to lead the way. Shannon mounted as well and followed him, leading the pack horses like a good slave would. Theo worked to stay calm as he left the trees, riding at an easy pace toward the camp. It wasn't long before the camp guards were riding out to meet them. Theo hadn't done a mind read in a very long time, and even then, only to spare himself serious punishment. He had never pried deeply, but he had the very bad feeling that he was going to need to know. He would have to know the name of the Lord in the camp. Theo was still pondering how he was going to pull it off when the elves reached him.
Who are you? And why do you dare to ride so boldly into the camp of Prince Usha?
The captain of the guards demanded.
Who am I?
Theo demanded, attempting to sound utterly insulted.
Forgive him, master,
Shannon said softly, using an accent so thick that the words sounded almost exotic. Theo glanced back as Shannon lifted his head demurely to the guard.
He is young and has not been informed on all things. I am certain that he meant no dishonor.
Theo tried not to drop his jaw at the utter change in Shannon, and at the way the elves squirmed under the sensual manner of the Purton they were staring at. Theo snapped his finger to draw them back to him in the same manner he had seen so many elven lords insult underlings. He demanded their attention be on him, not his slave who had suddenly taken on the role of concubine.
I will require a bath, clean clothes of suitable attire, and wine, if you wish my forgiveness.
Of course,
the captain stammered, straining under the skill of the vampire. Even Theo was feeling it whisper at him. He had to hide that he felt any of the soul-seducing power of the vampire lord that Shannon was. He knew he had to hide it, master it, and keep separate from it. There would be no belief he was the master if he showed even the slightest reaction to Shannon's presence or alluring powers. He half swore, wondering if Shannon was testing him here, out on the border of the camp, where they still could escape easily. He cast his hand out with a wash of power that made the elves' horses balk and dance, bringing the elves to attention. It also clearly washed away the evidence of the lure. The elf cleared his throat as his horse settled down and tried to regain control of himself. The guard had failed to block or escape the lure that Shannon had woven into his soul. From now until death, that elf would desire no one else but Shannon. Poor fool. It showed on him and the others as well. All of them were short of breath, their eyes dilated, their nostrils flaring. Elves related power and rank to self-control for good reason. Their physical giveaways were as obvious as an orc's. It was hard to seem a higher race with your lust so painfully obvious.
Please, my lord, this way.
Theo lifted an eyebrow with contempt and let the guards escort him into the camp. They circled around through the great army gathered about the city. Theo tried not to notice them too much, or to show anything but utter ease and confidence. It was rather difficult, and he struggled with it the entire way. He was very glad when they stopped outside a large tent. One of the captain's men caught the reins of Theo's horse to hold it. While the still flustered captain was trying to dismount, Shannon was quickly off his horse, pulling Theo's staff free and offering Theo his hand and the staff. Theo took the hand, faking the need for assistance, and then took the staff.
Forgive me, lord, but I must stand guard. Others will fetch you clothes as befits you,
the captain said. Theo didn't reply and simply let Shannon take him into the bath tent. He knew the way it worked. He was raised as a prince, after all, and was well used to being bathed. It was, however, very odd to be bathed by Shannon with an elven captain watching. He was worried about the details of his illusion, but dared not look. Elves were built a bit differently than the races of men. Each race was slightly different, but elves even more so. It simply would not do to have more down there than an elf would. Elves did not wear their jewels on the outside and thought it a great weakness of the other races to do so. He focused on trying to show his rank in every motion that he made. It was surreal to have Shannon pour water, to wash his hair, to do all the tasks that once had been done daily by the servants of his mother. The whole production went as if they had been doing it for years, and he was able to not think about it too much. The elf watched from just inside the door as Shannon dressed Theo in the robes that had been brought. They were very nice garments, Theo had to admit. The robes were warm, layered, and very finely made. Shannon took his time doing Theo's hair, twisting it in little braids and stringing in the few beads and crystals they had gathered for him from the pirates. Theo was rather impressed with the care and skill that Shannon put into his hair. He didn't bother to even ask for a mirror, trusting in the skill of the Purton. As he rose, the meal of fine roasted bird of some sort, dried fruits and tea arrived. He ate what he wanted, leaving nothing but a sip of tea and few bits of dried fruit. He knew that Shannon would be expected to eat his scraps, and so left nothing that he felt Shannon would not want or eat by choice. He gave his slave a moment to eat while he let his meal settle, then rose to go meet the prince. Now was the moment of truth. He had managed to get into the camp, place himself as rank, and to get the right clothes for the game that he was about to play. Shannon stepped in behind him as they were led from the tent. The walk wasn't far, but enough that Theo caught up the hem of his robe to keep it out of the mud. A hot storm was rolling in, turning the chill of early spring here into dark green clouds that would bring down hail if it was not dealt with. Thunder was already rolling, and lightning flickered within the clouds above. On the ground it was oddly calm, though, and Theo almost smiled, thinking how that reflected his own state of mind right now. He was calm on the surface, but a brewing storm of emotion inside. The guard opened the doorway to let them into the tent of the prince. Theo shook his robe down, trying to mimic Palsin in his disdain for the weather on his clothes. The prince sat in a fine chair at the end of the tent, looking as graceful and powerful as any that Theo had met. He took several steps forward before he bent his knee, trying to lower himself as smoothly as he could in a deep elven bow. He rose with his hand to his chest.
"I'm told you come with word for me,"
the prince said, carefully not admitting that he didn't know who Theo was or why he was here. Theo knew at that moment that he was going to have to work magics to get through this. The elf was far from alone. He had guards hidden in illusion, and there was something else about him.
Indeed, Your Grace,
Theo said, looking up through his eyelashes in the submissive manner of the elven male to his higher-ranking lord.
Though I would wish it whispered in private.
We are.
Theo smiled knowingly.
This is not a light matter,
he said.
Truly in private.
The prince waited a moment, then motioned. His eyes darted to Shannon, glanced at Theo, then back to Shannon.
You do not send your servant away?
He is not of free will. He cannot be of any danger. Your men, however, you allow such freedom.
He gestured gracefully toward Shannon, inviting the prince to come look at him.
Wish you a closer look?
No.
The prince tore his eyes away.
You bring word?
Theo could feel Shannon's vampire magics whispering in the tent. It would back him up, but was not going to get to this man quickly. The elf shifted shields, and both Theo and Shannon felt it.
Tell your vampire to not take me for a fool. Control him, or I will punish you both.
Theo held up his hand.
Contain yourself,
he said in Norwen, without looking back.
Forgive me, Grace.
Theo bowed again, buying time and shifting his own magics. Clearly, this elf was powerful and well-trained. To have him know at once what Shannon was doing was a dangerous thing. At least Theo was now warned.
He enjoys the sport, and I allow him his humour, as it amuses me at times.
He lowered his hand.
It will not happen again.
What have you to say?
The elf demanded. Theo looked up and caught the elf's golden-green eyes. Hidden in those eyes was something that stirred with energy. It was unpleasant and made Theo's shoulders tighten and his gut knot in fear of how far he might be forced to take this and how close to the fine line of soul invasion he was walking. Theo dropped all humor and let his smile vanish, standing a bit more at attention.
It would seem there is a traitor in your midst,
he said seriously.
Our Lord Jerome is most concerned. He is very unhappy with the state of the siege and had expected the battle to be settled by his arrival.
Theo had guessed wildly at the hints of emotions and energy that the elf held in his surface thoughts. If he was wrong, it would get ugly very quickly, but by the twitch and shift, he suspected he had nailed the fears.
He sent me to get into the city and has set the right people in place to see to it without alerting your betrayer. You are to seek him out while I go in and work from the other side, pretending to be the said traitor. He has reason to believe that the traitor is unknown in person, but with us both in motion, we might yet have the city ready for his approaching arrival.
The prince nodded slightly.
Where might I look?
Our Lord fears the betrayer is in the priesthood,
Theo said, with as much sadness as he could.
Act swiftly, our Lord Jerome is not happy.
Of course. When do you plan to move?
At once, of course. Why else would I pause to eat on my way to you? The less time between our visit and our actions, the less time the betrayer has to hide and frame another.
Of course.
Usha nodded slightly. Theo waited for the prince to stand. As he did, Theo spun out energy that he rarely used, magics he had cut and carved into the skin of his forearms. He was a sorcerer, yes, but he had learned long ago that sometimes it was best to have his magic ready and reliable with only emotion. He needed to know for certain if he had played it right. The darkness that his magics revealed was not what he expected, and he had to spin harder and faster to be certain. He had rarely run into such deep willing submission to darkness. The rage that he felt toward his mother sparked inside him. The elf had to forget his face at least. Even as the elf moved closer to him, in a gesture of parting friendship, Theo could feel the hints and whispers of the elf's magic being raised. He could feel the tingle of it on his skin, and out of instinct to protect his identity, he moved. He stepped up and tapped the elf on the chest with a faster attack, stunning him a moment. The elf was stronger against this form of magic than Theo had expected, and Theo felt his attack almost slip and fail. He had never used it against anyone other than palace servants, whom he did not want to report or reveal him. They had all been so stunned they didn't recall anything, which gave him a few moments to escape. The elf, however, did not get even close to being that stunned. He was shocked, but little more. The elf's own magics were scattered by Theo's attack, and that was good. But now Theo had a bigger problem than he wanted. The elf was sided with Jerome, and if that wasn't enough reason to kill him, This elf was skilled and powerful in a very dark way. This was not anyone that Theo and Shannon wanted alive to report them. He acted without thought and moved without consideration. He slipped his hand through realms and grabbed a magic and a power which he had tried to deny he even knew about. He stepped into it and slammed his palm against the elf's chest, driving in a gremlin with as much force as a dagger. The elf staggered back, his eyes rolling as he fought for the control of his body. Theo took a stunned step back.
Stay!
He ordered the gremlin as simply as he could.
We have to go,
he said to Shannon as he grabbed up his robe and strode from the tent. Growing more sickened with every step, he could not believe he had just done that. His mother had tried for decades to so easily command a gremlin, but after trance and much work, still failed to do what he had just done instantly.
What gate?
He breathed to Shannon.
West Gate,
Shannon muttered back, keeping up as they strode through the camp. The guard escort hurried to catch up.
My lord, where are you going?
The prince has orders for the most urgent matter,
Theo said, not looking over.
There is no time to waste. Return to your post. It does not concern you.
Shannon moved ahead to shoulder elves out of the way as they neared the heavily guarded gate. They pushed through Usha's soldiers, who were gathered about the gate and the bonfire that roared there. The elves all stood watching the storm that was gathering over them. Just before the gatehouse door, there were 3 guards who did not look so pleased with things at all. It was understandable, being elven guards from the inside, while the enemy was just yards away in a camped company, had to be very nerve-wracking. They could be easily overwhelmed, but this gate was small, too small for an army to get through anyway. These elves would be magically keyed into the gate. Only they could open it, and only if they wished to. The army gathered here was moved to guard this gate for fear that princes from within might try to escape, or even perhaps in response to the elves within the city taking prisoners. The besiegers might not know who had been taken, but they surely knew someone had been caught at the riverbank and hauled inside the great city. This gate seemed to be the one closest to the river. A span of open ground was now the army's camp, what once had been a field of some sort, with the natural forest of the floodplain just beyond this narrow strip of land. Theo tried not to think about it too much, but his mind kept dwelling on how close to the others he was, how Oirion and Ivan had been hauled across this field, how the others had to be camped nearby, worried and unable to help the 2 inside the city. Drawing in a deep breath, he forced himself to focus on the task at hand and play his part.
Step aside,
Theo said. They didn't move. Shannon stepped a hair closer and spoke, just as thunder crashed above them. Theo didn't even hear what was said, but one of the elves turned to unlock the gate door. The others moved to stop him, but Shannon put a hand on the shoulder of one and spoke softly in his ear. Theo felt the power. It made his breath catch a moment, and his skin flush with heat. The elf all but fell back, weak with whatever lure that Shannon had breathed on him. The third was little better. Shannon was clearly no longer concerned with trying to hide his magic as before. Rather, he wanted to get inside that city, and he wanted in right now. Theo did not even try to cover the magic Shannon used. He knew the gremlin would not likely be long within the prince, and they would soon be hunted one way or another. The gate was opened, and Shannon slipped in at once. Theo didn't wait, and followed through immediately. He pulled it shut behind him and drove a lock spell on it. Inside there were 2 more elves who sat at a table. Behind them the back wall appeared to be crumbled to rubble. Shannon pointed.
Open the gate.
Theo stumbled and almost choked as the gremlin returned. It was fed and shivering with power. There had been no choice left to the creature but to kill the elf it had taken. Usha had proved too strong-minded to be taken completely, and the gremlin had not been able to hold him. If the elven prince had been just a little less powerful, the gremlin would have taken him over, body and soul, slowly devouring him, but also giving Theo direct command of the man. This action would have been brutal, very dark and vile, but Theo might have had the chance to turn the elves outside the wall on each other. Free to work his magics, but also forced to work his magics. Theo was rapidly learning that he had all the powers his mother had so desperately dreamed of. Theo shivered. The prince would have been sucked dry and left quite dead. Such a magic would be felt once the gremlin left the body. Any sort of wizard the elves might have would be rushing in to check on the prince. Time was up. They needed to get well inside the city and hidden.
Now,
Theo commanded, very certain that once the prince was discovered, Jerome would be alerted.
There is no gate,
the elf said. Shannon lifted his hand with a cold motion that was responded to at once as the elf grabbed at his neck, choking.
No gate,
the other said, clearly scared, backing away. The elf in Shannon's grip dropped. He hit the floor dead, his neck crushed, his face speckled with the burst blood vessels.
We don't have time for this,
Shannon said.
Open the gate.
Shannon's normal cold manner had seemed to return, and the elves were clearly terrified of him, but held their ground.
There is no...
Theo changed tactics to appeal to their loyalty to their prince inside. They all knew there was a way in, and that the back was an illusion, a good one, but one Theo suspected Shannon saw right through.
Before they come looking for us,
Theo said,
open the gate. Time is short. I must get in to see the prince.
As if to make his point, power slammed into the gate tower. The outer gate door shuddered, and the inner gate flashed and flushed under its illusion of rubble. Shannon was shocked as he realized that the power that had hit the tower was demonic. He gave Theo a quick, startled look, knowing it had been Theo who had summoned it up. Theo needed them to open the gate now, and he would use what he had to make it seem that they were under attack by Jerome.
What did you do?
Shannon asked in Owens.
The gate,
Theo pressed. The elf quickly moved. He turned and used his hand, which was blood-keyed to the gate, opening it within a perfectly undamaged wall. He held it for them and stepped in after them, ducking in quickly as the power hit the door again. In the far larger second chamber, the guard tower guards were waiting with ready weapons.
I have to see the prince,
Theo said at once, putting his hands up.
This way.
One elf led them quickly away, as others turned to defend against the demonic attack, driving power back at it.
What did you do?
Shannon asked Theo again. Theo looked over, too sickened to think about it. Behind them, a battle exploded with elven priests, sending down powerful magics from the tower tops as well. The guards led them quickly from the wall to a carriage that seemed to stand ready for messages. They stepped up, climbed inside, and were quickly taken from the wall. Theo's magic had started a battle that was joined by the army of Jerome to build an even better mask for them to hide behind. Any mark Shannon or Theo had made was rapidly lost in the explosions and bloodshed at the gate. They sat in utter silence. There was dark and powerful magic stained in the carriage they were in. It might have been true that the prince of this city opposed Jerome, but he didn't do it for the side of light and peace. This city was dark and clouded with magics. Things were bad and getting worse. It was going to take a lot of work to get through this leg of the journey. What had he stepped into? Why had he not listened to Cindy and taken the train? He looked out through the carriage window at the storm triggered by the fight at the wall. Lightning cracked down, hit a red dome tower, and exploded off of it. Rain came down with a sudden fury, causing the horses to rear and object. But the driver regained control, and they were put back in motion. Theo felt ill, cold, and terribly alone. In the span of a few hours, he had touched on magics he did not even dare to mention. He had done so with the power and speed that his mother had only dreamed of, and that Jerome had been so certain he could. His heart was even too cold to pray for support or cleansing. He sat silent, torn between who he was, what he had done, and who he might become. There were no more lies, no more masks and denials. He had stepped out of that life and into one where he might well be known to be as terrible as Shannon himself.
This is not good,
Shannon said softly. Theo didn't need to agree. This was not good on so many levels. He simply had no words. The palace was stunning. Even Shannon would admit that. The inner hall that they were taken to was a true work of art in the nature of light. It came in from above and through the walls, but filtered through crystals, fine lacework of silver, and reflected off of mother of pearl that covered the walls of the room. In the midst of it all was the most beautiful elf that Theo had ever seen. Prince Alunashep wore the style of old, a toga that fell off stunning clasps on his shoulders, left his bare chest exposed, and was caught about the waist in a matching belt. His attire was all length and flowing layers, the ensemble made to look like air and light. It reminded Theo of the way robes of power manifested in the other realms. Maybe that was the idea. The prince wore a crown that appeared as cords of light spun around his head. He made the sharp features of the elves seem perfect. Theo found such beauty unlikely. His own mother was known to be one of the most stunning women alive, but her looks were not born of flesh, they were sculpted of blood magic. He would expect no less of this elf. Theo bowed as gracefully as his stiff legs and still injured arm would allow, staying low for a moment before he rose again. The prince looked him over a bit, as one might look over a horse brought to him as a gift.
"You do not appear to be worthy of the battle you provoked on the wall,"
the prince said, with typical elven scorn and distaste, as he walked over to Theo to look at him more closely. He moved to look at Shannon.
"You, on the other hand,"
he said flippantly.
"It would make me wonder who is master here."
Theo had a very bad feeling about this.
"I assure your grace, it is I who am in control,"
he said.
"The proof of my value is evident in my pet."
"You would tell that you have captured a vampire?"
the prince asked.
"I would,"
Theo said.
"Even so, you cost me a gate and you dare to demand to see me? Why are you here?"
"I came to offer my aid for the moment against Jerome,"
Theo said.
"at a small cost."
"A small cost? Ha!"
The elf half laughed.
"You should be honored to serve me and even more honored to merely speak to me. That is reward enough."
"As you said, you cannot imagine that I could capture such a thing as a Perton vampire. That alone is proof that I have crossed the barrier and come back. It is clear that you cannot read my shields, and so know not who I am or what level of power I offer you."
The prince looked at him sharply. Theo knew that he was walking a dangerous line, but if he didn't, chances were that he was a dead man, and Shannon would be left to try and escape alone, and likely not undetected. If this elf was what Theo feared he might be, then it would be little better than being in Jerome's hands.
"You speak boldly,"
the prince growled.
"I should have your soul for such."
Theo dared to look at him.
"You so quickly would take me as a fool, though I would offer you the soul of Prince Usha?"
Theo didn't want to acknowledge it, but he could feel an inner warning. There were shields he didn't even know he had that had stirred. Perhaps it was a dragon warning. Dark magic was building to take him down, and he knew it.
"Truly?"
the elf asked, interested now. Theo held out his hand. It was a small matter. This part he never had a problem with. He had done this for his mother 1,000 times, and had saved his own soul for it. He simply took Usha's soul from the gremlin. His gremlin willingly handed it over, like a happy dog dropping a ball for his master. The soul spun in Theo's hand as wisps of smoke, slowly gathering and condensing in his palm into a small gray marble. He closed his hand around it.
"A small price is all that I ask. Nothing to you, I'm sure."
He smiled slightly.
"Several of my slaves have slipped past my guards, and I would have them back. 2 of them seem to have sneaked into your city to hide. Usha for them. And in turn, I will happily aid you in a strike against Jerome. The human has no right here anyway, let alone daring to dictate to us."
The prince looked Theo over again, as if trying to remeasure him, before he let his eyes fall to the hand that held the marble.
"I think we can work it."
"More,"
Theo said softly, as the elf reached for it.
"This we deal on, brother,"
he said seriously.
"You want to summon a demon now?"
The elf half laughed.
"No need,"
Theo said.
"I carry one with me. It keeps my pet in check. Deal,"
he ordered to Shannon. Shannon flinched but stepped forward and offered his hand. The elf looked from Theo to Shannon and took the Perton's hand.
"To trade me the soul of Prince Usha for those I seek in your city, truce between us and our powers,"
Theo said.
"So be it,"
the elf said, clearly not expecting the demon or the deal to be real or to take hold of him. The demonic power swirled out of Shannon's hand, wrapping up around the elf's arm like a serpent of burning black ice. The prince momentarily looked terrified, but then hid it as the power sank into his skin, leaving the serpent scar running up his arm. He jerked his hand from Shannon, who made no expression at all.
"Very well then,"
the elf said. Theo handed over the soul of the prince who had served Jerome and tried not to think about it too much.
Let us man our truce first and strike us a blow against Jerome.
Fair enough,
Theo said, not wanting to push too far. He had a truce, but it didn't mean the elf would make his life easy or allow him to just go hunt the city for Ivan and Oirion. He might even set certain things in the way to make it very hard to find them. Not to mention, he was a prince, and an offense against him was still a crime, allowing him a way to remove them for it.
Carefully, Theo, carefully we go,
he thought to himself. This was not a good place to be, but at least he was a step closer to Oirion and Ivan. God willing, they would be together soon. End of chapter 23. Continue with chapter 24. Capture. Princes and Priests, chapter 24. Capture. Oirion fought to wake up for some time before he opened his eyes. He knew that he was drugged, and that alone could not be good. He roused just enough to get glimpses of things that made for uneasy dreams, and the only words he caught were Elven. He knew he had to drop into a deep trance, in spite of the drugs and the lack of full consciousness, to try to purge his system. He had to fight for it, but he successfully slipped into the trance, drew up the energy to spin through himself, and set to work, ridding his body of drugs. Success was not necessarily a good idea. Pain slivered through him as he woke. It was at that moment that he appreciated the hands of the Ulamar healers. The Orcan healers had tried to make his healing easier, but the elves had not. They had gone in and kept him alive with no regard for his long-term welfare. He groaned and tried to move, stabbing his back with pain. Ivan sat at his side with a hand on his chest.
Shan, Bren,
Ivan whispered in Ezirin.
Just lay back and try not to move,
he said in Perton.
Why are we alive?
Oirion whispered. Ivan glanced up before he spoke.
I think they planned to slave us out. I'm hoping they were impressed with our skill. Being a gladiator isn't that bad. They have to feed you at least, or you get too weak to win.
He leaned closer to Orion's ear.
I said that you got the ring from a priest who was with us and died a few months back, and I did what I could to hide your truth. I don't know if I have any power left, but for now they think you're just a human fighter. Keep it that way. You don't want to go to Jerome. Even if they are Jerome's enemies, they will be happy to ransom you to him, which would be very bad for you. You're still alive and you have a friend who is with you.
Ivan patted Orion's shoulder.
And hey, they thought the boat was ours and left the area unsearched. The others got away.
Oirion nodded and closed his eyes. Later, when he woke, he felt only a little better. He looked over to try to find Ivan. The huge man sat on the floor of the stone room with his legs crossed and hands on his knees, palms up, his eyes closed. Oirion rolled up from the hard cot to sit up, biting back pain. His back hurt and his lungs felt tight, but he was alive. With his feet on the floor, he leaned forward and looked at where they were. They were in a small cell, not tall enough for Oirion to stand up in, and barely enough for Ivan to sit upright. There was the cot he was sitting on, and nothing else. The walls were stone on two sides, with bars on the other two sides. The back wall of bars opened to another cell that was empty, and the front opened to a hallway that was lit with torches. Shifting to his knees, he sank to the floor. Sitting on his feet, he rested his hands palm to palm sideways before his chest and went into the meditation style that he and Jamie worked on together. It was not a priest method, but a standard meditation for lighter studies of magic. His thoughts went to his lost partner and how he had looked forward to seeing Jamie in death but had been denied. He opened his heart, hoping perhaps that he might at least feel a whisper of the man. What if the whole vampire thing was wrong and somewhere, somehow, Jamie still lived? It was his hope. His heart filled with a great sense of loss, desperately missing the bond and the company of a partner. But it was not Jamie that came to mind. It was Shannon. That was so odd, he had to look at it again to be sure. The act of directing his focus to Shannon made everything spin and his balance was thrown off. Energy seemed to scatter and whirl, casting him into a whole new layer of himself that he had never even known was there. All the loneliness and separation created by this place were gone. He was flooded with a sense of presence that was both welcome and dark. He could feel Shannon in a way that was rather terrifying in the moment. Most disturbing, it was not unwelcome and very oddly intimate. The power of it made all previous fears and weakness vanish, leaving him in a strange calmness, a calmness that left him with a conflicting sense of panic and religious fear towards it. He could feel the way it felt to be Shannon, in tight leather and a long robe. He could feel how Shannon's skin felt. It was tight, painful, and stiff, as if he had dry skin that threatened to crack at any motion. It burned in low, constant pain. The pain was nothing new. It simply was. His left hand burned in almost shocking pain. More than that, for one moment, he felt how strong Shannon was, not only in body, but how strong and disciplined his power was. It was locked and held with a strength that Oirion was utterly humbled by. In that one split moment, he knew for certain that Shannon was close, and Shannon was not going to leave without them. He felt it all in a fraction of time so short that he didn't even have time to catch his breath. It was all that the trance would allow, as the shock of it was too much. Then he was back in the cell. The feeling remained in his mind like a dream one just can't shake. He drew a deep breath of relief and bowed his head. However Shannon had done it, he had made sure they knew he was near and they were not about to stay locked up. Just survive and get into a position to be found. That was all they had to do. He looked over to Ivan and nodded.
"They're close,"
he whispered in Perton to the big man, whose head almost reached the ceiling of the cell. Ivan smiled.
"I know, he'd never abandon you."
"Who?"
"You know who. I do believe he has a crush on you, behaves like a 13-year-old picking fights with the girl he favors."
He grinned.
"Pertons are that way sometimes."
"That is ludicrous,"
Oirion muttered.
"Whatever you say, haha."
Ivan chuckled. Assuming that Oirion was still drugged, the elves spoke openly in front of him. It took him some time to slowly figure out what they were saying. He had not studied Elven since he was a child. He was able to tell that they were not so sure he was going to be able to breathe well, but they figured that he would make a good sacrificial victim, if nothing else. Human blood from off-continent was always prized. The Elven guard spoke of it outside the cage, between the cage-keeper and the slave trader. The trader looked Oirion over and folded his arms over his chest. They were talking about the value of blood against fighters, from what Oirion could tell. He thought they were talking about Ivan until he was grabbed and pulled out by 3 elves. A 4th elf snapped a metal band on his wrists. Ivan was gestured to follow them. Oirion moved without much contest. Even if he got free, there was nowhere to go, no way to escape this place. It made no sense to even try, to risk getting separated from Ivan, with Shannon on the move. The hallway led past cages that were mostly full of elves, beaten and broken. The hall led out and up a ramp to a great open area with rows of benches above. While this was impressive, especially after days in the dark little cage, it was small compared to the Colosseum of Ulam Bak, which Oirion had seen. This place was probably owned by the man who stood back watching. They pushed Ivan forward and stabbed a sword into the ground at his feet, then another for Oirion. They pushed Oirion toward Ivan. An elf spoke poorly and pointed.
"Kill him!"
he ordered. Oirion knew this was going to hurt, and that he would have one chance to prove just where he stood. He moved faster than they thought he was able to. He grabbed the sword out of the ground, spun and stabbed the man who spoke, driving it into his chest. He ran the slender sword right through his ribs and into the heart in one quick stab. Stepping to the side, Oirion pulled the sword out smoothly. His speed and motion were unbroken, splattering the trail of blood from that heart wound against the next victim. He sliced the 2nd elf across the throat. Still carrying through with the fluid attack, he purposely made the blood from his sword hit the 3rd elf in the eyes, slowing the elf's reaction just enough that Oirion was able to drive the sword into the elf's chest. It did not get deep enough to kill the elf before the band he wore let itself be known. Oirion was brought up short. The magic grabbed him and locked him in place.
"Not a good idea,"
Ivan said.
"You just killed our translator. They won't like that."
Oirion jerked his body forward, sent his shoulder at the elf who stood, shocked, looking at the sword in his chest. Fighting the power of the magic cuffs that bound his wrists, Oirion pressed the blade another 3 inches into him, right into his heart. The owner of the arena snapped his fingers, and the pain that shot through Oirion was incredible. He could not even tell where it was coming from or how to block it. He still fought it. After the last few months, his pain tolerance had grown a bit, and he was able to keep his feet. Then, with a back spasm, he dropped to a knee. The elf relaxed the pain and again ordered Oirion to kill the giant. Oirion stabbed the sword into the ground and looked at the man who assumed to own him.
I passed your test. I will not fight him,
he said in as sloppy of Elven as he could. It wasn't their dialect, but it was close enough to get the message through. The elf raised his eyebrow.
Yes, you will,
he said. He snapped his fingers, and the pain hit again. It tried to force his body to move. Oirion did have a trick against that. It was one of those things you learn as a hunter to keep from being moved by vampires or other warped creatures. He locked his fingers and held. It was a simple energy trick that looped the magic away.
He won't have you kill me. I'm worth too much. Just fight,
Ivan said.
If you're too strong, you can't be sold. He'll have to break you, and the harder you fight the magic, the deeper it goes. Just fake it,
Ivan appealed in Imperial Perton. Oirion twitched, and while he was not at all happy about it, he jerked himself up and let the spell move him to grab the sword and spin, leaping at Ivan, who met him with sword up. They had a short spar until Orion's back sent him staggering and falling aside. Ivan stopped and stepped on the blade, stopping the fight. He knelt and put a hand on Orion's back.
You all right?
No,
Oirion breathed, pushing himself up with pain.
I feel like my spine is splintering apart.
Ivan helped him up as the elf watched. The elf nodded.
Now you pass my test,
he said.
Sell him as a guard, limit his fight time, and warn those who buy that these two will be trouble if they are together.
Oirion tried to look through the tears in his eyes, wanting terribly to kill that elf. Shifting ever so slightly, Shannon eased the ache in the skin about his shoulders. His skin was not skin at all under his leather, but it was the best imitation a demon could make. It served its purpose well enough. However, with the battles, the burns, and now the constant assault of the storms that blasted out from the nomad's battlefield, he was in pain. His skin was too dry and was threatening to crack. If that happened, he would have no choice but to find energy. That could be a problem right now. He had no idea just how powerful the prince that hosted them was, but the demonic deal had given him an insight. It was better than dealing with Jerome only in that the prince had no personal vendetta against them. Shannon looked to where Theo sat in the window, looking very pretty in his elven silks, his hair brushed out and his scruffy beard removed from his cheeks. The Prince of Awans had changed a great deal over the last few months. He didn't look a boy anymore, but neither did he look to have any of the magics that Shannon had seen him use. A gremlin? Had Shannon actually seen Theo command a gremlin? The idea was both terrifying and exciting. How could Theo hide such power, control it? If he could, might he not be able to somehow find a way to kill Jerome? Perhaps Theo could end the hell Shannon lived in. Then again, Theo was so afraid of power and so shy of rank, it seemed unlikely. Everything about Theo seemed all of a sudden to be like a great misunderstanding.
What are you thinking?
Shannon surprised himself by asking Theo out loud. He had been wondering what his pretty little escort was thinking of as he gazed out the window. Theo blinked and tilted his head ever so slightly to the side. He cleared his throat a little.
I knew a man once,
Theo said.
He explained that many use rules to cling to and so gain a control of self that they would not normally have when under extreme pressure. Not all rules apply to all men, because each soul has a different tolerance. He was talking about the rules of need. He spoke of how a vampire must ask permission of his source, how children are simply off limits, and that to break such rules was a call to be dealt with by the king himself.
Theo folded his arms over his chest, holding his elbows.
Black magics are very seductive,
he added.
Men are lured in, rush into things too fast, and are devoured. Great souls are reduced to wailing shadows of nothing but the memory of failure and pain. The trick is to know if the magic is luring you in or if you are in control.
He looked over slowly.
How do you know?
Shannon had not expected such a question or such an insight from Theo. It was a very powerful thing to ask or to think of. It was also a thing best not spoken of in a place likely rigged with ways to hear what they said. Shannon had no doubt that they were being listened to, if not watched.
Rules of conduct,
he said simply. Theo looked back to the window and the storm that was blowing in out of the north.
Jerome will know we are here as soon as he gets close. I think it would be a good idea to hit him before he gets here. For now, the storms are going to be throwing all of his magics off. I was just wondering how best to strike.
Theo rose with a graceful motion that made Shannon actually lift an eyebrow. Theo might be a lot of things, but graceful was not a word Shannon would have ever used.
His power comes from his demons.
Of course it does.
Theo almost laughed as he moved to pour himself a glass of wine.
He's a lousy wizard, and certainly not the best example of humanity on any level. The question remains, what was the deal that he made? Until I know that, there is really no way to truly bring him down.
Theo set the wine down.
I suppose, though, it is not really my task to figure out the attack. I will aid the prince to the best of my abilities and at least knock that skeleton of a man to hell.
He lifted the wine glass and took a sip as the door opened without a knock or sound. Theo didn't even look startled at all. He finished his drink without any attempt to do more than look at who had entered.
You have been summoned to the war room.
Theo gestured Shannon to follow, and they both went with the elf who had come to guide them. It wasn't far, their room having been chosen more than likely to put them close to the chamber. The war room was a great space in the top of one of the onion-shaped domes. It was well lit and heated with magic. The walls were mostly glass with fine silver lattice work to hold it all. It gave them a fantastic view of the city and the siege outside. It was impossible to not pause and take it in. The storm had hit, blocking much of the landscape beyond, but to the north of the city, the river was visible. It snaked along, whispering reminders of the lost friends who were out in the storm. Lightning flickered in various colors, building up and discharging upward as it strengthened against the attempts of the elves to turn it back. Theo watched a moment, stunned at the stupidity of the elves. Their efforts were only making the storm that much worse. He made himself look away from the view to the great table in the center of the room and the waiting warlords. Prince Aluneshep sat at the head of the table on a gold throne, his robe more to accent his body than hide it. His pose played along well with the robe. The posture, pose, and gathering did not sit well with Theo. He knew elves too well, and playing seduction games with a dark prince was not something that he wanted to even begin to do. Inside he shrank, afraid of how this was looking, and the fact that he would most likely have to play or have Shannon step in and take on the role of consort for him. He did his best to hold his pose and play the role of an elven master. All he had wanted to do was run away and be a farmer or something. Not this. He ached for the highland pastures of Awans and the sounds of the herdsmen's drums over the hills. God, he wanted to just go home. He could hide out there in the tall grass at the foot of the mountains and learn to live off the land. Instead, he was here, playing and dealing with a man who made his mother look little more than capable.
I take it you have a personal dislike of Jerome?
The prince said smoothly.
He has gotten in my way and stepped on my toes a time or two. I wish to return the favor,
Theo said as arrogantly as he could. He caught his silk skirts and moved to take a seat at the table. He did not ask, but as such a master as he claimed to be would do, he took the seat near the prince. He did so as smoothly as he could, praying it was enough.
From what I can gather, his power is limited here,
said an elf, who sat to the prince's right and across the table from Theo. He spoke in almost a purr, trying to seem grand and wise, but he seemed to Theo to be a desperate fool trying to get close to the prince.
The barrier seems to cut off his full ring. Only a few of the demons he has can get through. His greater power comes in that he has armies, and they in turn feed what demons he does have. The more his armies are cut down, the weaker he gets.
Then the nomads have done a service for once.
Theo almost laughed. He took a sip of the wine.
You witnessed the battle?
The prince asked, clearly interested.
Not too closely, but yes,
he said.
I would not pass up a chance to see such a conflict. I would have thought you would have mirrored it out as well.
What is it to me what he does to a dozen nomads?
Ah, but look outside.
Theo gestured to the storm that chose that wonderful moment to crush the magics holding it back and hit the tower hard enough to make it shudder. Snow drove against it for one moment before the hail began to pound the glass.
Jerome was crushed.
He looked back to the prince.
His army was nearly wiped out to the man. Those who fled are even now being hunted down or driven into Sphinxan forests.
How?
Do you not know?
Theo asked. The elf took that as the insult Theo played it to be, in true elven fashion.
The shaman summoned their god. Rather impressive. Even I was awed, I admit.
Their god?
The prince asked, not so sure he believed it.
What else would you presume could rise up against Jerome and not only turn a zombie army on its own master, but crush Jerome's many legions with but a few thousand human nomads?
Theo leaned forward on the table with one elbow, talking only to the prince as he had so often seen Ulrich do when talking of his conquests.
If the gods have turned against Jerome, his power will falter, demons will leave his horde, those demons that might well be dealt with, to learn his weaknesses.
Indeed,
the prince said, clearly liking the idea.
For today.
He was interrupted as lightning hit the tower, making the lights, the wards, and the floor shudder. He carried on, trying to ignore it.
He is moving in from the east. His army is massing just over the hill out of sight. The storms have made his magics falter, and we see him.
It was his turn to lean forward.
I have meant to summon a titan against him, but have not had enough time to gather the power needed. With your aid, we can...
Theo almost dropped his drink, but set it down carefully to avoid doing just that. He leaned back, feeling his chest go utterly cold.
You have a summons chart for a titan?
I do. Trust me, it was not easy to gain.
I am sure not,
Theo said.
That is no small task. To aid you as I can is one thing, to risk such a magic.
He rubbed at his smooth chin.
But to hit Jerome so heavily...
He let himself seem to spin off into thought. How could he get out of this? To unleash a titan was madness, and so offensively morally wrong that Theo was not sure he could make himself be part of it.
I will have to consider,
he said, after as long as he could fake being calm and thoughtful.
We do not have much time,
the prince said.
If Jerome breaks into the city, he will have the chance to gain far too much in loot alone.
Yes, I understand,
Theo said a bit sharply.
Do not take me for a fool, or as one who is unaware with whom he deals. On the other hand, I do not know the source of the summons, and I have seen them go wrong in my time.
He stood as if terribly offended.
I will have to consider it carefully. I will let you know. In the meantime, why don't you stop having your men try to hold back the anger of a god? Instead, turn it, deflect it at Jerome's army, so you don't destroy your city before he even gets here.
As he said this, another round of hail slammed into the tower so hard that the sound was enough to end any hope of talking. Theo didn't wait and headed out the door with Shannon at his heel. He would have been lost, but Shannon got them back to the room without any mistakes. He opened the door to let Theo in, only to find that the prince had beaten them there. Shannon closed the door softly as Theo stood, waiting, trying not to shake and be ill.
I did not mean to insult you,
the prince said.
I simply wish to take him down.
As do I,
Theo said with bitter honesty.
I do not wish, however, to be the toy of a titan. I also would advise you to not show such lack of self-control in front of your council.
Lack of self-control?
You are too eager to jump into such a summons, and you are too concerned for Jerome's presence. You hardly present an aura of confident power. Not only that, but a prince should not display himself like a cheap whore.
Theo gestured to the robe.
You cannot deny it fits me well,
the prince said with an arrogant trust in his appearance and the effect it would have. Theo lifted an eyebrow, trying to use Shannon-like silence to say a great deal. The prince almost faltered.
Together we have the power,
he said, taking a step toward Theo.
We have a truce,
Theo said, solid and cold.
I promised to aid you as I could, but by no means does that mean I must do something I deem unwise. There is no together. If you even hope for such, you should act the master you are, not like a foolish child.
Now you begin to insult me.
No,
Theo said as firmly as he could, praying his voice did not crack. His insides were roaring with emotion, making him feel ready to vomit. The storm outside and the flickering lights, magics, and energies weren't helping.
I am trying to teach you.
You are no son of Ulrich,
the prince said.
Who are you truly? No mere merchant's son would dare talk to me so.
Who I am is of no matter now. I will get what I came for and aid you if I can, then be gone. I would rather you remain on your feet and put the fear of the elves into that man.
He spat it out, making it clear what man he spoke of.
Consider the Titan. It would crush him.
Prince Aulinashep strode for the door, leaving Theo and Shannon alone. Theo almost fell over, so sick that he wasn't sure he would make it to a good place to throw up. Shannon put a hand on his shoulder, and the storm of emotions slowed and dropped away.
There will be no scans worth taking in this weather,
Shannon said softly.
We should go out and search on foot. This might take a while.
Theo nodded.
I need a cloak.
The week had started off badly and gotten worse, both with the weather and the captivity. Ivan had escaped purchase several times by pretending to be retarded or insane. The spells did not bind well to the mentally unstable, and Ivan was having good luck faking it, just enough to make the buyers think they were being cheated in the truth of what he was. It was a good ploy, and Oirion had to be impressed with the big man's acting skills. Still, here they were. The elven holding cells in the auction house were almost like silos in Orion's mind. They were round with a back door leading to a common yard where a number of them adjoined one another. As many slaves were being sorted into cells, Oirion noticed each cell had similar types of slaves. The group that he was put in with was all fighters of some level or another, none of them as impressive as Ivan. Oirion was certain that on a normal day, he himself would be far better than any of them. Today, though, he would not likely hold his ground long. Of them all, only Ivan himself and some goblin-like creature were the only non-elven races in the cell. Not all of them were the same race of elf as the lords in this area, though, but were dark-skinned elves from some other nation. Poor Ivan towered over them all and would not last long. He was just too impressive. Oirion had heard human children talk of having a pet giant. Surely elven children would delight in such a thing as well. All of them were stripped to short white kilts, belted with a simple rope. Their wrists were bound to the walls with long leather belts, providing some security for the buyers. At each door, a guard stood to either side, holding rods linked to the binding spells and the bracelets and collars all slaves wore. They were very effective tools of control. They seemed to have no need for actual chains. The round rooms had no ceilings, just a hub of bars that spider-webbed out, letting the rain mist down on them. Another storm had just passed, offering a short window for buying and selling before the next storm slammed into them. The elves had tried to tarp the roofs to keep the hail from injuring their property, but after the last day, the tarps were shredded, and everyone caught outside was bruised from the hailstorm. Oirion and his lot had been hauled into stone cells a short distance away within the complex, but most slaves were not worth so much as to bother with moving them. Despite the bad weather, others in the ring had been bought and sold since Oirion had arrived, and more were brought in. Oirion had been jabbed and looked at from every angle. His teeth had been inspected, revealing his age, which had gotten him passed over many times. He felt rather like a horse being valued by the wear in his mouth. He had thought his teeth nice overall, and had never thought of them as being worn down. Oirion was a wizard, and his real age simply didn't show, not to mention that he had been living with a healer for the last 60-plus years of his life, usually sleeping in the same room. He had been in excellent condition, all things considered, but he did have scars, and he had worn teeth according to the elves. He was getting a bit offended at being so rapidly discarded, while Ivan appeared so attention-worthy. When he discovered why he was being ignored, it made his bad day worse. He recognized that one of the first to visit was the servant of a prince, and Oirion had been marked as of interest. This servant had been the last elf to talk to the guards about him. He quickly got the feeling that no one wanted to offend the prince that the elf worked for by trying to outbid the current offer. The slave trader arrived with the servant and his prince, who was easily recognizable as such, not only by his clothes, but his hair and his stance as well. He entered the ring, his silks shedding water as his robe trailed on the ground. Oirion couldn't help but wonder if it was the same magic that Shannon used to keep his clothes so clean. The prince stood studying Oirion, like one might look at a piece of art he wasn't sure he cared to buy.
This one is from outside the barrier, Your Highness.
the owner said.
He is not very gifted in power, but he is, or shall I say, was a great fighter. He would do well to train others. He has a very strong will though, and he does speak Elven if poorly. He is older than he would seem at first look, but then he has Purtan blood. That much I have told no one. He is more Purtan than human, in fact, and that in itself may make him worth a bit more to you.
He looks broken,
the prince said.
He is stronger than he looks. I think the damp makes his scars ache. We caught him on the road and had to heal a lung injury that should have killed him. He took out 9 trained border guards with 1 lung full of blood. He and the big one there, they make a powerful team. It was not an easy catch.
The prince glanced at Ivan, but went back to Oirion.
Interesting, but not what I am looking for.
He left them, and then the real sale began. Oirion always wondered how things might have gone if he had been purchased at that moment. He thought the trouble was almost over, but he was seriously wrong. With the prince no longer interested, others began to return to look him over. Bids were made almost at once. His patience at being jerked around and inspected did not last much longer than the first dozen or so. One elf jerked him around and meant to bend him over for whatever inspection he had in mind, and Oirion simply reacted. He brought his elbow back in a simple sharp jab. It sent the elf stumbling backwards, his nose broken and bleeding, his eyes watering. Oirion wanted to kick him in the chest, but stood with as calm and blank a face as he could. The bleeding elf shouted at the guard, who just shook his head.
"I saw nothing,"
the guard said with a perfectly straight face. The elf was offended, angered, and left shouting. The guard chuckled and turned his back on Oirion. The next man to lay a hand on Oirion got punched hard and fast, right in the chest. Oirion was rather impressed as the elf dropped dead. He did not even need magic to amp the hit. He looked from the dead elf at his feet to the guard who had for a moment turned his back to Oirion. Oirion hadn't meant to crush the elf's heart, but then he was a hunter and trained to kill. Ivan swore in various languages. The guard looked at Oirion in startled surprise. The man beside Oirion barely hid a snicker and covered it with a cough. Oirion shrugged. The fact that he got away with it a number of times made him feel a little better, but Ivan got more upset every time. It was after several such incidents that the owner came in. He grabbed Oirion by the chin.
If you want to be a troublemaker, I will sell you to those who find amusement in such things. One more, and I switch what cell you're in.
He shoved Oirion back and left, clearly upset. There were several visits that went fairly well. Oirion was trying to be well-behaved, so he might end up going wherever Ivan went, but it ended rather quickly when an elven man reached under his kilt. Oirion moved without thought and blasted the man in the temple with an elbow. The elf staggered back and held his eyes for a moment.
"Oirion!"
Ivan shouted.
"What the hell are you doing?"
He grabbed my...
He never got to finish as the guards moved. They had him jerked off the wall and pulled out of the room without even a word. He was drug across the yard through the crowd and locked up in a cell with a Sphinxan male and an elf. The elf had had his hair shaved off and his palms burned. The Sphinx was a fantastic-looking creature who lifted his cat eyes as Oirion was drug in. The Sphinx had obviously been beaten. His hair was cut short, his teeth had been busted out of his mouth, and his fingertips had been chopped off. He was still bleeding from the injuries to his hands. He let blood dribble from his mouth to the floor. Oirion was bound to the wall, not with leather, but spelled chains. The guards here were not at all like the 2 who had been at the other cell. Oirion was rather certain the guards here were rough-handed on purpose. The 2 who had been his guards were posted outside the door, while the 2 who worked here stood inside. That was not a good sign as far as Oirion was concerned. It was likely to teach the 2 guards firsthand what happens to such men as Oirion, so that no such thing would be allowed to happen again. In no time at all, those buyers who frequented this cell began to trickle through. They ignored Oirion at first, but then a few began to take closer looks. Some inspected him, and none were interested in his teeth, but inspected him with magic scans and crystals. One elf used a cane to lift his face and inspect his eyes. Several sent servants to stab him with needles that they either stuck into little pouches that were quickly taken away, or the elves would feel the needle between their fingertips. One ran the needle between his lips as if tasting it, and seemed curious for a moment, but moved on. Oirion couldn't help but begin to have a growing fear that he was on the blood magic list. Surely, sooner or later, one of them would see through whatever magic was hiding him at all. Whatever Ivan had done seemed to be holding, but it was just a matter of time, and he knew it. It was almost dark when the one that Oirion never forgot came in. Unmistakably a prince, he was not alone, coming with servants. He reminded Oirion of a snake in the way that he moved and the narrow, unblinking eyes that seemed to be all black, without white or iris. He was so unlike the prince who had come earlier, it was hard to imagine they were the same race. The elf walked up and ran a finger down Orion's cheek. Oirion jerked his head away. The Sphinx hissed a warning that Oirion should have heeded. The elf just stepped closer and grabbed Oirion by the chin. Oirion felt blood magic emanating from the man, even through Ivan's shields. He had two choices. He could fight or gag. To gag would say far too much. It would be better to be punished by guards than to be taken by this man. To hide that he was a priest, he brought his elbow up and hit the elf in the temple. The elf was knocked back, but he barely seemed to feel it at all. And he didn't leave. That just confirmed Orion's fear of the man's power. The elf prince merely looked at Oirion. With the slightest nod, he moved back as his guards moved in. Oirion was unbound from the wall to be rebound with gold cuffs that had been brought in. In the moment of freedom, he had no choice but to act. He was not a lamb to the slaughter. He managed to kill two of the guards before he was hit with a staff that sent such power through him that he felt as if he was held in a lightning bolt. His knees buckled, and he was hit with the staff again across his back. He dropped to his hands with terrifying flashbacks of his childhood, throwing his mind into utter disorientation. He gagged on the black magic and the reality of the nightmare, even as he realized that the elf was not about to just stop. He was going to taste before he bought. The magic was being used to draw up and reveal his emotional power. It was a test to see if he had enough energy within him to be a good victim for blood magics. If he broke, his priesthood would blaze through, and he would be worse than dead. The prince handed a servant his staff and pulled out a short whip and struck Oirion across the back. The leather slashed through his skin. The man gasped at how much he enjoyed inflicting such pain and at the sight of blood. He struck again. Oirion spit stomach bile, feeling like the fat, helpless boy he had been once. One of the guards grabbed Orion's throat and held it, crushing his voice out, letting him barely breathe. His arms were twisted back to either side, each by one guard. Oirion almost brought up magics to simply turn his attackers to ash, but the power that Ivan had put in place blocked him, and he was helpless. He choked on tears as he realized he had no magic and no power. He couldn't guard himself from the blows to come. He couldn't even move. The prince continued to strike, then had him jerked up and held so he could punch him in the scar on his back. Orion's knees buckled again, and all his weight hit his shoulders, nearly tearing them out of the sockets. The guards jerked in perfect timing to add pain to the fall. They clearly were well practiced at this sort of thing. They pulled him up to his feet, kicking them apart, as the prince moved in for his real motive. The prince, standing behind him, ran his fingers down Orion's bleeding back. The revolting reaction Oirion had at his touch was far worse than the pain in his spine or his skin. His mind was reeling, and panic that he was about to be discovered started to choke him.
"I take it you plan to buy him, then?"
A calm voice demanded. There was hesitation in the men who held Oirion. He felt it in the tension in their bodies. He was blind with the beating and sick to his stomach, but his mind was still working. The brief moment of hesitation in the elves about him allowed him to regain some self-control.
"I didn't think your father wanted to spend that much money,"
another man said with an almost amused tone. Oirion was released. He dropped forward, coughing for air.
"He killed two of my servants,"
the elf said.
"Outside this door it is posted, 'Approach at your own risk,'"
the owner said.
"It is there for a reason."
"He dared to strike me."
"I don't think he cares much."
The owner walked over and looked down at Oirion, who was coughing and still on his knees, trying to settle his insides and his emotions.
So that is no to buying him?
Certainly. I have no use for such a creature. I suggest you learn to break your pets better.
The elf snarled. He stood before Oirion and shook his head.
Fool,
he said as he turned and swept out. Oirion looked over at his retreat through swelling eyes. He sank forward, holding his head, feeling old, frail, and weak. Why hadn't Shannon come yet? Where was he? It had been bold, but it would buy Theo some time to think about how to get out of this mess. He felt sickened, utterly alone, like he had so many times standing there at the brink of the abyss, knowing that if he didn't do what was demanded, there would be torture. He had hoped to find Ivan and Oirion quickly and to escape, but 2 weeks now, and they had not found hint of either. There were, however, 3 positive things that Theo could think of. One was that he had not been cornered by Prince Aulunashep. Another was that he now knew Aulunashep's name. It was written everywhere and whispered with fear by the servants and slaves. He no longer had to pretend he knew the prince. And the third was that he and Shannon had not been found out yet. He folded his arms over his chest and tried to breathe. He knew that the elves were watching his every move. Even if they were not seen and he could not find what magics were used, he had no doubt he and Shannon were watched at every moment in every place they went. The best he could do was to keep playing the role and say nothing. Another storm had risen up, but today the elves had finally figured out how to crudely turn the magics aside. Theo was impressed with some of the magics of these elves, but much of what the elves beyond the barrier knew and used seemed to have been lost by the elves here. That only made it harder to know what to expect and how to block it.
They treat it like real weather,
Shannon said softly from just over Theo's shoulder. Theo almost jumped, but was too startled to.
A pity and a waste, really,
Theo replied.
Jerome will attack the city soon, and will likely have the weather turned to his benefit. He is much better at it.
Shannon put his hands on Theo's shoulders in a very unlikely, soft manner. Theo was rather certain at that point that Shannon knew something and was reacting to cover it somehow, or hide it, or let Theo know. Theo had no choice but to play along.
As long as I have what I want, I really am not concerned with how Jerome attacks. I will throw my own attack at him. I'd rather say nothing of what that will be than risk a spy warning him. The fact that the West Gate was opened so easily for us gives plenty of proof that the locals are not as devoted to their prince as much as he might think. They are a rather unreliable crowd. I cannot pass up this chance to hit Jerome. It will fulfill my deal and hopefully will stagger him back a good step.
You can't beat him. No army in the world can.
I know,
Theo said with a terrible sadness at that undeniable truth. It would take an army from other realms to take down Jerome. An army he could raise if he wanted, only he might get as lost to it as Jerome was and end up no better. One evil is no better than another.
You know, one day this prince might challenge you. You give him a great deal. You risk a great deal.
One day you might challenge me,
Theo said, playing the role.
Do not counsel me against the very thing that allows you to stand where you are at this very moment.
I merely suggest caution.
I am well aware of what is at risk,
Theo said, switching to Perton. Shannon shifted a bit closer and whispered so softly that Theo was not sure if he had whispered at all, or if he had used the softest telepathy Theo had ever encountered.
One of his warlocks plans to betray you in the summons. Do not do it at any cost.
Theo almost responded, but the door behind opened, catching them standing very close together.
What do you want?
He demanded, with as much annoyance as he could portray in his voice.
Prince Aulunashep has asked you to counsel.
Theo drew a sharp breath.
Now?
Yes, now.
Theo spun around Shannon to look at the young elf in the door. The master he played to be would kill that youth. That was likely why he had been sent. The boy was expendable. The young elf was clearly aware of it and very scared. He bowed, his hands trembling at his sides, his sweat showing through his thin cotton tunic. Shannon put a hand on Theo's arm.
Mercy for the boy,
he said. Theo jerked his arm away. It seemed an odd favor, but it spared Theo having to kill the young elf.
You best have a reason,
he said, just before he strode forward. Outside the door, several guards waited to escort Theo to the prince. Theo tried to ignore that Shannon had not come at once. He did not like being separated at all, but then again, it was likely Shannon had need of the boy for reasons Theo didn't want to think about. They didn't meet in the tower above, as Theo would have expected, but rather in a stone hall that was as flat and gray as any human castle. It was, however, not cold. The heat was created by magic, and there was a lot of it. The power emanated from the floor, almost as if it was on fire. It made everyone's robes shift and swirl about their legs with the rising heat plumes. Prince Alunashep waited with his council.
Well?
He demanded.
Let us summons.
No,
Theo said, feeling Shannon ghost in behind him.
No?
The prince asked, as if not surprised, as if something was confirmed.
Why would a master of the power that you claim not even wish to look at my summons and simply discard it? Your gift was rather nice, but on the other hand, a number of powers here call you into question. We did not see you with Usha or see you handle the power needed to draw it. It could be faked, certainly by one who travels with a creature such as a demon-held portan.
Theo felt about ready to have a heart attack.
You have a lot of talk for a man who is bound to truce.
I am, yes, and my powers and my men, but I am not the only prince here.
He gestured as two elves pushed back their hoods. One of them made Theo almost recoil, his eyes utterly black. Only once had Theo seen such eyes, and it had not been good. Theo felt Shannon shift closer, almost as if he pushed into him in an odd way. Theo did all that he could to not sway forward. Bad was getting worse very quickly.
I call you to duel,
the newly revealed prince said.
If you can win, then we will accept your truce. If not, you will suffer for it.
There was simply no way Theo could deny. He felt ill, his stomach in knots. It was rare for a prince to share a city with anyone of equal power. Something very dark was going on for both these elves to be working together.
You all surprise me. Jerome is at your walls, and yet you waste your time and lives to test me.
Theo almost laughed.
I had thought that Jerome's hold here was simply due to luck on his side. I see now that it is stupidity on your part. I will give you a chance to pull back,
he said, as despite it all he cast his hand down, bringing out his gremlin. The gremlin landed like a pouncing feline, looking something like a cross between a dragon and a cat. Theo tried not to look at it. He was certain it would make him panic. It did, however, have the effect that he wanted. Prince Alunashep stepped back, his eyes big. The gremlin snarled, acid dripping off his teeth and burning the floor.
Your pet does not scare me,
the other said.
It is, however, very cute.
He tossed his hand forward and sent out a gremlin of his own. This one was far larger and wreathed in black smoke. The power of it made several of the elves in the hall stagger back, choking on the toxic fumes. However, it didn't stand before the prince who challenged Theo. It stood to the side, almost beside him. Theo shook his head. That gremlin was not owned by this prince, who thought to take him on. Someone else had summoned it up. It owned the elf, not the other way around.
Poor child,
Theo said to him, truly sorry for him.
I pity you.
This prince, who was about to die one way or another, looked up and snarled. His eyes had returned to normal, the mark of a true necromancer removed. Theo understood now why Alunashep allowed this second prince in his city. The question was if Alunashep was his own master, or like this prince, a puppet to another.
I hold the challenge,
the puppet prince said.
It is I who pity you, you with such weak power.
The elven-controlled gremlin moved to attack. Theo threw up his arms with an instinctive defense. His mother had taught him well on that level at least. He had learned to take her attacks, and while pretending that they hit, either take control of the magic or let it pass harmlessly. He had mastered that trick early on, in more than one realm. He had also fought such gremlins before. Without the control of a strong master, such gremlins would take any lack of submission as a personal insult, usually losing their tempers. The attack came, and Theo stepped back, out of one realm into another, splitting himself so that his body was left in one, his soul in the other. It was something the gremlin did not expect, rendering his attack little more than a hard shove on either realm. Theo spun aside and back into himself as his own gremlin attacked. The two gremlins moved with no real chance for either to fully overcome the other, but that was not the point. In the moment of distraction, Theo sent a single bolt of dark blue energy in both realms at the puppet prince. The elven-controlled gremlin did exactly what Theo thought it would. It pulled its ward into the sub-realm. The prince was pulled from the path of one bolt and placed right into the path of the other. Unable to avoid the bolt, he was killed instantly. His soul was severed and set free, his body staggered back, hollow and lifeless. Theo looked at the shocked gremlin. It whirled at him, rage burning in its eyes now. That trick would not work again. This attack would be serious. With a shout, Theo grabbed hold of the ball of power that he hid within his chest, and so rarely even thought about, releasing it into the room. He did it without even thinking. He was in battle mode, his life as the son of a black sorceress taking over. Everything went utterly dark. Waves of distortion swirled and roared about him as he brought up even deeper powers. Theo felt the last keys slip into place. He knew he had to open the door. He had to become the passage. He shouted in rage at the fate of things, at his mother, at every moment that had brought him to that point. He knew that to stop now would kill him. His soul and heart rebelled against the magics he was using and what he was doing. It had taken him decades to wash away and hide the stain of such magics, but here he was openly using what he detested so much. For a flicker of a moment, Theo almost pulled back, but in that instant, he felt the elf's gremlin's thought. In the distortion of the magics Theo had released, it saw Shannon as what and who Shannon truly was, and moved to take down the Prince of Pert. Theo had no choice but to silence the gremlin and protect the secret. The great power he had only begun to summon up at that point roared through him, through his chest, turning him inside out and leaving him trembling from both pain and pressure. A form that was more smoke than creature blasted out of him and attacked the gremlin. The darkness moved like a million ribbons, swirling around an unseen form, binding the gremlin, which began to scream. The screaming didn't bother Theo, but the elves fell to their knees, holding their ears. Theo was utterly calm, without emotion, stripped of everything but power and control. Without fear, he let his summons consume the gremlin. How long it took did not matter. To Theo, time had stopped. When the elf's gremlin was no more, slowly the ribbons gathered and came to stand before Theo. The form of a man was barely visible through the constant swirling. Theo felt nothing. Like mist in the sun, the summons burned away, leaving the room all oddly silent, except for the sobbing of the elves in the total darkness. The room was cold, so cold that his breath froze on the air. Theo could see as clear as day, his vision colored with the energies and heat of all living things. Prince Alunashep lifted his bloodshot eyes, his face tear-streaked. Blood was trickling from his ears, and his face looked burned. Theo moved. These elves were his enemies. They were blood mages and warlocks. They fed on the pain of others, and he would not let them live. He stepped forward and waved his hand toward them. Shards of black ice flew through the air and into them, shredding their clothes and bodies as they sliced clean through. The elves collapsed into heaps of mangled flesh and bone. One alone he could not hit. The deal was still binding with Prince Alunashep. The prince stayed on his knees, sobbing.
"I'm done with you,"
Theo said before turning. Even as he turned, the power began to slip. He made sure not to look directly at Shannon, not for fear of what he would see, but what Shannon might see. Shannon turned slowly and followed Theo out of the hall. They had to get out of the palace before the man who had owned that gremlin woke from whatever trance he was in that allowed him to summon a gremlin in the manner that he had. The gremlin's master would be in pain and suffering from the defeat, but he would be alive and very angry. They had to find Oirion and Ivan now. Just as his last energies seemed to give out and his body felt too drained to move, he was given what he needed. Energy was fed to him by his gremlin, one who was seeking reward and seeking to please his master like any good pet. Theo reacted just as he had as a child, as a good master would, with a touch of affection. End of Chapter 24. Continue with Chapter 25, Shadow Guard. Princes and Priests, Chapter 25, Shadow Guard. Oirion wasn't so sure that he could take much more abuse. Ever since he had landed on this forbidden continent, he had gotten nothing but beaten down. Every time he turned around, he was getting hit again. After the beating at the hands of the prince, he wasn't in any shape to do much. He had trouble even getting up, and his slow motion got him jerked up by guard after guard. The jolting certainly didn't help. He'd been hit with canes, zapped with magic shock, and stabbed with a number of needles. The other two that were with him received the same. The elf was bought several days later, late in the evening. Oirion bowed his head and tried to pray for the man's soul. When one left this cell, his fate was bound to be very bad. The Sphinx spent that evening singing softly as the sun set. He did not eat the bowl of soup that was provided. He just sat back against the wall and sang his song. Oirion closed his eyes and was glad for the song. It helped him to forget about the pain. He wondered about Ivan. Were they really here to stay, or might they yet escape? He drifted to sleep sometime in the night. When he woke at dawn, the Sphinx was dead, a peaceful look on his face. Oirion didn't move, despite the pouring rain, as he watched them take away the body. After the Sphinx was removed, the sale began again. They brought in a wild-looking elf who appeared to have been drugged through the mud. Oirion knew it was going to be another day of abuse, and he was right about that. One buyer hit him hard enough in the thigh with a cane that they had to call in a healer to mend the broken bone. This healing was much worse than the Ulamar healings. He was exhausted and still had tears on his face when another prince entered. Oirion glanced up but did not bother to do more. He did not want another beating, and showing any sign of strength seemed to entice such. The prince gestured to Oirion.
What is his story?
He asked.
He does not look dangerous.
He is trouble, your highness. He has killed 6 since he was bound, and that's not counting my own guards. He was a skilled fighter, but I fear that he has serious injuries to his spine, skull, and head. The binding spells do not hold very well, and his pain tolerance is extremely high. He is strong-willed, and while he speaks a bit of Elven, he is not one that I recommend. For those reasons, as well as the fact that he was traveling with the Eziren you bought, they took out a full troop of guards, him with a bleeding lung. I can't, in good mind, suggest either. I understand the use of the giant as a pet, but this one is nothing but trouble.
The prince walked over with a soft grace that Oirion had only seen a few times in his life. Different than Shannon's type of elegant motion, but somehow echoing it, this was almost as if he walked in another realm altogether. He was a beautiful prince with fine, fair features, softer than most elves, a bit short but well built, and his hair was a gold that was very pretty. In the sunlight, he must have been stunning with the gems that were strung in his hair, catching the light. He took Orion's chin on one finger and raised it to look at him. Oirion tried to focus but couldn't do much more than wince and blink as the rain splattered him in the face.
What is with his energy?
The prince asked.
He had a broken leg. My healers mended it moments before you arrived.
Oirion pulled his head away.
He was with the Eziren, was he?
The prince asked.
What relationship did they hold?
They did not want to fight each other, and he resisted most firmly, but he was broken.
The prince took Orion's chin again with a very odd gentleness for the sort that would shop here.
So he came from beyond the barrier, did he?
The prince asked.
Yes,
the other said slowly. Oirion almost pulled away, but if this elf had Ivan, then the place Oirion wanted to be was in this man's pocket. He started to look away, but the hand tightened and kept him from doing so.
He is older than he would look at first glance,
the other said.
He is part Purtan. The bloodline holds his age.
Fantastic,
the prince admired.
Another Purtan. I have to say I'm not so happy about his injuries, but I want him nonetheless, and I do not want your healers to mess with him further. I will use my own. That way I can be assured that it is done to the standard I desire.
He turned from Oirion and looked at the owner.
Now, about the price. Shall we go have wine and discuss it while you have him washed and dressed in something a bit more weather-suitable? Some travel clothes, perhaps?
Oirion had no idea who the prince was that he was delivered to, but the elf sat with elegant beauty. He had a glass of wine that dangled from his fingertips as he leaned back from the table. The gown was as beautiful as his hair and gems. His eyes turned to Oirion, who was getting more uneasy about the situation as the moments passed. The previous owner was there, and also a fat elf sitting off to the side, drinking wine and looking rather pleased with himself. The prince had a guard standing close behind him as well. He was handsome enough, as he was portrayed, but looked rather plain next to his master.
You speak a bit?
The prince asked him slowly.
A bit,
Oirion returned, making his accent as bad as he could but still be understandable. The elf smiled, amused.
Come here then and kneel.
He gestured to the floor.
I will share my meal.
I'm not hungry,
Oirion lied.
I warned you that he was stubborn and strong-willed,
the owner said.
Of course he is. Come here,
he told Oirion.
You will not like it if I have to get up to bring you here.
Oirion thought of his back and how easy he'd be taken down right now. As able as the guard looked, Oirion knew he had no choice. He moved slowly toward the elf but stopped just out of reach. The prince smiled.
Please kneel down and rest before you hurt yourself,
he said, gesturing to the floor again.
I will have quite enough healing to do on you as it is. I do not need you to make it worse.
Oirion was simply too stubborn to kneel, even if he was not sure how long his knees would hold him up. The elf rose, set his glass down, and stood before Oirion. He grabbed Oirion with surprising speed and jerked down on the front of his tunic. The jerk was all it took for Oirion to fall to his hands and knees. The elf lifted Orion's chin in his hand and sank down to look at him.
My mercy has its limits, and obedience has its rewards. Choose to obey and you will do well. Choose not to, and I'll not be the one to break you. I have a vampire for that task. If he happens to feed on you a little, it only hurts for a few years.
He rose and retook his seat.
About that,
the owner said.
Grapples was telling me you have a vampire as a pet. Are you mad?
The prince laughed.
Ha 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 ha. You cannot imagine the rewards. Not only is he rather handy in such tasks as breaking the stubborn and defiant, but he is also a nice toy during the hours of the night. The light is a problem, though. It is not so easy to find safe places to remove the shields he must wear, but overall he is my favorite toy yet.
Oirion was too sore to hear much more and just sank into a light trance, trying to escape the pain. He woke from it only when he was pulled up to his feet by the guard. They moved through the darkness to a carriage. He was so sore that he could barely climb into it. Guards hauled him up into Ivan's big hands, which caught hold of him, aiding him in. Oirion just fell into the giant, who was crammed into the small space.
You all right, Oirion?
Ivan asked, concerned.
No.
Oirion groaned, not even trying to get up into the seat. It was good to just kneel on the floor, leaning against the support of a friend.
You see, not all is bad. We are back together.
Ivan put his big hand on Orion's back, trying to warm the chill away.
The prince who bought us seems of a decent sort. Maybe he will arrange to have you well healed.
Oh God, no more healings.
Oirion rested his head on Ivan's knee as the carriage moved forward, leaving the market behind.
My poor, stupid, stubborn friend.
Ivan picked him up like a child and drew him into the seat. Oirion tried to stay conscious but couldn't. He dropped off into sleep as soon as Ivan got him settled. Thunder woke Oirion just as a storm began to drive against the carriage. Ivan had a warm arm around him, like a great shawl.
We stopped a bit ago,
Ivan said softly.
To shelter from the storm, I think. Something of great power has happened and has set off storms in a whole new way.
Oirion pushed himself up to look out the small window. It was dark beyond, with no lamps, windows, or sky to be seen. There was only Ivan in the dark. Lightning flickered, filling the sky with a shocking green light. Oirion could see that they were parked under a bridge with a river raging past, not far beyond the wheels of the carriage. His eyes were left blind in the moment that followed.
Are we still in the city?
I think so.
There's a river out there.
I'm not sure it's supposed to be there. I don't know, Oirion. It isn't even night. The storm is just that bad. Like I said, something terrible has happened.
The door opened to a hooded man holding up a small, covered lamp.
Let's go,
the man said.
Hurry.
Oirion was not about to hurry, even if he could. The hooded man offered his hand.
Can you walk?
He asked, concerned.
I don't know,
Oirion said honestly, as he winced with the pain of moving.
We have to move,
another said from outside, his soft voice one that Oirion recognized at once. Shannon. Hope flooded him. There was a hint of urgency to the voice, and Oirion struggled to move faster as he caught at the offered hand. He didn't know who else was there, but he knew Shannon was there, and that he had not abandoned them to the hell of the captivity they had been trapped in. Ivan helped the best he could, lifting Oirion out of the carriage and into the rain, where Shannon was quick to throw a heavy cloak around him. Shannon moved Oirion along, as if he could see just fine in the utter blackness of the storm. Oirion smelled the horse before he was picked up by Ivan and put in the saddle. The small lamp bounced about, bobbing oddly, as the others moved to mount up. His horse was uneasy, snorting a little, but stayed still and very well behaved, all things considered. A magic of Shannon's, no doubt.
If you can't ride, let me know and I will belt you on,
Shannon said.
We have to move now. He is closing in on us.
Oirion didn't want to think anymore or feel anything. He just trusted and gripped the saddle as Shannon took the horse's lead rope. Both man and horse had to trust Shannon in the dark. Maybe it was for the best. If Oirion could not see, hopefully, the armies around them would not see them either. Theo knew that there was something very wrong before they had even gone out onto the street. It felt like little bugs crawling over his back. He knew that feeling too well. It was the same sort of tracking scan that his mother used before she hit her targets with something nasty. He turned in his saddle to grab hold of his staff and pulled it out as he glanced around intently. Shannon noticed his action and shifted in the saddle, readjusting the way his robe fell over his thigh to allow for a quick motion to weapons he had hidden. By either skill or luck, Theo saw the shadow before it attacked. It was not a demon, but a small gremlin. It shot out from under the eaves of a building as they rode past. It grabbed his horse by the neck and ripped the throat out, even as Theo went for it. Theo shouted as his horse went down. His staff flared with a flash of red light, flooding the street with illumination. Trying to not get pinned, he made an effort to escape the falling horse. He jumped free, but hit the pavement hard. Stunned for a moment, he saw that others had attacked. The horses were down. He had just enough time to see that Shannon had a shield up and was holding 3 of the creatures back with it. They were climbing on the shield, their claws digging into the power like it was soft wood. Theo rolled up to a crouching position, despite the odd fatigue that was sinking in. He shouted and swung at the creature that was attacking him. The staff hit it, as it would a solid creature, and sent it flying like it was nothing more than a house cat. He moved and swung at the closest one attacking Shannon, tearing it free and crushing it with the staff end. Ivan shouted in pain just before total darkness hit them. It was so cold, Theo felt as if his skin had turned to ice. He couldn't breathe and was suffocating in it. The staff in his hand flared green, and his breath tore through him. He reached and grabbed hold of Shannon, who had 2 of the gremlins still on him, their claws sinking into his shoulders. The staff flashed in a strange burst, making the gremlins scream and fall away. Everything was swirling in chaos, making it difficult to determine where was up or down. Theo tried to see Shannon, but there was only the sound of him yelling something before the world dropped away. Suffocating cold rushed up, swallowing them for a moment in sheer power. Theo got a better grip on Shannon's arm as they dropped. He felt a little panic as he knew what this was, and it was not a good thing. He tried to brace himself for impact, but even so, he nearly collapsed as his knees gave out when he hit solid ground. Pain shocked up his feet from the drop, and beside him, someone collapsed, hitting his leg. His grip on the staff held him up. Shannon almost stayed on his feet, but his knees buckled as well. The darkness and storm were suddenly gone. They were all on a cold stone floor, trying to move. Ivan picked himself up from where he had landed beside Theo and grabbed Orion's arm, pulling him a little closer. They were in a nearly dark cell that seemed bright compared to the street outside. Wizards in black robes stood in a ring around them. They had triggered a gate that was visible in its power lines on the floor. Theo could still see the lines. It would take a moment for them to fade fully, but it had revealed power and rank in that brief moment. A man stood directly before Theo. Theo could not name him, but he had met this man before. For one moment, they stood looking at each other. Theo lifted his staff and brought it down as hard as he could. The claws snapped open, and power shot down at the lines on the floor, rebuilding the gate under their feet. It wasn't what Theo had expected, but he didn't let it distract him from what he was doing. Once again, he had no choice but to open up locked and rarely used power.
Skrios.
Theo uttered the word of destruction in Elder Awen's. The staff flared white as they were dropped into the darkness again, but not before his own magic blasted outward from him. The river slowed and widened as the mountains fell behind them. The banks rose up in soft earth that crumbled and broke at any disturbance, making it difficult to find places to pull the boat over and camp. Some nights they drifted on without rest, suffering through the discomfort of the boat and the cold, dozing off as often as they could. Low clouds raced across the sky in gray, rough-looking tatters. Days went by. Kelly woke the others from restless sleep just before dawn. The banks had dropped away. They had been pushed out along a current that was a winding line of open water amid an expanse of reeds that rattled and leaned in the gusts of wind. They were no longer on the river.
I know where we are now,
Kava said, pushing himself up.
We are out of the elven territory and into the marshes. This will run to the west and then out to the ocean. We are only days from the coast.
They all cheered up. The weather was warm enough that Revan dove over and went swimming. Such a marsh would have food. He expected to get fish, but returned with several ducks for a meal. They cheered up even more. They found a place to pull over, welcoming the mud over the boat. As the sun rose above the mountains, its warm golden rays revealed blue sky and sunshine for a change. They spent the day fishing and braiding reeds to make fuel for the fire. Kelly found some gnarled roots, little dried berries that tasted like rose hips, and a collection of various flat-leafed water plants that she was certain were edible. Adding it all together, they had a decent meal for the first time in many weeks. Free of the threat of elves, they all felt like they could breathe for a moment and spent the evening sitting together, just resting.
I wonder if the others are all right,
Dave said softly.
If it's for us to know, we will,
Riven said.
Pray for their souls, wherever those souls may be, and leave it at that.
As evening crept up, Dave got up to walk a little. He stood in his ragged, tattered clothes, his beard long outgrown, his hair wild and a little matted, and watched the sunset. Kelly walked up and joined him. She stood at his elbow, not saying anything, just being tall and solid. He picked at his hair, watching a flight of ducks move in and glide down, not far from their camp.
When we lost Cindy, that was bad enough,
he said.
It feels like we can't go just yet. We have to wait for them to catch up.
Shannon will,
she said.
I hope so. We eat better when he's around, if nothing else.
She smiled. Dave thought about reaching over to her, but he didn't. If he did, it would be just one more thing that he would have to worry about. But tonight he decided, if she lay beside him, he would put his arm around her.
Dave.
She pointed to a dot in the sky as the ducks took off unhappily.
What is that?
Even as she got the words out, a sudden gust of wind blasted powerfully out from the spot and hit the reeds, laying them over. It knocked Dave and Kelly back so hard that they both flew off their feet and landed in the muddy water. Lightning snaked out over them, and clouds rolled outward from the point of darkness in the sky. Rain began to slash down, and then, as quickly as it had come, it was past. The rain turned to a fine, soft mist as the dark of night settled. Kava and Riven ran to them, as startled as they were.
Well?
Riven asked. He lifted his nose and smelled the air, then grinned and took off. They followed him as Dave cast up a faint light to see by. They made it through the maze of water and land to where Riven slowed. It was not what Riven had expected. He stood with his axe in hand, not sure if he should kill at once or give them a moment to explain. Kneeling in the mud, slumped in exhaustion, was an elven prince with his hair falling in his face. His hand gripped a white staff that cast a green shield around him and the others with him. The prince had hold of a man in torn and ragged elven clothes who had collapsed at his feet. The man's long black hair was undone, spilling down over his shoulders and face with long wet coils of pertin curls. Riven could see that the man wore gloves, and that was what gave it away.
Shannon?
Riven asked in disbelief and concern as he knelt to look more closely. Shannon and the elven prince were not alone. Ivan was there, unconscious, half in the water with Oirion just out of his reach. The elf lifted his head slowly. He looked through the hair, half braided with gems that sparkled in the light of his staff magic that had escaped its fine style.
I found you,
he said in Awans. Then he toppled over and was out, the light of his staff fading into nothing. Shannon woke with a jerk. He sat up halfway, then rolled over, holding his head in an obvious reaction to pain. Riven rose but didn't move to the man who so rarely even allowed contact. They watched in silence as he pushed himself up and held his head a moment until he looked up at the dwarf, who stood anxiously waiting to know what was going to happen in the next moment. Riven couldn't deny the relief that he felt when Shannon looked up as just Shannon. No glowing red eyes. It almost made the cleric feel rather guilty.
We missed you,
he offered to Shannon.
It is a headache, Riven. I'm not going to bite you.
Sorry.
Riven sank to sit.
It's been a long year. You know how nerves get when you're a cleric.
Yes, I do.
Shannon looked over at the elf who was unconscious and looking very pale. His hand was still locked around his white staff, and he was barely breathing. Shannon moved closer to him, and with an almost tender touch put a hand on his forehead.
Do you have a camp?
Yes, we do,
Riven said.
Let's get them there, then.
Shannon gathered the elf in his arms and got to his feet. Dave and Riven both took hold of Oirion to lead the way, while Ka'ava and Kelly struggled to pick up Ivan and follow after the others. Once they had the 3 unconscious men at camp, they set to trying to warm and dry them in the warmth of their fire.
You want to tell us what happened?
Dave finally asked, hoping that Shannon would give them an idea of what was going on. Shannon smoothed back the hair from the elf's face. He held the elf's wrist in his hand, totally focused on him for a moment, and then looked up at his nephew.
Ask Theo when he wakes. I must see to my shields.
He shifted into the position he used and immediately dropped into a trance. It was Ivan who woke first. He was shivering, sweating, and twitching long before he finally jarred awake with a shout, thrashing his arms. Kelly grabbed him and shook him awake. He grabbed hold of her and just held on, his breath short, choking on tears.
Ivan,
she said kindly.
It's all right. You're with us now. It's all right.
Ivan slowly let go of her and turned to look at Riven. He looked at the dwarf for a long time, then over to Dave, then back to Riven, appealing.
I would ask you to bless me, priest. I feel like I need anything you can offer me.
Riven went to Ivan and took the big man's hands.
Ivan, I would bless you if I felt that my heart was solidly dedicated to the church that gave me the robes.
I don't care what god your heart is dedicated to. I know you're a golden priest and I need your protection and touch on my soul. The god of port is not in competition with the god of your forefathers. You can be priest to both, and my gods never feel anger for the aid and kinship of the other gods of light. Please, Riven,
he begged, tears spilling down from his bloodshot eyes. Riven nodded and bowed his head. He took the big hands in his and whispered the prayers of Pert. Then he switched to Dwarven and finished with the prayers of light, peace, and protection that he had heard his grandfather say so often. He stayed a long time, holding Ivan's hands, as the golden light circled through and healed them both, making them warm and safe in its embrace. Only when it became still did Riven let go. Ivan had calmed, breathing slowly and quietly.
Better?
Dave asked the big man. Ivan looked at his friend, but none of his usual humor was in his eyes. He sat silently for a while, then looked up at them.
We were taken captive. The elves healed Oirion in their desire for slaves. I did what I could to hide who he was, and it seems to have held. If it hadn't, they wouldn't have sold him in open market. Instead, there would have been a war between Jerome and the evils in that city. It was bad enough as it was. But you know Oirion, he's so damn proud and stubborn. They would come to look at him and he'd injure them. A few he even killed. It got to the point that the market master had to put him in another cell.
He was silent for a moment.
We were bought by an elven prince, and as we passed through the last edges of the city, shadow creatures attacked us.
He was still a moment, his eyes seeing the past.
There was no warning at all. They just came at us, then the realm opened, and we fell through. When we hit the ground, I tried to grab for Oirion, but before I could even get my bearing, we fell again, and here we are.
He looked up.
I can't explain the darkness or the cold or the touch of the shadow creatures, but there it is, and worse. I'm sure Jerome felt it. It was great power that was used.
He sank forward and put his head in his hands.
Whatever block you put on Oirion, you need to remove it,
Shannon said, not moving.
It is impeding his recovery.
Ivan crawled over to Oirion, who was not looking so well. He laid his hands on the man's chest and whispered in Ezerin. A soft mist seemed to swirl up out of Oirion and into Ivan's hands. Ivan sat back with a heavy sigh.
I hope that kept him safe.
It did, Shannon said. You did a wise thing, Ivan. Thank you.
Ivan looked over at the Purton's unlikely words of gratitude. Shannon opened his eyes and met Ivan's eyes a moment. Ivan nodded once to Shannon before he wrapped his arms around his knees and sank into silent brooding. It was just after dawn when the prince stirred. He jerked into consciousness, then lay still a moment. Slowly he sat up and looked at Dave sitting at the fire. The others had gone duck hunting with Riven, and Shannon was still in trance.
Dave,
he said with relief. Dave lifted an eyebrow at the elf before him. Theo rubbed at his face, feeling the trail of Elliot's magic. It still held, but wasn't Elliot's anymore. It was the staff holding it for him. He shivered and tugged at the string of the magic so it would begin to unravel. The energy tied into the illusion melted away, and he felt as if he shrank. Everything came at him as the memory of it all poured into his head and heart. He covered his face in his hands, fighting to not cry. It was a task he failed at.
Theo?
Dave asked uncertainly and with concern. Theo shook his head and held up a hand. He struggled to get up in his elven robes. Wet, muddy, and twined about him, the once fine silk was now a serious hindrance to his movement.
Don't touch me,
he choked out as Dave moved to come closer. The touch of the magics he had used to save the others would still be in him and about him like a bad perfume. He had to get away, to get rid of it all. He could not face his friends right now.
Let him go,
Shannon said softly, stopping Dave from following him. Theo stumbled away. He couldn't be around them. He struggled through the marsh and reeds until he fell to his knees. He wanted to die. He could almost hear his mother laughing at him, at how she had won. He had done exactly what she wanted. He had done it well, and he was now hers. He could feel her hands on his skin, taste her as real as if she had been there, gloating over it as she did every time she seduced him. He revolted himself. His soul was weak, and his body was pathetic. He was a coward. Only in weakness did he ever use magic. He felt like he was going insane with all of it. Remorse and grief boiled in his gut, fear at his own weakness, and fear that he was no better than that elf who had been the gremlin's vessel. He gripped fistfuls of hair, rocking in his distress. He couldn't even consider the look that the others would give him when he returned, stained by such black magics, seduced by such power. Orion's look would be devastating. What would they say when they learned that he had lied to them all? They had been good to him, and he was a liar, and as black as any of the enemies they had fought. He stayed out long after the sun had set and the moons had risen. But he was unaware of time or place as his heart and mind wrestled with the demons he had hoped to escape when he had fled his home.
You going to stay out all night or come back to camp?
Theo jerked out of his madness, ashamed that he had been found and terrified of being seen for what he was. He couldn't even try to talk.
Come.
Kelly took hold of his shoulders to lift him, but he pulled away.
Don't touch me,
he half shouted, his voice too rough for a real shout.
I will simply pick you up and pack you if I have to.
Leave me alone.
She waited for a moment, then sank down beside him in the mud.
All right then.
She said.
If you want me to leave you alone, tell me why.
You have no idea who I am.
He shook his head, too tired to cry.
So you did something that you wish you hadn't, I take it.
Oh, that's a mild way to put it.
Why did you do it?
I had to.
He lamented.
They would have taken Shannon. He couldn't fight them alone.
Ah, so you opened your soul up to risk in order to save another? Huh. You're right. Self-sacrifice for friends is terrible, Theo. Whatever were you thinking?
She mocked him. He looked over at her, half shocked that she had just used such a tone.
You don't understand, Kelly.
She sighed, her dark eyes soft and sad.
Oh, but I do.
She smiled faintly.
You think I don't know a warlock and a necromancer when I see one.
She put a big hand on Theo's back.
Don't worry, the others won't see it. Even if they did, you think you would be anything other than Theo to us now. Even Oirion has formed bonds to Shannon, if that's not odd.
You know?
She grunted.
I suspected a bit ago but didn't know until now. The magics you used at the battle.
She shrugged.
Impressive, Theo. Only a true warlock master can hide such power. Such things carry in the soul, life to life. It is not born of the flesh. And my friend, not all warlocks are evil. You prove that. Now come, stop being so selfish and join your friends for a meal.
Selfish?
He asked with a shocked look on his face as she got up, pulling him up by the hand.
Yes.
She smoothed his fine face in her calloused paws.
Shannon, Oirion, and Ivan would be blood slaves if not for you. Jerome's blood slaves.
She pointed out.
Come, my friend, and sit with me at the fire. Someday we might talk of the magics and the things we have done, but not today. Today, you are just Theo, and I am just Kelly, okay?
Okay,
he said weakly. He wished that he could be just Theo around Shannon again, but he didn't think he would ever truly be able to face any of them. Oirion woke slowly, trying to move only an inch at a time, hoping to avoid the pain, but it was just out of the question. He was surprised to see that it was Shannon at his side, kneeling supportively, helping him up and bracing his back.
What did you do?
Shannon asked him.
He was a blood, and if I hadn't punched him, he would have known that I'm a priest. I didn't have a choice.
Can you be anywhere and not get beat up? Every time I turn around, you are getting hurt.
I don't do that on purpose,
Oirion grumbled. He considered asking Shannon to take the pain away again, but after the last time, he felt a strangeness between them. He did not want to feel that again.
God, I miss Jamie.
You know he's alive, don't you?
Oirion grunted.
No, Oirion, I mean it. If he was turned like you think, you would feel it in your soul like a cancer that would make you sick. It would tear you up. And if he were dead, you would be in such a state of grief that your Purton heart would simply stop beating. He's fine.
And you just know all that, do you?
For once, don't question me. Just accept that I'm not as ignorant as you think. Your longing for Jamie is a result of the barrier. It is blocking a great deal of your bond. Once we get out of the barrier, you'll feel better.
Oirion knew that he couldn't sit up without help, but having Shannon be so close and nice was uncomfortable. He really didn't want to confess that every time he tried to contact Jamie, he found Shannon. His body needed the support, and part of him wanted to lean against Shannon, but he just couldn't do it. Shannon shifted to put his weight on his arm, braced on the ground behind Oirion, making his shoulder a backrest. Shannon leaned just enough of his strength against Oirion to make himself into just that.
You know, Ivan thinks you have a crush on me, and if you stay sitting there like that, I might get a little nervous about it,
Oirion finally said. He would have expected any response other than the one that he got.
Ha ha ha.
Shannon actually laughed. It was a real laugh from inside, and was not whispered but strong and mortal sounding.
Ivan is not nearly as dumb as he pretends to be, but sometimes he interprets things in such an innocent sort of way, as a child would. Right now, I'm only interested in helping you not injure yourself further, and as for anything else, romance of any sort is nothing I even consider, and have not for a very long time.
Wow,
Kelly said from the edge of the camp.
You can laugh? What the hell did you say to him, Oirion?
She asked.
Do it again.
Oirion smiled despite himself.
Ivan,
Shannon said, as the big man entered the camp with a duck in his hand.
What?
Shannon shook his head.
You are a great and wise man. Sometimes you see things in such a gentle way. It is a prize to have you around.
Ivan beamed.
Wow, what did I do to deserve that out of the king of formality?
Your "some Pertons are that way" comment,
Oirion said with a grin, even as he tried to hide it.
Oh,
Ivan chuckled.
Right, well, say what you want, Shannon. I'm a great wise man, and I will see it as I see it.
You do that?
Shannon smiled at him. It was a strange change and left them all sort of stunned. With a smile, Shannon looked like an utterly different man, and none of them were sure how to deal with that other man.
Okay, now you can let go of me, Shannon,
Oirion said softly.
I think I can sit up on my own.
Shannon slowly leaned away from him so that Oirion could take his weight in increments, to test just how bad things were and to find the limits of his pain.
God, my back hurts,
he said, as a half-prayer for mercy. Oirion used a stick as a sort of cane. He had long lost the staff they had found at the Grimm's, and he missed it more now than ever before. The others had left him in camp, and he needed to go find a place to relieve his body. He had gone farther than he had meant to, and was now fighting his way back to the camp, trudging through the mud. Every step hurt. He stood a moment with his feet sinking into the soft earth. At least it wasn't sweltering hot as it had been in the bog, he thought. Overall, this place reminded him of the wetlands of Pert and the training he experienced there as a teenager. What if Shannon was right? What if Jamie was all right and at home wondering what had happened to Oirion? The thought was both comforting and upsetting, but he held it, lingering over it, asking questions of it, and trying to imagine the explanation of all this, considering what the hell had happened to make Jamie walk off with a vampire, like it was nothing at all, helped keep him distracted. His mind was full of those thoughts when, all of a sudden, water spun and spouted up into a geyser, forming a pillar before him. The water rose out of the center of the swirl and formed into the very man that he was thinking about, as if, somehow, Jamie was trying to contact him. He took a step back, startled and excited at the idea. Even as he realized that it was out of the question, because of the barrier, he felt himself drop into a spell that felt very much like a vampire lure. He tried to slip it, but the focus needed to attempt to escape the magic blurred. He was unable to do anything but stand, transfixed by the water pillar before him. He noticed, in the center of it, there was a glowing point. His mind tried to understand it, but there was nothing that he could seem to get his mind to grab hold of. He saw the motion from within it, but it did not register in his mind, so there was no reaction for him to make. He just stood there. Somehow, he saw Shannon running from the side as well. Oirion watched as the glowing heart shot out of the chest of the water statue, just as Shannon reached it. Shannon reached out and hit it with his hand, almost catching it. It was so fast in motion, Oirion barely saw it, but he knew, somewhere in his mind, that Shannon was trying to redirect the magic of the water thing. Even in the state he was in, he suspected that Shannon was trying to use the magic in the attack for some other purpose. What that was, only Shannon knew. In his desperate attempt to save Oirion, Shannon had hit too hard and shattered the water ball into a million fragments of ice. By the time it hit Oirion, it was nothing but a fine, shimmering mist. The power that remained hit Oirion in the chest, where the creature would have. It felt as if the water pillar had struck him and passed right through him. He staggered back and nearly fell, but he caught himself. The remaining pillar collapsed in a gush of wet and mud. Oirion stood there, stunned, blinking away spots of light. When he could, he looked over at Shannon, who stood glaring at him.
"What was that?"
Shannon demanded, as if Oirion had utterly failed a child's test.
I tried to slip it, but it took me by surprise,
he objected.
It looked like Jamie.
You are bound and determined to get killed, aren't you?
Shannon demanded.
Why do I keep saving you?
He threw his hands up and headed back to camp.
Because you love me,
Oirion retorted back sweetly, as Shannon walked away. Oirion stood a moment, a little lightheaded and wavering. He could see spots of light dancing in his eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling of the fluid moving and flowing through him. It was a very odd sensation, one that he was certain wasn't right.
Shannon.
He reached out a hand, feeling just a little unstable. He saw Shannon half turn, shimmering in the oddest way, and then he passed out. Shannon heard the tone in Orion's voice, which was enough to turn him around just in time to see Oirion sink to the ground. He moved at once to get to him. He had sent the beetle's power at Oirion in a twist of healing that should have made the injuries of the last few weeks vanish and leave him nearly healed. But something had gone wrong. Shannon's magic never failed once he figured out how to do something. To have such a basic power go wrong was abnormal. He ran to where Oirion had toppled. The man had sunken over into the grass and soft mud and lay there staring up at the sky. Shannon reached out toward the priest and felt the last thing he had wanted to feel. Orion's astral body was rising out of the flesh that lay on the ground. It was not formed or conscious yet, but it was still reaching to Shannon for help. Once it touched Shannon's fingertips, he would not be able to escape it. If he tried, it could go very badly very quickly, and death would be the best salvation for Oirion at that point. He did not dare to draw away or distract himself with theories about what had gone wrong to cause such an odd reaction. This type of separation of body and soul did not normally happen, and while it was not a great danger for a priest, the magic was something that he had not expected Oirion to be capable of. Once, such magic had been a power that was used often and in several ways, but there were a great many things that the church didn't teach anymore. Anything that revealed any sort of truth was slowly being removed and forgotten. Despite that, here was Oirion behaving like a cardinal, doing magic only a man of such rank should even be able to begin to do. Oirion surely had no idea that he was endangering himself and Shannon for his lack of education and practice with such high magics.
Oirion,
he said as gently as he could. He dropped the whisper so that the astral mind could hear his true voice as it would sound in Orion's mind if they spoke telepathically.
You need to go back to your body. Let go of me and sink back.
Oirion didn't sink back. He remained an invisible density above his body, as the power of the spell that Shannon had hit him with moved through the flesh. Shannon was stuck. Orion's life was literally in Shannon's hand. He began to understand that Oirion was simply avoiding the spell magic that he had been hit with, and so not metabolizing any of the demonic energy. Wise, actually, as it would keep all demonic trace energies out of his soul, therefore protecting his priesthood. The crossover of magics that was going on in Oirion was truly fascinating, and if Shannon had had the time, he might have studied it. But this was not the place or the time. Shannon would have expected such a reaction from only the highest-ranking cardinal, but not from Oirion. He began to relax when he realized that he only had to wait for the magics he had sent to do their work and burn free of Orion's body. It would only take a little time, and the magic, even as tainted as it was, would leave no mark at all on Orion's soul. Once again, Oirion surprised Shannon with magics and strength that seemed totally out of place. It was as if Oirion not only knew what Shannon was, but accepted him and his aid. He was just settling back on his heels when he heard the attack on the others. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't risk the effect Orion's death would have on him. He was helpless to speed up Orion's recovery and helpless to aid the others. Somehow, these people had come to mean something to him. They had stirred him out of his carefully constructed world of habit, rules, and high demands. If they knew, they might be flattered, but Shannon had to admit it was a bad place he had allowed himself to be put in. He never should have stayed with them. He had broken his own rules, and someone was going to pay for it. The knowledge of that sickened him. He had seen himself lose control for such foolish things as the concept of friends. He closed his eyes and focused on the magic before him. This type of attack was not at all what Riven expected. He had returned to camp with a couple of ducks just before Shannon had rushed past him at an all-out run, a rather impressive thing, he thought. Then, immediately after, he saw ducks he had been hoping to catch later tonight take off from the marsh, heading north in a panic. There was a silence that fell over the wetland. He felt an odd surge of power from the direction that Shannon had gone, but his instincts told him that was not where the danger was coming from. He dropped the ducks that he was preparing as he heard the voices of the others returning. He could smell the mud that they were disturbing, and Ka'ava's wet hair, but that wasn't all. He wasn't sure if it was an animal that he smelled or something that was in the mud. The true danger was from whatever was far closer to them than Oirion and Shannon. He lifted his nose to catch a better whiff of the smell just as the attack came. 24 men charged out of a shiver of power, teleporting in from not far away. It was a skilled and difficult attack for a group of that size. Riven had seen several warped creatures do the same thing to catch prey, but never a human. Regardless, there they were. He shouted and grabbed his axe, pulling it out with a defensive swing. He managed to jump back across the fire and throw up a blast of power that flashed out over their shields. At least the others were warned that he was under attack, he thought, as he was slammed back with a blast of energy that sent him flying into the reeds. Scans swept out looking for one man. Riven shouted again as he scrambled up out of the mud and threw up a scatter spell that confused Scans and brought them up short. They were after Shannon, and that made them Jerome's men. They all had to die. He roared a battle cry as he brought up his arm to block another incoming blast. His shield shattered this time, and he was blown back into the mud again. The wind was knocked out of his lungs, and he was stunned by the attack. As he fell, a ghostly stag leapt out of his chest. It hit the ground solidly. White light flashed out across the water from its feet and made the air about it shimmer. A wave of power rushed outward from the ground-ripping stomp of the stag toward the attackers. The wave struck the 12 men, staggering them all and sending several flying back. At the same time, Ivan and Kelly rushed in from the reeds behind Riven. Leaping into the fight, they gave Riven time to get to his feet. The two great warriors attacked in unison, quickly dispatching those who had fallen and taking out another 2 who were staggering in the mud. Kava's attack came a moment later as he charged in from the side, driving his fist spikes into the back of one attacker. He swiftly pulled his weapons from his back and continued fighting. Riven got to his feet, barely blocking a blow as the surviving men ran past him, heading in the direction that Shannon had run. The stag caught one on his antlers and flung him aside before wheeling to leap after the others. 4 of them turned to fight the animal of light and power that seemed solid until their blades passed harmlessly through it. Dave appeared out of the reeds and chopped the head off of one of them.
Shannon, they're after Shannon,
Riven panted. Dave ran after the attackers that had escaped the melee to go after Shannon. Riven followed swiftly, racing over the ground. He would have overtaken anyone else. He noticed once again that Dave moved like Shannon, an obvious reminder of Dave's Perton heritage. As it was, neither one of them made it to Shannon before Theo did. Theo stood between the attackers and Shannon. Shannon knelt over Oirion, looking back without moving at all. Theo raised his staff, and the top flared. A dome of power slammed down around him, encircling Oirion and Shannon in protectiveness. The attackers hit it hard. The dome flushed with light but held them back. It was the same dome that Theo had held over them before when they had escaped the city. The thin Awen stood, unflinching. Another shiver of power appeared off to the side, and more men rushed in. Dave ducked, barely saving his head from being chopped off as a man rushed past. It was so close. His cheek was slashed open. The fight was on, and it was not going to be easy. A dozen of the men formed up and began to cast. They hurled a wave of force that slammed into Riven and Dave and into Theo's dome with power that was crushing. It drove Dave to his knees, keeping both him and Riven from getting their backs to the dome. They would not be able to get in. Theo would never be able to risk lowering the shield for even a moment. Having it at their back would have helped in the fight, but there seemed to be no hope of that. Riven's stag arrived, having the greatest effect. The stag proceeded to rip into those nearest the dome, tossing them aside with its powerful antlers. It was enough of a distraction that 3 of the mages who had come with the soldiers turned to fight the stag. causing the balance of power to shift. Riven was able to charge in, chopping a leg off of one of them and finishing him with a swing into his chest as he fell. Ivan arrived, finally catching up to the dwarf and the Purton with an Aziran battle roar that, for a moment, distracted everyone. Kava and Kelly were only a step behind him, ready to back them up as they prepared to make a move forward. Suddenly, the air shivered again, and more men began to arrive. Dave swore loudly, cursing at the seemingly unending flow of soldiers as he shifted his attack method. He intentionally tapped into his latent, innate reservoir of power, reaching deep within his soul. He sent all of the energy, all at once, directly into the shivering point. The point exploded with enough force that everyone was staggered. Those nearest to the point of explosion were incinerated. Others around the area were blown up into smoldering chunks. To the north, in the same instant, there was a sudden concussion and a massive explosion. The power boomed out with enough force that the ground began to shudder. The water rippled with the effects of the massive energy release. The fight stopped for one moment. A breath was taken by all, and just as they prepared to continue the fight, the earthquake hit. It struck with enough momentum and power that the earth actually buckled and dropped. Mud began to tear apart and dissolve. Many soldiers were driven to their knees. Others began sinking and were consumed by the liquefying ground. Dave dropped to his knees. As he did, the marsh around him dropped down, as if hit by a great weight, only to heave back up as power from below vented upward. Jets of hot air and steam began to shoot out of the mud, cooking the skin off of anyone unfortunate enough to be near one. Once the ground stopped shaking, Riven was the first one to his feet. He killed 2 of the stunned men before they even realized that he was moving. Dave scrambled up swinging, taking the head off the man who was closest to him. The fight was not over, however, as these men weren't simple foot soldiers. They were both skilled and fast. Dave felt a little unbalanced and had to fight hard just to stay alive. He was struggling in the mud and falling back. The ground was no longer flat. It had been transformed into a rough, hilly, muddy mess. There were also dry, cracked areas where the steam had vented, creating a very dangerous battlefield. Dave found himself on a hill of mud, slipping and sliding. Fighting was nearly impossible, but worse, he was sinking into the mud as it moved. Water seemed to be rushing in every direction, sideways, up, down, and in whirlpools that were making the situation even more difficult. A new landscape was forming all around them with no concern for them at all. Dave was almost on his back, desperately trying to get his feet free from the mud as he defended against another attack. The man attacking him added power to his swing by sending blasts of magic down his blade at Dave. Dave parried the blow, but despite the shield that he wore, his hands began to burn and sting. The pain ran from his hands, down his arms, and into his chest, seeking his heart. The sword was knocked out of his hand with a jolt that left his whole arm numb. He shouted, and, while it seemed futile, threw his left arm up in an instinctive motion of self-defense. The soldier's blade should have chopped right through Dave's arm and into him, but a man appeared out of thin air and attacked in Dave's defense. The figure hit Jerome's man so hard that he was burned, stunned, and hurled away. The man who had appeared was obviously Purton. Appearing slightly transparent, he stood on the soft mud without leaving a mark or ripple of any sort. His robes were layers of white that trailed with ribbons. They fluttered and shifted like water flowing in slow motion, continuously moving, giving him an eerie, unworldly grace. He had no weapons, but held his hands with a deadly elegance. Dave's defender didn't wait for the men to come at him. He moved so swiftly into the next attack, it was almost a blur. He hit the nearest soldier in the chest, instantly reducing him to a shower of ash that blasted away. The Purton moved and hit another, shattering the shield in one hit and then reducing the soldier to ash in the next. The stag flung another with its antlers, burning him and sending him flying. This soldier's gut was ripped apart, his entrails strung out and entangled in the antlers. The stag then charged toward another soldier, who frantically tried to get up a shield to stop the attack. The man had no chance against Riven, as the dwarf approached from the other side. Riven chopped down through the soldier's skull in one swift, efficient strike, peeling his head open to the shoulders. The fight ended in a rush as the last few attacks were carried out by the transparent Purton and the stag. The stag reared over the last dead soldier and crushed him into the ground before vanishing. The Purton turned to Dave, who was partially stunned and struggling to get out of the mudslide that was creeping down the side of the new hill. The Purton warrior snapped his fist to his thighs, slapping them before he bowed at the waist. He then turned to where Shannon was just rising from Orion's side, touched the center of his forehead with reverence, and vanished.
Wow, that was exciting,
Ivan said, shaking mud off his hands. Theo's dome vanished, and he looked over at Dave a little out of breath.
That was a little much there, Dave.
I didn't mean to do that. I'm not so sure that I did. All I did was throw a blast at the little portal thing.
We need to move,
Shannon said as he pulled Oirion up.
You all right?
He asked. Oirion nodded, accepting the help with an uncommon silence. Riven looked from Dave to Shannon and then back to Dave.
That was a shadow guard. He saluted you,
he said to Shannon, his confused disbelief making his voice a pitch higher. Turning to Dave,
he saved your life.
His confusion growing as the reality of what he had just seen began to sink into his dwarven mind. Shannon didn't say anything.
We need to move,
Theo said.
Jerome will have been directly behind this. He knows where we are. We need to move, and fast.
There is only one way out of this marsh, and he'll be waiting,
Kava said.
Kava, I think you should turn back,
Shannon said.
I think your people need to know all that has happened.
Kava looked at him a long moment before he bowed with elven grace.
The children of Ulam-Ar will pray for you,
he said,
and we thank you for every breath of defiance and step of self-will.
Kava bowed to them all.
Heaven's grace, my friends,
he said, and then turned from them. Jogging away to the north, it didn't take long for the orc to vanish from their sight. End of chapter 25. Continue with chapter 26, Support. Princes and Priests. Chapter 26, Support. As they got close enough to see that the ancient dam had been broken, sending the marsh spilling into the mountain riverway, the ground became increasingly unstable. The marsh had been draining and was still doing so. The old narrow pass had been broken open as water and mud poured out in a massive mudslide. They could not hope to travel down over it. No one spoke about the fight or what they had seen. They just moved as fast as they could.
Jerome is close,
Shannon said softly. He stood, looking west through the gap, rubbing his hand.
South,
Riven said.
I will find us a pass to the south.
None argued. They turned south and headed toward the wall of mountains that was rising up from beyond the now restlessly and unpredictably shifting marsh. They had to make time and make it fast. The less they spoke, the better they would do. As in times before, they seemed to run on legs that didn't tire, covering more ground than they should have been able to. They crossed the mud hills in a single day. Riven led them up the mountains as the sun set. The clouds moved in and turned to rain. As they began to climb, the air grew colder, and the rain became snow before he chose a small campsite. They had to stop, cook, and rest.
You look troubled,
Dave said softly to Kelly. She stood outside the firelight, staring off beyond the valley before them at the darker clouds to the north.
It shouldn't be snowing this far south,
she said.
And the storms that have gathered as a consequence of the magic are too hot for snow.
Are you certain?
He wasn't so certain of it or bothered by it. Snow was just snow, and the weather here was not all that cold. In fact, it was rather mild compared to some of the storms they had already been through. Kelly looked over.
Look at the vegetation, Dave. Look at the energy. This land hasn't seen snow since before the barrier was raised, if ever. It's the edge of a storm so massive and dark that I cannot even see into it.
She looked back slowly.
Is it our doing?
I don't think so, but I think Shannon knows about it and has for a while. He has pushed us ever on, keeping us just ahead of that darkness. Even now, he wouldn't have us circle around and take a safer route. He's led us down a faster, more dangerous path.
I can ask him,
Dave said.
He won't likely tell you. He's strained and I can see it now. His energy has begun to leak and his sharpness drops away. Things aren't good for him here.
If it was that bad, he would run on without us.
We should move as soon as we can, not just to get away from Jerome.
Dave stood, looking north at the storm that he could barely sense, even when looking right at it and knowing that it was there. He was back at camp long before Kelly. Theo seemed to have taken over the fire and Tavia's tasks. As he took the meal that Theo offered him, Dave spotted Shannon off to the side.
Thanks, Theo.
Dave smiled. Theo tried to smile and look at his friend, but did neither. Dave didn't know what had happened, but all of the strength that Theo seemed to have gained was gone. He was shrinking back into an even weaker being than he had been to begin with. Dave nodded at Theo and went after his uncle, who was vanishing into the trees. He found Shannon looking off to the north, just as Kelly had done.
The snow's a bad sign, isn't it?
Dave said, joining him as he took a bite of the steaming meat in his hand. Shannon stood, rubbing his left hand unconsciously.
We will not be too affected by it.
But Tavia and Travis are up there. The captain is there. And Salma.
Shannon looked to his hand and dropped it, shaking it a little.
I'm sorry you know,
Dave said in Norwen. Shannon looked over at him.
For?
At the battle,
Dave said, gesturing back to the north.
For jumping to conclusions. But it did look bad, and hitting you was just stupid. I appreciate that you didn't react as you would have normally.
Shannon looked back to the north.
I expect such out of Oirion, not you. Still, I forget how very young you are. Truthfully, I was more upset at myself than you. I forgot that you and Riven had seen his face, and that Riven's eyes could spot him so well. I am tired, David, and I cannot risk confrontation with those I would not hurt.
Dave nodded.
What is causing the storm, Uncle?
Shannon looked over at the young man at his side.
You would ask me questions that you already know the answers to, and not of things you do not know. If you think, David, you know what that storm is.
The powers inside the barrier building and reflecting back.
The barrier was never meant to last this long, and it was not meant to be unmanaged. It was supposed to have been brought down many thousands of years ago. The church was preparing to do so when Jerome...
He drew a slow breath and left it at that.
Can I ask you how you summoned that god?
Dave asked. Shannon looked over at him.
I did not.
He saluted you.
I noticed,
Shannon said with an odd note to his voice.
He saluted you as a Von,
Dave said with a scowl, as he was just realizing it.
You a king, Uncle.
Shannon seemed not to hear the question.
I do not understand it,
he said finally.
What?
Dave asked. He didn't expect an answer, but he got one after a moment.
Why would he come to your aid and show himself like that, when the one time I tried to call on their aid, I received none? Why would I be denied then, and yet acknowledged now?
Shannon shook his head and turned to go back to camp. Dave stood, thinking about the Purton he had seen, and the fact that the image had given the ultimate show of honor to his uncle, as if Shannon was not just a Von, but one with, at the very least, a kingship. The idea left him feeling rather terrified for some reason. It made him think oddly of the argument that he had seen Shannon have with Elliot the night Dave's mother died. Feeling unsettled, he headed back to camp. After only a few hours' rest, Riven suggested they move. No one objected. They got up and made good time. Everyone noticed that Oirion was back on his feet and not suffering from the injuries that had plagued him throughout the trip. He was keeping up without the ever-present effort to hide his pain. They stopped just before Alphen set. It was going to be dark once the moon was down, so they set up a small camp and ate the last of the cooked duck.
You're moving better,
Ivan said to Oirion.
What did you do?
Nothing,
Oirion said. He glanced at Shannon, who was holding his left hand as if it hurt a great deal.
You all right?
He asked. Shannon looked up as if not sure the man had spoken to him.
What?
Your hand all right?
Oirion asked. Shannon held his hand up. A drop of blood formed and fell off the wrist of his glove onto the fabric of his robe. He looked at it with a sigh and then lifted his gaze back to Oirion.
Fantastic,
he said far too cheerfully. He lowered his hand back to his lap.
Anything we can do?
Theo asked with a shy hesitation that he hadn't had in months.
You could kill Jerome for me. That would be nice.
Shannon lay back on the ground, his knees drawn up.
Put his heart in a gold box. I could put it on my tomb and ask that he feel only the pain that he has inflicted on me. That's all, just so he can appreciate all his life's efforts.
He half muttered to himself, his eyes closed. Theo looked at Dave with obvious concern on his face. Dave met his look with a helpless little shrug. That response was so out of place for Shannon, both men were very worried about the state of things. As they rested after the small meal, most of them dropped off to sleep. Riven took first watch, and Oirion also took a watch for the first time since he had fallen into the river outside Ulamar. When dawn neared, Shannon got up and walked away, but was back by the time the others were moving. He had washed his hand in the stream below and was ready to go. They didn't eat, but just broke camp and took only enough time to hide any trace of it before moving in single file after Riven. The dwarf led them up over a pass during the day and dropped them back down, returning them to the river by dark. By doing so, they avoided the ambush that waited for them farther uphill. As promised, Riven had successfully led them over yet another mountain range, this one much smaller than the last. It hardly seemed a true challenge for the dwarf, but they were all glad for his skill. They stood, watching the muddy river rage and churn. It dropped at a steep angle here and roared with rapids, marking the river border between human and elven lands. With the coming of dawn, Riven picked a trail along the rugged bank, keeping them moving. He left the river at times, going hours without sight of it, then came back to it as if he had known the path his whole life. Falling snow turned into rain near the river, then back to snow as they ascended. There was no wind, and the cold was minor compared to what they endured in the North Orc Mountains. There was little talk, just hard hiking that seemed to have no end. As the mountains dropped in elevation and the river brought them further south, the snow fell in tiny flakes that melted as soon as they hit the ground. The air was still and cold, and the river had slowed as they hiked the bank. The water became flat and smooth, reflecting the mountains and sky in a grand mirror image. This area showed the strain of the recent weather, with the vegetation looking stunned and frost-burned. The first breath of salty air reached them early that morning, and they all were thrilled at the idea of seeing this leg of the journey end. When it did spectacularly. As they traveled around the final bend, the river opened up and spread out before them, turning into an enormous gray ocean. The land stretched out like great wings in both directions, only to fade behind the soft curtain of snow in the distance. They were finally free of the rough, ragged banks of the river. Then they saw it. Through the veil of snow, a large ship was set at anchor. It flew the banner of the church. It was a great warship with the name Archangel. Its masts rose tall and reflected the glow of a deckstone. A deckstone would allow the ship to move more swiftly than any sails could. The high prow and narrow hull marked it as a thing built for speed. Somehow, it had gotten safely through the barrier shield, managed to reach this coast before them, and was waiting. Riven swore as he ducked back behind the trees, pulling Ivan with him. Shannon took the lead, cutting inland away from the ocean and the ship, almost at a full run. The mountain front here was very steep and hard to climb, dropping off sharply down toward the beaches. The vegetation was tough, prickly, and tangled from the saltwater winds that struck the wall of mountains here. The twisted pines and massive boulders were all that offered cover. They had crossed the entire continent and were now on the coast, with hope of escape almost in reach. It seemed horrifically unfair to have come so far, only to get caught now. They hadn't made much distance by dark, but opted to stop for the night and wait. A fall in the dark could easily kill a person here. Riven picked a boulder to hide against where they huddled together. Even Shannon stayed close. They ate a meal of the gathered dry bits of rations they had, not talking at all. No one even thought of suggesting a fire.
"I'll take first watch,"
Riven offered. The others didn't waste time and settled down in the cold to try to get some sleep.
"Where'd Shannon go?"
Ivan asked Riven softly, kneeling beside the dwarf to get closer to his level. Riven shook his head.
"I don't know. He was just here, but I have an idea."
He lifted his nose to the air for a bit and then nodded.
Come on, let's go see what we can see.
Together, the dwarf and the giant dashed back down the mountain. It wasn't long before even Ivan could smell the smoke from down on the shore. They were careful not to be seen or heard, just in case there was some uncounted presence hidden in the dark. The two crept close to the camp, which had obviously been there for a while. The tents were long-term, with sand piled up on the edges to hold against the wind. A few walls had been built to protect fires from the same, and a small dock had been built for the warship's boats that were tied to it even now. Around the largest fire, there were several men, all dressed in the uniforms of the church's hunters. Riven felt his dwarven heart begin to beat faster at the thought of betrayal. He remained still and let his ears adjust to hear what the men were saying, but to no avail. He didn't know the language.
They are talking about going south,
Ivan whispered in his ear.
They are elf hunters. They've captured what they need. Their orders are full. Now they're debating,
he added. Ivan listened for a bit. He was about to speak when a man strode into camp, startling them all. The language switched to an accented version of the human trade language.
Nice fire,
the newcomer said with obvious contempt.
It's visible for yards.
Your eminence.
The leader of the group at the fire bowed deeply, taking the newcomer's hand and kissing it meekly and nervously like a beaten dog.
The night is cold.
Yes, it is, but we're also waiting for company.
There are patrols and scouts out even now.
And a roaring fire and a ship in plain sight.
He gestured at both.
It's well shielded. We all are.
I see that, and yet I also see your ship.
I'll move it now.
Good idea. And keep in mind that if they slip past us because you were spotted, His Holiness will be most upset.
The man darted out into the dark. The leader stopped and smelled the air, drawing in a slow, deep breath. Riven sank down, wishing that he had a shield like Shannon and Dave's. Slowly, the man looked around the camp. Ivan tugged at Riven. Riven gave in at once, and they both pulled back. Once clear of the camp, Ivan and Riven stepped into a run as hard and silent as they could. Riven could taste a dark force begin to build.
Oh God, he's summoning a demon,
Riven realized, almost stumbling on the mere thought. The race was on. They tore up the mountain eastward. Riven began to gather power for a fight. He could feel the thing behind them getting closer. They hadn't gone all that far when Riven came to a sliding halt. He was moving so fast that he barely slid to a stop in time to avoid falling over the edge of a high cliff. He had made a mistake, and that was not normal. He stood for a moment, utterly stunned as Ivan grabbed him and jerked him back from the brink. The big man turned and roared a battle cry. There was no mistaking it. It was a warning. The others were sure to hear it and know it. Riven rolled and came up to his feet with the prayer in hand. He threw its power at the demon that was just bursting through the trees at them. The swirling blackness screamed. Riven was driven to his knees by the scream alone. It seemed to be tearing at his mind and shattering his ears. Ivan threw his arms wide. A blast of power blew out from Ivan like a golden wind surrounding them and giving them instant relief from the scream. Riven shook the effect of the demonic attack off and attacked it again. The demon acted in desperation and lunged at Riven. Dark, bitter chill gripped him. Most men would have been lost. Others would have been consumed by the coldness, but Riven was a cleric and trained for this. This was his life as much as vampires were Orion's. The fight was one of the worst he had suffered, but he overcame. The demon was shattered. Panting, Riven sucked in night air. He had barely begun to think past the dwarven drive when he heard Ivan shout in pain. He looked up as Ivan went to his knees, a spear in his side. All around them were the hunters from the camp below.
Go,
Riven said in Dwarven.
The river.
He didn't know how many words Ivan had picked up, but he hoped that he knew those. Riven looked at the emerging men. They all had arrows drawn and aimed. As the leader that had discovered them emerged, Riven threw his last power to the north, blasting clear a path for Ivan to escape through. He was done, and this time Shannon wasn't going to be able to save him. He prayed that Oirion and Shannon had gotten the others out of here. Ivan bolted as several arrows shot free from the bows toward Riven. Riven roared in anger and pain before he hit the ground. Oirion rolled up to his feet right out of sleep. He could feel the demon as it burned his shields and set alight the wards that he wore. It wasn't even a breath before he was on the move, snatching up his pack and waking the others.
"Where's Riven and Ivan?"
Dave asked. From the northeast, a great cry went up, answering that question and assuring them that Oirion wasn't overreacting.
"Where's Shannon?"
Theo asked, looking around.
Not our biggest problem,
Oirion said.
Let's move.
They headed south as fast as they could in the twilight of the small Omega. Of all the nights to have only one moon, it had to be tonight. The light barely allowed them to move through the trees without walking into them. It wasn't even enough to keep Theo from tripping and falling. He bit back a cry as he slid down the hill. The land dropped out from under him. One short moment of panic, and he hit the soft ground again, his breath driven out. Pushing himself up to try to rejoin the others, even before he got his breath back, he froze when light flared up before the group.
"Don't bother to fight,"
a man said in common tongue.
"You'll get hurt."
Theo held his breath and lay on the ground as several trolls wearing chains emerged into the light. Oirion had no choice. He didn't have the time for magic, and against that many trolls they could not hope to win the battle. He surrendered, lifting his arms slowly. Theo didn't so much as twitch. He just watched as the group was bound and led away. It was a long while before he moved at all. Slowly he got up and headed for the shore, picking his way a few feet at a time. He knew for certain that there were trolls out here looking for him. He was not about to lose his friends again, not after everything he had done to get here, or how far he had come, both physically and spiritually. He could save them, and he knew it. He just had to force himself to do so. The beach was sandy for a few yards. It was coarse, dark sand, sharp and gritty against his face. Riven looked through his eyelashes as more men entered the beachside camp. He almost growled when he saw that the returning men had his friends. Ivan, Kelly, Dave, and Oirion were presented to the camp leader. The man looked at them a moment and spoke.
"Do you not recognize my rank?"
he asked Oirion as he turned his collar to show the golden star of a cardinal. Orion's face hardened.
Your shields are leaking,
Oirion said coldly.
The reek is unmistakable.
One of the captors struck Oirion in the back, hard enough that he dropped to the ground.
"Where are your other companions?"
the man asked Ivan, unconcerned. Ivan looked up from Oirion at the man and spat in his face. He was either being very brave or slipping back into stupidity, Riven thought. Dave was held back while the bound Ivan received a very serious beating on top of the side wound that he already had. Riven, with the focus on Ivan, worked at the bonds on his wrists. If he could escape, they might all have a chance to get away. Theo, he realized, was not with them. Theo was gone. Was he dead, or did he escape? Once again, Theo and Shannon were gone. The man looked to Dave.
"Where are the others?"
Dave looked at the calm man as coolly as he could look at Shannon.
"They were on watch. Where they are now, I have no idea."
"The orc is dead. We killed him. The giant you see we captured, and the dwarf, he's right there."
The man pointed at Riven. Dave glanced over, not at all surprised.
"So why bother to ask?"
"Those are not who I ask of."
"Whom do you ask for then? The women. They died weeks ago."
"The man in black."
The cardinal grabbed Dave's face. Dave didn't even flinch.
"Where is he?"
Dave moved so suddenly and with such little warning, even Riven was impressed. Dave grabbed the man who held his face, the bonds of the rope that held him slivering apart as he moved. They were no restraint at all. At the same time, Oirion rolled, kicking the legs out from under another. He stole back his sword and came up, slicing another across the chest. Dave and the cardinal were locked in a battle of power that held them bound, eyes frozen on each other. Ivan rolled up and tackled another. Whatever magic Dave had used on his ropes had worked on Ivan's ropes as well. Riven wished his had been destroyed, but they stayed strong and solid. Riven struggled harder to get his hands free. Finally, he gave up on the bindings and forced his way to his feet. He ran to the fight, slamming into the legs of a man who was about to attack Ivan from behind. Both went down. Before Riven hit the ground, Oirion was there to grab him up and drive a blade into Ivan's would-be killer. Oirion sliced the bindings that still held the dwarf's hands. Grabbing at the axe they had failed to take away, Riven joined in. The men on the beach were killed with almost shocking speed. It was Oirion who moved in and sliced the throat of the man who was still locked in a power struggle with Dave. The blood wizard with the cardinal star fell at Orion's feet. Dave gasped and nearly fell, but Ivan was ready and caught him. Aiding each other, they ran up the beach, away from the camp and into the darkness. They stopped just before dawn to catch their breath. Without warning, from behind the trees, the trolls appeared. They could have paralleled during the night, or perhaps some magic was involved. Either way, they emerged out of the trees with low and dangerous growls. From up the beach, on horses, came more men.
Damn,
Ivan swore. David's reaction was just a little more colorful, showing his sailor background in the wide range of languages he used. They sat and waited. There was nowhere to go and nothing they could do. Riven took the ring he wore and, twisting it, forced it over a knuckle that had long grown thick with age and use. He held the ring a moment before he dropped it in the sand. He met Orion's eyes but didn't say anything. The army arrived from both sides and quickly surrounded the group. They tossed down cuffs of spelled iron for both wrists and ankles.
Put them on,
the commander yelled at them.
And drop your weapons.
Or what?
David yelled back. One of the men aimed an arrow.
Do you value your legs?
Oh, well, as long as it's in my better interest.
Dave muttered various curses as they took the iron and locked themselves in the bonds. Riven had a good idea of where they were headed and whom they would meet. The idea was making his stomach knot up and his instincts tighten.
Emen alausen vadrobe.
Riven set a marker spell that would record this spot and allow Shannon to know what had happened, in case he wanted to stay involved in the matter. But then there was a part of Riven that seriously doubted that he would see that man again. Shannon had already gone far beyond what any other man would do. Hope was only within the group now. The men moved in and pulled the captives to their feet, and then they all headed back up the beach. This night was just not going well. They were all thrown down, somewhere near where Riven had been held the first time. There was a short wait before more churchmen arrived from somewhere inland. The commander and his men seemed very upset, yelling and waving their arms around as they discovered that the priests on the beach camp were all dead. The commander walked over to them and knelt beside Oirion. He looked at him for a moment.
Where are the men that did this?
He demanded.
You tell us, and your sentence will be lightened.
They went up the beach.
Riven said at once, nodding northward.
How many of them were there, and how well armed were they?
4,
Riven said.
Why don't you let us up and we'll help you look for them? Then we can call it even, and you can let us go.
He said hopefully.
Shut up,
Dave told him, trying to sound as if he was not so eager to reveal the other escapees.
Load those 4 up and hit the tide,
the commander ordered as he stood. He walked off, leaving them in the sand.
Well, that was interesting,
Ivan said.
Who does he think we are?
I have no idea, and I am not going to tell him that he might be wrong,
Dave said.
We might get out of this yet.
Only by the grace of God,
Oirion said.
Shannon is still out there, and Theo,
Ivan said.
We're not alone yet.
I'm not so sure that Shannon will be around to help us,
Riven said.
He's been slowed down by us enough, I think.
He won't just abandon us,
Dave said with no doubt in his tone.
Then where in the hell is he?
Oirion asked. Guards grabbed them roughly, pulling them up and forcing the march. They were waded out into the cold water and all but dumped into rowboats. Wet and cold, they had an uncomfortable ride away from the shore. Dave watched the land slip away, farther and farther, until it was swallowed up in the mist of the snow and the faint twilight of dawn. He was wondering just how far out they were going to row when the ship loomed up out of the shroud. Ropes were thrown down and hooked into rings on the rowboat. From above, they were hauled up, boat and all.
Is this normal?
Ivan asked Dave, very uneasy about the whole thing. Dave shrugged and tried to get a good look at the winch, and pulleys used to get the even, level lift. There really wasn't any time before they were drug out and hauled across deck. Dave tried to take in as much of the ship as he could, but they were quickly taken below. The deck was filled with a crowd of both sailors and what seemed to be other captives, slaves perhaps. Dave didn't care. To him, they were all just a wall of bodies blocking his view of the ship's details. The bottom of the hull was below the lower deck and had several feet of water in it. It was cold enough to steam breath, but the cells had benches to get out of the water, and there was a lamp outside the spelled barred doors. The putrid stench, however, was very unpleasant, almost more so than the cold. Dave and Ivan's cells faced each other. They sat on the benches, feet up, looking across at one another while the others tried to get comfortable.
Is all this water a bad sign?
Ivan asked nervously.
It's perfectly normal. Relax,
Dave said, leaning his head back against the wall. He had lost his dagger, the one he had had since he was 7, and he was cold and tired. They had tried to take his necklace, but they couldn't manage to cut the cord and had left it for later. The rock of the ship was home to him, and he just wanted to sleep. Orion's rings wouldn't come off either, and they had promised to cut his fingers off if they had to. Oirion was not at all happy about that idea. He sat now, twisting his ring and trying to relax.
Can you tell what way we are going?
Ivan asked.
No,
Dave said, getting more annoyed every time the man spoke.
I miss the women,
Ivan said sadly.
I miss Shannon,
he added after a moment. Dave wanted to growl at the man. Their friendships were starting to break down. If Ivan would just shut up, it wouldn't be so bad. Theo felt like crying. The moon was sinking down, and the true dark was about to set on him. There were horror stories about what comes out in the dark of the moonless night. The last of the priests had gotten into boats, and the beach was clear. He was almost tempted to run out and call them back. Better to be arrested and with the others than be here alone.
Come on, Theo, you're bigger than that,
he told himself, trying to remember that he was the same man who had been a respected member of a group who had fought in the Battle of the Nomads. He was not the coward that he was feeling like at the moment. He still had that magic. He sucked it in and stood up. The last of the ships were out of sight. They might have left some food on the beach, he thought. It might be worth it to build up the fire and wait the night out.
And pray that Riven or Shannon show up,
he muttered. The sand was deep and rough, not like the sand at home. He sighed, thinking of home, and how, as bad as it was better than this. He hoped that his parents didn't realize that he was missing, as that wouldn't be good. If he did return, there would be all sorts of questions that he couldn't hope to answer, like, "Where have you been?" The beach was littered with the trash of a camp, but there was no food and nothing to drink. He threw what he could on the fire and sat at it, trying to imagine that the cold was just due to the time of year and nothing more. Despite his fear and the worry of the dark, he drifted off, head bent forward over his folded legs as he dreamed about the nomad girl. Now that would have been a good life. Theo woke up in the utter darkness. For a moment, he felt panic, but then he saw the stars out. It was more than he had ever seen before. There were billions of them shimmering out there above him. Most were usually hidden by the glow of one of the moons, but tonight it was amazing. He spun around at a sound.
Easy, Theo,
Kava said in the dark.
It's just me.
The orc came up the beach, limping heavily. His side was bloody, but he had bound it in the robes of some unfortunate guard.
What happened?
Theo asked, trying to sound calm and refraining from hugging the orc with relief.
You were expected. Demons run faster even than I do.
He smiled a tiny bit and sank to the sand.
You alone?
Not anymore. You seen any sign of Shannon or Riven?
They have Riven, and no, I've seen no sign of Shannon. How did you escape?
I tripped at the right moment.
Theo sighed heavily.
I don't know what to do, Kava. I'm not even sure if there is anything I can do.
We'll wait a day for Shannon. If he is out there and going to help, he'll show up by then. If not, you and I go home. The nomads will welcome you, but we go the long way, not by the river.
I thought you already went home.
Shannon would have argued with me about it. I traveled a day, then doubled back. I've been tailing you, trying to further hide your passage.
Theo pulled his knees up and hugged them. Just a bit ago, he wished to be back with the nomads, but now that it looked as if that was his only choice, he was suddenly very worried about his family and his people, not to mention his friends, sailing off to whatever fate.
You know what?
Kava said with a chuckle.
What?
All things considered, it's a really stunning night tonight.
One might say that in our worst, God shines a little light on things, to say that he is still here. Right now, though, I wish Shannon was.
Me too,
Kava said softly.
He has a much sharper sword.
Theo looked over and laughed. Theo was awakened with a hand over his mouth. He froze. For a moment, he was at a loss and disoriented. When he saw the stars, he remembered where he was and recognized the leather glove over his mouth. The hand lifted away.
Shannon?
He breathed.
Get up.
Shannon breathed in his ear.
Hold on to me.
He took Theo's hand and helped him up. Kava moved in beside them.
Near,
he whispered. Shannon took the lead and moved them down along the water. The surf would roll up over their feet and wipe away their tracks. Theo could see nothing but the magnificent canopy of stars and had only Shannon's lead to follow. As they traveled farther, it got even darker. Clouds rolled in and the stars disappeared, leaving them in utter darkness. Kava kept close, moving like a wisp of fog alongside them. Theo was a little afraid to look back and just focused on keeping up. He had not known Shannon to walk at this fast pace very often. The sun was just about to rise when they veered off onto the beach. Shannon stopped at a point in the middle of the sands. He knelt and picked something up.
We need to move,
Kava said, and they did so. They kept to the water's edge, even though it was so cold that it made the whole body hurt. Morning came slowly, but when it did, they cut to the trees at a run. Once under the shelter of the flat boughs of the evergreens, Shannon let go of Theo's hand and sank to the ground. He was tired, and it showed. He knelt and covered his mouth with his hand, eyes closed, rocking a little.
What happened?
Kava asked Shannon with concern. Shannon looked up. The events of the night were still fresh, and his whole body hurt for it. He had fought through and endured an attack that cut right to his heart. Jerome had not tried to reach him directly in over 1,000 years. This time, though, Jerome had help. He had demonic help. It made Shannon almost feel as if the initial attack that happened 5,000 years ago had happened only days ago. He knew that if he tried to explain, he would break down in tears, and that just wouldn't do.
Physical battles weren't the only ones going on last night,
he said, and left it at that. He knew that he wouldn't last long in this condition. The shields that he maintained, hiding the three of them against Jerome's demons, were going to drain him quickly. He had a day. After that, he would begin to break down. He needed to get energy. They were at least 3 days from the nearest village, and that was too far. He had no doubt, on top of that Jerome would have the village watched.
I'm going to go try to find us a meal,
Kava said.
I won't be long.
He left with a strange, concerned look for Theo. Kava knew enough about Shannon's magics to have reason to be worried for Theo, and he was. Shannon knew by the burning in his eyes that they were already bloodshot, and that was very bad. He felt sick. He was sweating, and his hands trembled under the strain and the withdrawal of the energy that he needed to survive here. Theo was so close, so warm. He bowed his head and covered his face in his hands. If Kava could find some little animal and think to return with it still alive, he could use that to sustain himself until they reached the village. Then he would take the whole village, if he had to, in order to escape again. God knew he'd done it before. Theo got up and walked away, a little off to the side. It helped, but he'd have to be a lot farther than that before Shannon would be unaware of the blood in his veins and the energy that flowed through him so amply.
Shannon,
Theo said in a soft voice, the shielded whisper used in the Empire. He spoke in perfect Pertan. Shannon looked up at the slender prince, who seemed of no concern before this trip, but now was proving to be so much more than anyone had imagined. Theo stood, his arms down, his scared and sheltered stance replaced by one that was honest and open. He had a pained expression, but didn't flinch away from the pain in Shannon's eyes.
Do you not know what my mother does for fun? Do you not realize she keeps maddened vampires as pets and feeds them those with whom she is annoyed? Before their madness, do you not think she tortured them into answering her questions? I know more about vampires than Rivin, obviously, or Oirion for that matter. Ivan?
Theo shrugged.
He knows, even if he doesn't realize that he knows. He'd offer this as well and feel no more moral dilemma over doing it than I do.
He offered his hand. Shannon had not been so torn and so upset since Oirion had pinned him to a wall and forced him to take. Theo was nothing like the great Xen shaman that Oirion was, but he certainly wasn't the helpless young man that he tried to make the world think. He was proving to be just as much of a power, a source to be reckoned with as that great Xen.
If Kava brings...
Shannon started.
Shannon.
Theo appealed, sinking to a knee right in front of him.
You don't know what you are doing.
Shannon almost yelled. Theo looked away for a moment, and then suddenly grabbed Shannon's face and kissed him. It was not a true kiss, but Theo knew that not even Shannon could stop him through such a contact. The link a kiss offered was all Theo needed to channel the power of emotion. He was not a wizard, but under the shields he wore, shields he had cut into the palm of his hand, he was something just as powerful. This sort of magic he knew better than any. Theo knew what he could do. He had done it before to try to save others. He'd been a child then, a mere teenager. Now he was an adult, and he was very confident of how to use the power that he was born with. This, he reasoned, may have been the very reason he had it. To save Shannon from Jerome and keep him sane seemed to almost make it worthy. Maybe all the pain he had endured had prepared him for this alone. Shannon made a little sound, as if he was about to cry. He grabbed Theo by the shoulders in a painful grip to push him away, but Theo had only to bring up the memory that haunted him the most. Forgetting all else, he poured it into Shannon. Everything he had, the nightmares, the torture, the fears, all the lust and horror his mother had beaten into him, roared up. For once he was free to get it out. It felt as if it was alive and raging out of him. This time, he did not shy away from any of it. He faced it. As terrible as all of it was, he was certain that Shannon had done worse and would not judge him too harshly. If the power of his emotional secrets would save Shannon, then he would give it. When he was so drained that he had nothing left to give, he fell back, his cheeks streaked with tears. He felt sickened, defiled by his own past. There was so much there. He had endured things that would break most men, things that had been just another part of his childhood. He wanted to never have to feel such things again, or face such darkness. He did not want to feel the power that was moving through him now. He had not thought that by simply unleashing the emotional memory that the deeper powers within him would be so stirred up. He caught his breath and wiped his cheeks with a sniff. Shannon looked at him with a pained look, but didn't say anything. He just closed his eyes and let it sink in. Theo sat heavily and pulled his cloak tightly around himself.
Therodon,
Shannon said after a long silence.
Tell me something.
What?
How do you know how to do that?
Theo drew his knees up and hugged his cloak tighter as snow started to fall.
One of the vampires my mother kept caged as a pet taught me a bit. I kept him sane as long as I could. He took just enough, but then summer came, and I was sent to the country. When I returned, he was a caged animal.
He was quiet for a moment.
Sort of funny. He was the first person I ever thought of as a friend, and the only teacher I ever respected. It's a shame to think of all the things that he could have taught me if I had been older and able to learn without getting hurt.
Shannon watched Theo, looking as calm and in control as ever.
You are a complicated man,
Shannon said. Theo laughed a little.
I'll take that as a thank you, I guess.
He looked up as Ka'ava returned with a small rabbit that was still alive. Ka'ava looked at Shannon a moment before the thing squirmed free, jumping away. Ka'ava let it go.
Should we be going then?
Kava asked. He sighed as the rabbit vanished into the undergrowth. End of chapter 26. Continue with chapter 27, Strength of Will. Princes and Priests, chapter 27, Strength of Will. The wind tugged Tavia's hair for a moment, and then it raced off in a column of heat that became a little whirlwind spinning across the hill. The charms and little bells that the children had tied into the slender braids at her temples jingled. The shaman told the little ones that such charms chased away the evil energies, and as a sign of affection, they shared such gifts. She curled one of the little braids back behind her ear. She watched her tea simmer, the heat of the fire, and the motion of the water bringing out the energies and essence of the leaves and bits of herbs she had dropped in it. She reached out, as if to warm her hand in the steam of the tea, stirring the energies with a delicate motion of her finger. To her eyes, light swirled in the water, transforming it from mere water and plant oils to something so much more.
You do that pretty well.
She looked up at Elliot. The former captain looked rather fantastic, she thought. He was sun-tanned, his hair as wild as it could be and yet be clean, and his tattoos just showed from under his gear. He wore bits of his former life with the colors of the southern clans. He had somehow united these clans under his command and persuaded them to join the battle with their northern cousins, the nomads. He had the feathers, ribbons, and trinkets of the northern clans as well, all of it joyfully layered up with an almost childlike delight in how crazy he looked. She couldn't help but laugh at him a little.
What is that, Captain?
I know what you're doing.
He sank down to balance on his toes, in the same way Travis was prone to when looking at something on the ground.
My wife used to make spiced wine for the crew.
He almost laughed.
I couldn't see her do it, and I can't see you do it, but I know what you're doing. You are a bit better at hiding it, though. I'm surprised Shannon didn't catch you at it.
I have no idea what you're talking about,
she said as calmly as she could.
Yeah, that's what she said too. I'm far too aware of things to miss it, though.
He sat over on the ground, hooking one arm around his knee.
You do well for them,
he said, glancing at the group of children for whom the tea was being made. They were going about their chores of the day, hurried and anxious with the anticipation of having some hot tea when done.
A cup of warm tea can help anyone. Children are often overlooked in war zones,
she said softly. He brought his gaze from the children to Tavia.
How is Travis?
She looked up at the former captain, not sure why he would care.
He amazes me at how well he is taking all of this.
I'm surprised at the gift that Shannon gave him.
His hearing? I'm still not sure how he did that.
Hearing is the simplest part of it. He gave much more. Languages, understanding of terms and tones to start with. He gave him a part of himself, and let me tell you, there's not much of Shannon left to give.
Part of himself?
Within the vaults of all the wealth and power that Shannon holds, there is a small vial he keeps. It holds a tincture that he made before the war turned him into what he is now. I have seen it twice in my life, and I can feel its power in your son.
He smiled a little at some memory.
He used it on Dave, when Dave was about that age. Dave would have died without it. Shannon never really forgave me for the entire mess that forced him to use it. I disregarded his advice and nearly paid with the life of my son. It nearly cost all the family he has left. He is slow to trust me anymore.
What do you mean?
I let myself fall in love with a woman, and so opened myself to a weakness. As Shannon had warned, she was hunted down and taken from me. Her escape from her people was one thing. She was a low priority in the grand scheme of things when she first came to my ship. But then Dave was born. When they learned she had a son, they moved in with a lot of power. The idea of her having a living son was an abomination to her people.
Elliot was silent for a moment, then drew a deep breath and looked at Tavia, daring to trust her.
She was a priestess of an elven cult, and she was never supposed to have a son. She and her sisters were never supposed to lose their virginity.
He paused, lost in his recollections, and then continued.
They came to kill Dave and me. My life was one thing. Dave's was another. They did not count on who I was, or that I would have Shannon as an ally. I called on Shannon for help. He was there almost at once. The gate he used was like none I have ever seen, but then much of what he does is unlike anything anyone has ever seen. I was a far greater wizard then, but they ruined me. They hit Dave as well. Shannon arrived after they had already taken her, but he came in time to snatch Dave from them. Shannon pulled that little vial out and poured precious drops of life into my son, healing his wounds and his mind before he turned to help me.
He cooled my burns and shielded me from further attacks. I lost my wife, but thanks to Shannon, they were driven from my ship. I am sure they think us dead. They left me so burned inside that I'm sure, without Shannon's aid, I would have gone insane. Certainly so if I'd lost Dave.
He shrugged.
I'm not certain, but I'm pretty sure that he hunted them down later.
Your wife was something special, I take it.
To me and to the world,
he said with love filling his eyes, even now.
She was a priestess. She had a lot of magics that she hid. I have seen you brush on a few of them. I almost find it hard to think you're honestly a human.
Tavia laughed.
I fail to be many things, I think, but human I am. That is the one thing I am still certain of.
Human or elven, I see the priestess in you. You can deny it. I don't ask you to confirm it. I just wanted you to know I see it, and it makes me worry.
Worry?
She asked after a moment of studying her tea. She looked up to Elliot as he rose and stood watching the children.
I know how the world reacted to her son. I fear for yours. He has a whisper of a very ancient and powerful magic in him now.
He looked back to her.
But I think you did far more for Shannon and the others than they had any idea. You are so subtle and humble in your power that in the chaos of this place, it would be easy to miss. I know Shannon. He will not last much longer. He is struggling to stay sane as it is and without your aid.
She looked back to the tea.
It was he who left me here, not I who left him.
I know. That makes me worry even more.
Why?
She asked, looking up again.
Shannon is complicated in many ways. He works very hard to make things simple. He rules with utter power and a cold hand. He allows no weakness and surrounds himself with those that he can kill without a hesitation. He avoids anyone he might pause over. He does not walk in the parks or deal with the common man. I expected him to grab Dave, meet me, and simply find a way to gate us out of here. He is that way for good reason.
Shannon is what Shannon is. I expected about the same of him. I don't know the relationship he has with you or Dave, but I know there is one. Dave went to great effort to hide it, for fear of the reaction of the priests, I think.
Elliot laughed.
He's my cousin,
Elliot said.
You're Perton?
She asked, a bit shocked.
Yes. Under the scars and the masks and magics, I'm Perton. I tell people I am part human to help hide things, but I'm as Perton as any can be, I guess. Whatever I was got burned up pretty good, though. All I have for magic is what I have mastered since. The cores I had are charred and would drive a man crazy if not for the tricks that Shannon taught me.
He does not share that sort of thing. I don't think you do either. Why are you telling me these things?
I have to get back to them. I have to protect Dave, and I have to help Shannon. If Dave is captured...
He shook his head.
I can't tell you how bad that would be. If Shannon loses control and, God forbid, he hurt Dave and later learned it was him. We can't have that. But I can't get out of here alone.
I know nothing of the shields or the way out. There's no way we can catch up to them.
I do know a great deal, and I can get us out of here. But I need your help, and I really think you should go with me.
Why? As you said, I can do a great deal of good for these people. I would be content to make tea for the children.
I know you would. That's why I tell you things to make you understand what I'm asking you to be a part of. Not even my son knows who his mother was, or that he's a pure half-blood. Perton father and elven mother. He thinks his blood is far more blended than it is.
Tavia got up, took the little, almost flat teapot, and began to pour tea into the little cups of the nomads. As if they were called, the children came running to happily take the cups from her. She smiled and moved to make another pot.
Tavia,
he said softly as she sat down.
Just help me get my son home where I can protect him, please.
I am not a warrior,
she said, crumbling herbs with her fingers into the cold water.
I have my own son to consider, and I'm needed here. I went as far as I was asked to and did what I could. Obviously, I wasn't as valued as you think I should have been. You assume a great deal of what I am. Maybe I just make good tea.
I think you are mistaken. I think you were valued, and that's why he ran as far and fast from you as he could. He took the first chance he saw that you would be safe and used it. I think he valued you far too much in his own mind.
Huh.
She half laughed and shook her head.
Oh, hardly. I'm not that young to think so foolishly or to even wish such a thing.
Elliot sat down again and watched the fire for a bit, not saying anything, just looking troubled for a while, and then finally spoke.
Do you know what happens to a healer who is tortured?
Their cores kick into work and heal them.
They draw on the energies of the planet and will heal and heal and heal. It's a highly coveted prize for a blood to control a healer who is strong enough to be kept in constant distress, yet not die in the process. A blood who possesses a healer who can fuel them both is a powerful man. Consider what would happen to a healer in hell. There is no connection, no planetary energy to draw on.
I don't know,
she admitted.
The core will burn itself up, turn itself inside out, and if the soul and mind are strong enough, draw on the power of that realm. Can you imagine the horror, the pain?
No,
she said.
I can't, and I don't wish to.
Now, imagine you go through such a torment, having just watched your wife and children be tortured and murdered by demons, and all of it due to your soul-bonded partner. Imagine all you know ripped away, your life, your name, your flesh. Escape that, come back and find yourself exiled, denied, and the bloodshed laid on you. Bit by bit, build yourself back into sanity. A sanity that allows you to steal back slivers of yourself. Build up a means to stand on your own feet, to stand up to the man who did that to you. Choke your rage down, swallow the grief, and move. Whatever you do, don't feel anything. If you risk it, you might lose grip on your rage and grief.
He folded both arms around his knee.
That is Shannon, the once healer priest, now immortally in pain. Then this happens, and he's pushed so far. My God! What was he thinking, exposing himself to the risks and demands he has endured for the group of you?
Elliot wiped his eyes.
What was he thinking, risking getting within 100 miles of Oirion?
He looked up with the fear and distress clear in his eyes.
And the battle at the river. I have no idea what made him stay, but it was a terrible idea.
Jerome has done evils to this world that I can't, even for a moment, deny. I can't heal such things. I make tea. That's all I do,
she said softly, not even suggesting it may have been at her request that Shannon had stayed. Elliot ran a hand through his hair, tugging through the tangles, struggling with what he needed to do to convince her.
I am sorry, Elliot,
she said.
I have to worry about Travis first, and he can be given a chance to be a normal child here.
Not if Shannon falls,
Elliot said with startling force. He wiped his eyes again. He took a deep breath.
He is a vampire, betrayed by the church.
He looked to her, expecting that to matter.
I know,
she said softly.
You know?
She nodded mutely. After a moment, she continued.
In fact, I have guessed as to what his rank would have to have such power and control, but that does not change my obligations to Travis.
Why?
Elliot appealed.
Every parent loves their child, but Tavier, he can come. I can give you any life you want outside the barrier.
He looked up from the fire as Travis put his little hand on his mother's shoulder. Tavia lifted her gaze to her son, seeing his very serious and sad expression.
There is nothing you can do,
Travis said to Elliot.
If you gated to them, you would tell Jerome right where he is. We can never reach him on foot, and if we interfere now, we will cost him what focus he has left.
Travis,
Elliot appealed gently.
I know you're a very smart child, but if Shannon doesn't have help, he will fall.
Yes,
Travis said softly.
He will fall. Not you, not my mother. Not even I can stop that.
Elliot could not look away from the boy, nor could he accept that a child would say such a thing.
How can you say that?
Because he will.
I can't accept that.
Travis.
Tavia put a hand on her son to stop him from saying something more. He knelt by the fire, looking so innocent. He curled his long, coiling blonde hair behind his ears and reached his hands toward the fire.
Many people deny what they are able to do.
Travis spoke.
They fear. They overthink. They stop their actions. Time and again, the The powers about them put them right where they must be in order to gain what they need for the tasks of the soul, but they stop, they turn away, and they shrink down. The greater the task, the greater the soul, the harder it is. When great souls collide, great and terrible things happen. Time and again, souls are brought together, and each time, if they deny the will of creation, it gets more forceful. And once again, now is the time. Souls are about to collide, and it will hurt.
He lifted his deep blue eyes to the man across the fire.
Creation cries for this to stop. Souls scream to heaven to make it end.
Elliot watched as tears filled the child's eyes.
Do you believe that God hears him? That God cares?
Travis asked.
I want to believe that, but I have seen too much.
Travis,
Tavia warned softly.
He will go if he does not understand.
Travis whispered to his mother.
He has already packed.
I'm going,
Elliot said.
I had hoped you would come with me.
If you go, he, you, and Dave will fall into Jerome's hands, and it will all be over.
It was all the child could do to not start crying. Elliot didn't understand and didn't want to. He wanted to go and not feel so helpless. He couldn't stand to think of Shannon falling or the pain that hell would inflict on Dave before the end. Tavia and Travis didn't comprehend who Shannon was. There was no way they would abandon him if they did. Elliot started to rise.
Tyraphan!
Travis said desperately to stop him. Elliot stopped at the Pertan name, a name that he had never used in public at all. He looked at the child.
I said he would fall. I did not say he was doomed. Please, stay here with us and help these people. The people of this land need you. And if you stay, the land will heal you.
Shannon has been left and abandoned too many times. I don't know if he told you that name or not, but I'm still going. There's nothing you can say to make me leave him to this alone. Just as I see now that there is nothing that I can say to make you help him.
Elliot got up, ready to leave. Travis jumped up and grabbed his wrist. Elliot turned to pull away, but he was not let go of. He took a step, but that moved him out of the plains of the nomads to a place so clear that he could see the very trees on the mountains that soared up to the brilliant blue sky. He could see the stars even in the sunlight. The moons cast softness to the brightness of it all. The hills were alive to the brink of the snowfields, with little lilies coming to life against the cold end of winter.
Look at me,
Travis said.
No.
Elliot refused, terrified of what he might see behind him.
Elliot,
a man's voice said softly.
You continue to deny me?
This is a trick, either some spin of demonic magics or the trick of a woman angry at a man who set her aside.
No trick. Look at me.
Elliot didn't want to. He struggled for all that he was worth to not do it, but he had no choice. Compelled, he finally turned, standing there just as he appeared in every dream, on every wall, and in the very features of the line of his descendants, was Armand. Elliot could not deny it, even if he wanted to. He could hardly stay on his feet as he started to shake and cry.
Why?
Was all that he could choke out.
Why have you allowed all this?
Armand shook his head.
No, I tried to stop it.
He was your son. He was your priest.
Elliot almost regretted his words when he saw the tears that they caused.
I cannot explain, not even here, but you must trust me. Stay with me. Help me. You do not know what even this will cost me.
If he will fall, how can I?
He must,
Armand said.
There is no other way that he will be desperate enough to allow for another soul to touch him. Oirion must come to understand the truth without a word spoken. Tharadon must face his fears and accept his place. David must become his own man. Many parts must fall into place, and if you are there, they will crumble, and it will all be for nothing. Please. This,
he gestured around,
this will set me so far back.
He looked around sadly before he looked back to Elliot.
I will need you to help me survive this childhood. I cannot help him until I have the power to do so, and no child can hold that.
Elliot swallowed hard.
I won't be able to talk of this, will I?
No.
Does Tavia know who you are?
Yes.
It's said that those who see your face live to serve you.
Armand smiled faintly.
I cannot make you more than you chose to be. If you choose to walk with me, it may serve the world well, But I do not ask it of you. I ask only that you try to trust me, and that you do not go south.
Elliot had to look away. He couldn't stand to see the pain and grief in the face of the founder of his race. He squeezed his eyes shut, telling himself that Armand was not a god. He was just an angel. All Pertons knew that. Archangel was just another word for the same thing that others called gods. All good pirates knew that.
Why don't you just kill Jerome?
That will serve no purpose. He is, in fact, the last best defense we have against the emergent forces.
I don't understand.
Elliot turned back, certainly not expecting that.
I do not expect you to. I cannot explain it either. You must just trust me.
There was a moment that felt as if the world dropped away. Smoke rose up, swirling out of the fire, and Travis swayed. His eyes rolled back as his body began to sink to the ground. Elliot caught the child as he fell. Tavia was right there, concern and fear in her eyes.
Travis?
She touched his young face. Elliot drew the child up into his arms.
Let's lay him down. I think he is just tired.
She looked at the captain a moment.
Are you staying?
Yes,
he said softly.
At this point, I pretty much have to.
The prison was unpleasant, Ivan decided, even by prison standards. The smell was worse than most, but then most didn't have the rotting corpses of the dead still locked in cuffs. He had no idea what had happened to the others. When the ship had pulled into harbor, the guards had come in with clubs and needles of drugs. He had blurry images of being dragged along, through hallways and down a flight of stairs. He had images of Kelly being stripped and beaten to her knees, her proud, powerful body taken down to the floor with whips and batons. He had Riven's voice in his head, roaring in helpless frustration, trying to get someone to hold on, to not surrender. Ivan's head itched, but he didn't even twitch to scratch. He had been in one of Jerome's hellholes before. Here he was again, bound in chains bolted to the floor, in an eerie echo of the past. He had taken his own beating, but he had felt far worse in his lifetime. The weight of the chains was rubbing his shoulders raw, but he barely noticed. He could seek to escape, he could fight his way out as once he had, but he couldn't leave, not without the others. Alas, there was no way he could save them. How delighted Jerome would be to have Ivan on his knees again. His hands were so beaten that he couldn't even see his knuckles through the swollen purple mess. The cuffs squeezed painfully. They were far too small for his hands in the first place, but with the swelling added, they cut his skin and made him bleed. Somewhere, not too far off, someone was being beaten. He could hear the cries, the sound of the clubs on a body. That one would die. That man had started out too vocal, wailing after just a few hits. Now the hits came too fast, and the wailing began to cease. It seemed a world away that he had sat and laughed at a campfire with friends, actually thinking that he might tell them who he was. In that moment, he seemed to have been alive again, but here he was. Maybe all of it was a joke. Maybe he had never left the pits at all, and everything he had done was nothing but demonic illusions. Soon they would come and drown him in the very water of his sacred pools. For a day, he had thought that the gods had acted and brought together such powers as could unite against the evil, putting an end to the dark spiral of demonic domination. If Jerome had Dave, it was over. Ivan had seen the Guardian bow to him and then salute Shannon. Ivan was not stupid. He knew what that meant. Now it was over. The heirs of the Empire were lost. He didn't look up at the sound of footsteps, light and fast. He didn't move as someone ran into the cell he was trapped in. He was more aware of a bead of sweat that was running down his temple into the corner of his eye. He was thinking of the battle with the goblins and how they had all fought together. His mind spun away to that last battle with his men, his sons and brother dead about him, betrayed. He remembered falling to his knees, pulling his hair out in grief and pain. Blood loss had stolen his freedom and nearly his life, but somehow he survived and was found. He awoke imprisoned in chains. Ivan didn't stir as a small form ducked behind him, panting for breath and cowering. He might have paid no heed to the small person, but for the fact of the smell, sweet like Salma almost, but hotter, muskier. Heavy footsteps rushed past, A few slowed. The hiding one caught her breath, freezing like a rabbit about to be pounced on. Ivan didn't move. The men moved on, allowing the person to catch a breath and sink to the floor with relief. Ivan blinked away the grit and the lack of focus from his eyes. He hurt. Oh gods, he hurt. He groaned a little, thinking of the many injuries he had taken on this trip. With all things considered, he had gone a long time with little pain for it all. Someone in the group must have had some sort of magic to block pain for him and the others. Ivan wondered if it had been Theo. He had seen the man's arm nearly ripped off, and he had dealt with the pain with shocking dignity. It had to have hurt like hell. Or was it Oirion? His mind went back to the figure that was behind him. The figure moved from behind him to the doorway. Ivan looked up, blinking a few times to be certain that he was seeing right. The figure was a woman. She was fantastically curvy, not in an overripe way, but in a racial way. Her entire body was ripped with muscle, and yet, unlike most races that had females so muscled, she held on to her femininity like a goddess might. That was not, however, the most shocking thing about her. It was her hair, he thought. Red. Not just red hair like he had seen so often in his own race, but red like blood, red like a rooster's head or a dragon's scale. To further her shocking look, she had fine scales down her arms and legs, almost in a serpentine manner. He had to think they were fantastic tattoos. As she moved, he saw that under her long hair, the scales went down her spine as well. He had to pause a moment, wondering how a woman was running around naked in these halls without some sign of abuse. She saw him looking at her and darted to him. She dropped to her knees, catching his face in her hands. She tried to speak to him, but he didn't know the language. Even if he had, he might not have heard her. He just looked at her cat-like green eyes with their slit pupils. She looked back over her shoulder, then began to pull at his chains, trying to get them off.
"They are spelled,"
he said, shaking his head.
"Just run and hide, little thing. You cannot help me."
"Help me,"
she pleaded, copying him. It was almost as if she understood what he was saying, but had to hear it first. He looked to her little fine hands, pulling at the cuffs at his wrists. To his shock, and with a great deal of pain, she got one to snap open. Blood rushed, making him gasp.
"Help me,"
she pleaded, starting to cry as footsteps were coming back. She got the second cuff open just as the guards ran in. These were not the guards from below, but well-dressed, powerful men. As they grabbed at her, she gripped Ivan's leg chains, fighting to get him free. She twisted and swiped at the nearest man. It was the same instantaneous motion that Ivan had seen Salma do before. Her claws slashed his face, causing him to shout in pain. She kicked at them, her grip on the chains white-knuckled as they tried to drag her away.
"Help me,"
she sobbed to Ivan. Her eyes locked on his face, desperate for help. She was hit with a rod, sending enough power through her to make her whole body convulse. She was ripped off the chains and pulled aside. Struggling to not be taken, she tried to fight, despite the shock that her body was still in. The men had other plans, and she didn't even have the advantage of having clothes to help fight them off. Ivan looked down to his released hands, to the chain that still bolted his middle to the floor. There was a ring that his leg chains ran through, but now it was just that one bolt that held him. She snarled and roared at them, like a lion might. She kicked one in the chest, sending him staggering back. Ivan struggled to get up. Squatting low, with his feet flat on the stone floor, he gathered his strength to stand upright. The chain would not allow it, but if he could reach the point where he was upright, he would be free. He focused on the chain as it became taut. It held him bent, unable to make his legs straight. Forcing his hands to work, he gripped the chain, and several of his shattered hand bones slipped as he gripped it. The pain made him gasp and shout, but he pulled. With the cuffs off, and the magic laid in them not binding him, he reached inside himself for the strength that he knew he had, a strength that was hidden away, the true power of his bloodline, the one thing that not even Jerome could take away. Ivan had hidden it so well that, even when Jerome had stood over him all those years ago, Ivan had been thought of as nothing but just another Ezirin. It all seemed a lifetime ago when he had been another man. Jerome had not known who Ivan was then, and Ivan would not let Jerome conquer him now. With the strength gained from the months with his friends, he reached for that hidden power. His muscles strained and his skin shivered. He roared, this time not as a man, but deep and thunderous. Power rushed out of him, unleashed for the first time in over 800 years. He watched as his arms rippled with light and his hands became his paws. His strength and size alone ripped the chain bolt right out of the floor, bits of stone still attached. Ivan had taken the form of the great golden grizzly, the representation of the king of Azir. Now, in full bear form, he moved with unworldly swiftness. One great swipe crushed the man standing with his pants down around his knees. The great bear roared at them, rage and pain making the very air shiver. He attacked another, ripping his claws through the man's chest. Half of the man's torso was slashed away and splattered against the wall. The smell of blood and fresh meat filled the room. He leapt forward and sank his teeth into another, and then flung him aside, entrails still hanging from Ivan's now massive maw. The woman slashed her way free from the stunned grip of the man who had hold of her as Ivan tore into the other men who had attacked her. She grabbed at Ivan's golden fur, his clothes having shredded away to nothing. Desperate, she crawled to his back and clung on. Ivan knew Jerome would feel this and know that the Aziran was here, in the city, right in Jerome's own cellars. It was time to go, and fast. He charged out the door, crushing anyone in his way. He had no idea how to get out or what way to go, but he kept going. Leaving the guards and voices behind and out of sight, he changed tactics. He began to carefully slip through doors, leaving as little trail as he could. His great paws passed silently over the stone floor. He wound through the labyrinth into deeper halls. He had no idea how far he'd gone or how he had gotten there, but he could smell salt water. The ocean was not far. He followed the smell until pain and size allowed him to go no farther. Lacking the ability to hold on any longer, he simply sank to the floor, the form of the bear fading away, leaving him naked, beaten, and just a man on the cold stone floor. The little woman grabbed him, pulling him up, pleading with him to keep moving. Ivan crawled as much as walked beside her. She took him into the darkness as if she could see, making him drag his body through holes where she could pass without effort, but small enough that he had to force his body to gain even an inch. His skin was ripped and torn by such doorways until she let him collapse for a moment of rest. She had found some sort of floor drain that had a small updraft, but bars that had been broken off cut at his sides as he forced his way down into it. Encouraged by the little woman and the fresh air, he summoned up enough strength to make himself carry on, despite the depth of the gashes he was inflicting on himself. Then he dropped, fell a few yards, and hit cool water. He found his feet and stood. He was afraid that he was going to fall over and drown in the knee-deep water, but she was there, taking his hand and leading him along. She let him lie down just as soon as she got him out of the water and onto cool stone. It was so wonderful to just lie down. There was only a moment before he was unconscious. There was something about being in such a place that made Dave wonder if fate somehow was stacked against him. He had thought that they would be taken to Jerome or one of his men or killed. He didn't think that he would be tossed into a rat hole, being dragged out only to be beaten. Something deep inside him was terrified that they might learn who he was. Hiding his magics, the magic that Shannon demanded he keep secret, was worth more than his life. He would die to hide the fact that he was a blood relation of Shannon. Nothing was more important than that. He didn't bother to try to move at all. It would just hurt too much and would gain him nothing. So he just lay on the floor, not moving. They had crossed mountains so high that there was no air to breathe. They had fought against zombies and goblins. They had crossed the grassland, the bog, and traveled the halls of Ulam Ar. And here he was lying in a cell with common thieves and murderers. He, son of Elliot Sailor, was beaten and lying on the floor of a cell. He'd rather have been washed overboard into the ocean. to drift into the dark depths when his strength ran out. He wanted to reach out and slip away. He didn't understand why they were beating him like they were. They asked nothing, they demanded nothing, just pounded on him. His thoughts slipped from the place where he now was, dreams bringing relief for a moment, as he stood in the twilight snow with Theo. In his dreams, however, Theo was not the thin little man that he appeared to be. He was the man that he was in the tent in Awens. They walked together, kindred souls, brothers. For a moment he wasn't alone. His dream ended abruptly as he was grabbed and jerked up. He tried to get his feet under him to take the strain off his shoulders and arms. He couldn't tell how many of his tattoos they had burned off, but that was the way of burns. The pain spread out from the point of contact and lingered. It wasn't too far to the place they used to torture people. He knew the way well enough. It wasn't a question of being tortured or not. It was, by what means would it be today? Dave was hauled up to a hardwood table, smooth and stained black from long use. Cuffs of painful metal snapped onto his wrists and pulled his body tight. He felt the choker that he wore slip, and the thongs fall against his neck, cool and present. He wanted to grab hold. Where was Shannon? Why wasn't he there yet? Dave blinked, and there, appearing out of the darkness, was the one he had been expecting to see. Dave knew that the man would be here sooner or later. It was Jerome himself. The man was skinny, stripped of all youth, like a living skeleton. His eyes all but black pits, his hair long and white, perfectly kept, his holy robes hidden under a long black cloak. Around him, darkness seethed, demons eager for blood and souls.
"Are you certain he was on the ship?"
"Yes,"
another said.
"He is David Saylor, the captain's son. His tattoos confirmed it."
"Was he traveling alone?"
Jerome asked, walking closer.
"No, he had several with him. None of them as you described."
"I see. Amazing that he made it this far."
"He is very strong, Your Grace."
Dave was terrified. If the demons about Jerome touched him, Dave would be known as being related to Shannon. Of all the things in the world, that would be the worst.
"You certainly didn't leave much to him, did you? You know how I feel about a person's face being beaten."
"He fought with my men. He left them little choice."
Dave watched the man, who was supposed to be the holiest man alive, walk up to the side of his table.
"I can make this end, David,"
he said softly, with a tone that might be taken as compassion.
"All you have to do is tell me where the others are."
Now it had begun. Now the truth was out. Dave rolled his head away, knowing that he had one hope. That last hope was to be killed before he was broken.
"I will make him talk,"
a voice said. The grit and growl to it as cold as ice, identifying it all too well as a demon. Dave didn't think he could cry at this point, but he felt the tears on his temple. He could possibly stand up to what men could do to his body, but what a demon could do to his mind and soul was another thing entirely.
"Your Grace,"
the man said from another corner of the room, slightly out of breath.
"She has escaped."
"She has escaped?"
Jerome asked.
"Yes, escaped."
"Catch her,"
he ordered simply.
"She has left the fortress."
"How?"
Jerome demanded.
"From what we can tell, she summoned a bear."
"A bear?"
"Azirin,"
the demon snarled after a moment.
"He is here."
"A giant? Is there a giant?"
"Yes, Grace. He was brought in with this one. They chained him up in the orc cell."
"Find him. He is worth far more than any sailor brat or my daughter."
Dave lay still, not able to truly believe what had just happened. From another cell, another place, Ivan had just saved his soul. He couldn't dare to think it. Surely he would at least be drowned today, as the guards had to get amusement somehow. He was pulled off the table and taken down the hall. They went past the cell that he had been kept in, to a larger, common cell, and flung him in. He staggered 2 steps before he hit the floor. If he'd had the strength, he might have sobbed for relief. However, if they got hold of Ivan and broke him, as Shannon had said,
all men can be broken.
Dave's magics would be revealed, and the guards would be back swiftly. He flinched, despite himself, as someone scrambled over to him. His first day here, the beating he had gotten from cellmates, had been worse than the beating from the guards. He had lost what clothes he had left and all of his dignity, along with most of his hair. At this point, that day was just a blur, with no real effects but to flinch away from those who came too close.
Dave! Dave!
He peeled his eyes open to try to see through the dark as he was rolled over to his side. He saw a familiar silhouette. After nearly a year of traveling with the group and the many midnight wake-ups, he knew exactly who it was. He used all his strength to reach up and touch Orion's chest.
I lost my dagger,
Dave said, thinking that if he had it, Oirion could kill him. It would be so neat and clean. No pain, no broken soul, no demons to take him.
Back off,
Oirion snarled at another who had moved in closer. He pulled Dave from the open center of the cell, back to the darkest corner where bits of straw had gathered up.
It's all right, Dave,
he said, pulling Dave back against his chest. Oirion had him. He wasn't alone now. The priest's arms were like armor about Dave at that point. For once, he was able to drop off to sleep. How long he slept, he didn't know, but he felt far better for it. Better was far from all right, but at least he could think a bit more clearly. He dared to open his eyes and look down at the hands interlocked around him, holding him safe. In the dark, he could not be certain of hands, but he knew the ring. There was likely to be only one man wearing a ring down here.
Oirion?
He dared to whisper the name. Oirion stirred and let go.
Try not to move yet,
Oirion breathed in his ear.
It will disrupt the magic and leave evidence of it.
Dave lay still, his friend a wall of warm support. When Oirion finally pushed him up, he tried to sit, but without a hand to his shoulder, he wouldn't have been able to. He hurt inside and out. His mouth was so dry, he was surprised that his tongue was able to even work.
He's here,
Dave breathed.
Don't say the name. Don't say the name,
he whispered, remembering once being a child and having Shannon hold him tight in his arms, whispering that in his ear. It was a memory that he didn't understand and didn't really want to.
Dear God,
Oirion touched Dave's face.
What did you say to piss them off that bad?
Nothing.
Dave half chuckled at that. He looked over at Oirion through the eye that he could see out of. Oirion wasn't a lot better off than he was, but he at least had a face.
You see the others?
Dave asked.
No.
Ivan is still here, or was. He escaped his cell, and his distraction drew them off me.
Dave started to cry, thinking of Ivan laughing at the fire, his eyes dancing with humor. The big man would be caught, and he would be broken. Dave sank to the side, the best his broken body would allow, folding over to the shelter of Orion's lap. Oirion put a hand on his shoulder.
I know, Dave, I know.
Oirion put his head back against the wall. It was just a matter of time now. Ivan jerked awake. The sound of surf was loud and close, and there was nothing else to be heard. It took his eyes a moment to adjust before he saw, in the faint reflecting light, a large stone channel about him. Rolling up, despite the pain, he could see the opening to a gray world beyond. The ocean tides rolled up the channel, making the water wash back and forth, nearly rushing up over the walkway ledges that ran along both sides. He was naked, alone, and in pain. Just as the last time he had run from Jerome, he had to always keep moving, and salt water was his friend. He stumbled along the wall, one hand on it, keeping himself up. With the other hand, he held his sides that were cut, bleeding, leaving a trail that even a child could follow. If he could just get outside, he could escape. As he stumbled, he made his mind work. He made himself say the words, forcing himself to summon up the bits of shattered soul and power that his god still had left. With the open end of the channel in sight, he felt the demonic scan hit him like a shove in the back. With a desperate shout, he ran forward, but stumbled and fell, tripping on his own feet. He hit the ground hard and lay there for a moment. The surf washed up the outside wall, splashing him with relief and hope. The demon was moving in, and a gate was being built not far behind him, exactly where he had been standing a moment before. He reached the lip of the doorway and could see the ocean and the harbor full of ships beyond. The drop from the walkway to natural stone and freedom wasn't far, but it was enough that it stole the breath out of him as he hit the raw, rough boulder. The tide roared in, slammed against him, and flooded back up the channel, disturbing the demon's power for a brief moment. Squinting up at the sky, Ivan let go of the rock he gripped. The ocean had given him just enough time, and he used it. He leapt upward, breaking free of the water, just as the gate ripped open behind him. Beating his wings, he left the ground, aiming for the nearest flock of birds to hide in. He caught the air and veered for the docks, circling into a flock of birds that dove and dipped for fishermen scraps. He looked back. He could see the mouth of the channel that poured out to the receding tide and the newly opened gate. Coming through the gate was not only the demon in the form of a black shadow, but Jerome himself. Ivan beat his wings harder. He doubted that he would blend in long, but for now he had been saved again and had escaped by a hair's breadth from the man who had hunted him for centuries. He knew that he would not be able to fly all day, and every time he touched the ground, the demon would be able to feel him. He'd have to hide on ships and hope that he was not eaten by the crew. Right now, he needed to just rest and try to breathe. There was a danger to what he was doing. The longer he stayed this way, the more like a bird he would think and move. Eventually, his mind would be lost. He had already tested that before and nearly didn't get it back. Fate was funny. Kelly had proved to not be as fun as they had hoped, so here she was, locked in a hole in the ground with no light, no food but for the rats she caught, and no way out. She chuckled to herself a little as she scraped the rat hide with a bit of bone to begin the tanning of it. They had raped her. They had had her raped by a half-mad orc, something rather like Kava's people, but different. Kava had said that his people were the descendants of a war where the elven souls had mastered the warped flesh. But what if there was another side and a race where the orc soul had won out? Likely. The guards had tried to use her as a test subject. Magics had been spun and put on her, forced through her to make that vile thing stick and stay. They gloated to find her womb had taken, but foolish little men, they forgot to check before they started. Safe and secure was a secret that she would hide to the end, a secret that would keep her sane and whole. They could take away all trace of time from sky or sound, but within her she knew the time. She could track it just fine. Her goddess had exiled her and driven her away, but in the end, when it was all said and done, her secret would be taken away to safety. She could kill those men, rip their souls out, and feed them to whatever demon came first. She couldn't even tell if her eyes were open or closed anymore, but she tried to hold them shut and thought of Dave, praying to his God that he was safe. She knew better. Eventually, she relented and simply held on to the hope that he would be killed before he was revealed and broken. She put her hand on her stomach. So long as the line of von Armand lived, the gates of hell would hold. The houses of kings would hold back darkness by breath alone. She would sit in her dark hole, and when the time came, she would summon the demon soul of ShaHaNon, pull him from wherever he was, and hand him the secret. Her child would know only Norwood as home. The darkness, the isolation, the abuse here would not break her. She had been through far worse at the hands of her own goddess to be so easily felled.
Do not ruin this child's soul with thoughts of anger or revenge,
she told herself.
Save it for later. Be at peace, woman. Give him foundations of holier things than this place.
End of chapter 27. Continue with chapter 28, Escape. Princes and Priests, chapter 28, Escape. The port city of Dichant on the Bracken coast wasn't all that large, but it was a trade harbor that flowed with people. Few likely lived here year-round, but the streets were crowded. Ships of various sizes and makes filled the small docks, packed in so tightly that they bumped and rubbed against each other. The taxes here were lower, and smaller merchants made more profit by unloading at this dock and bringing their goods inland, or selling entire lots to larger ships for transport to the island cities within the barrier. Races in this place were as mixed as the streets of Port, and the costumes varied almost as much. Theo was tired, blistered, wet, and filthy. He still couldn't bear to look at Shannon, and had nothing to say to him. He was afraid to touch Kava at all, lest the man feel what Theo had become. They had been hunted for weeks, and had little to no time to eat, let alone bathe, and now that they were at the city, he didn't really care anymore. His elven silks were all but in ruins, and he had lost everything but his staff. He thought he had lost it once, but when he reached for it, it was there. As he had half hoped and half feared, when he checked at the sanctuary, it was there, leaning up in a corner. He suspected that even if he dropped it in the ocean, he could reach for it, and it would be at his fingertips. It was a nice thought, but not one he was too eager to test.
Theo,
Kava objected, as Theo strode from the shadows where they lingered, looking for a way to slip past guards at the gate. Theo had had enough. He wanted to eat, and he wanted clean clothes, and if it got him killed, so what? The other two could do whatever they wanted. The guards glanced at him as he passed, but did nothing. The crowd was either thinner than he had thought, or he was so filthy that no one wanted to touch him. They let him slip through without much trouble. He headed toward the nearest tavern for a drink, food, and a room to sleep in. The name was something about a pig's ass, as best he could read. Fitting, he thought, for the state of his life at the time. It was a 6-story building dotted with small square windows, framed with heavy shutters. The shutters spoke of the storms that would blast this coastline. He passed under the shadow of a massive man, almost as big as Ivan, and entered the inn. Inside it was dry, hot, and smelled of roasting meat. Tables filled the main floor, which was spread out with pillars to support the upper floors and the many fireplaces. There were at least 4 races of men in here, and 3 different races of elves, not to mention a Sphinxan woman who was being led around by a golden chain about her neck. He wasn't very concerned about them at all. He just wanted a table. A small cluster of empty tables to the left, where the light was most dim, was where he headed. He started to reach for a chair, but Shannon and Kava were already there waiting in the shadows. The Purtan pulled the chair out for Theo before he sat at the table himself. Kava took the chair furthest back in the shadows. Theo didn't even question how Shannon and Kava had gotten to this table before him. He dropped into the chair, wanting to peel off his wet boots and let his poor feet dry out, but he didn't. He leaned back, wondering how soon he could get the drinks he felt he needed.
"What can I get you?"
a man asked, walking to the table. Theo opened his eyes to look at the man. He was a fine-looking elven man, half human no doubt, as his features were too soft and hadn't the sharpness of most elves.
"Wine,"
Theo said after a moment.
"Some food and a room."
"We have several types of wine. And what sort of food? And what size of room?"
"We will take a red wine,"
Shannon said.
"A bottle of guiche if you have it, and whatever your kitchen has that is fit for a lord. The nicest available room and fresh clothes for my master."
The man bowed slightly.
"Will you pay now, or when it is brought?"
Shannon reached into his cloak and pulled out 3 gold coins. He put them on the table and slid his fingers back slightly, revealing only the edges of the gold coins to the elven man. He looked up.
"Treat us well, and there will be more,"
he said.
"Of course, Your Grace,"
the elven man said, laying his hand on Shannon's to slip the coins free without anyone seeing them. Shannon nodded once and let the man go.
"Can you not do that to anyone I have to look at?"
Theo asked, laying his head on the table.
"I just bought you new clothes, Theo."
"You just propositioned an elf."
"As to be expected in a place like this,"
Shannon said a bit tensely.
"You picked it, not I."
Theo glanced up to look at the vampire, even as a group of guards walked in to get a meal. All of them were wearing Jerome's marshal badges on their arms. He watched them take a seat several tables away.
"We may as well be in Ulaanbaatar at this point,"
he muttered to himself. He leaned back in his chair and glanced at Kava, who sat with an odd calm.
"It smells very good in here,"
Kava said.
"I'm starving."
Theo smiled at the orc.
"I'm going to miss you, Kava,"
he said. Kava looked over, startled.
"Miss me?"
"Well, I can't just take you back to Pert very well. And for you, if you can't make it home, you have either Pert or some random sacrificial fire at this point."
"Oh yes, I suppose."
Kava grinned.
"Maybe I'll get a job as a bodyguard here and find my way there someday."
"Oh, it's a great deal like this, I suppose."
Theo shrugged.
"I might just stay here. It's not like I can just go home anyway."
In the back corner, music started up. The elven man brought their glasses and poured wine for Theo and Shannon, then waited for a nod from Theo to pour for Kava as well. The elf left 3 bottles on the table and went to see to other tasks. Theo took a sip of wine and savored it. It wasn't the best he ever had, but it would work. He watched, almost in shock, as Shannon took the glass. He lifted it slowly to smell it first before he took a little sip of it. The Purton leaned back in his chair, holding it in his mouth.
Is that a good idea?
Kava asked. Shannon swallowed the wine, swirling the cup a little. He looked over at Kava.
At this point, I think so. It changes my energy enough that I will all but vanish in the city. It might help them lose track of you two as well. Demons do not understand the effects drinking has on men. It has thrown them off before. If nothing else, if I am caught, I would rather be drunk than sober. I hate killing friends when I am sober.
Sober or not, I would be glad if you did,
Theo said seriously.
As selfish as that is, I'd far rather be dead than caught at this point.
I'll toast to that.
Kava lifted his glass, having learned it from watching Riven, Ivan, and Dave drinking in Ulam R. Theo lifted his glass to meet the orcs. Shannon lifted his a little, then added it to the toast. Theo drank down the entire glass and poured another.
If I get too drunk, Kava, you go and carry me to bed.
It's what I'm here for, my lord, haha.
Kava laughed.
But once dressed new, you might be drug off to bed by finer company than me.
Theo laughed.
Don't let me do that.
The food arrived with platters of meat, bread, and cheese. Fruit was piled onto bowls of ice, and a bottle of smoked blue glass arrived with 3 tiny cups. Shannon reached for that, as the other 2 grabbed for food. He poured and handed one to each of the men at the table. He lifted his up, elbow on the table, to look at the swirling liquid of white and clear in his tiny cup.
What is this?
Kava asked, smelling it.
It's a type of drink that hasn't been made in Purt for about 2,000 years. It was once the ceremonial drink of Purt. You'd drink it at weddings, births, deaths, that sort of thing.
How expensive is this?
Kava asked.
Quite, I'm sure.
Why are we drinking it now?
Theo asked. Shannon looked at his cup a moment before he answered.
Because either we make it through this, and you earn the right to drink like a king, or you get killed, likely by me, and I have no one else with whom to toast the death of a king.
He slammed the shot and poured another. Theo took his shot, knowing that it was going to be quite a night. It was clean, sweet, and warmed him to the gut. Fear and pain seemed to slip away. By the time his clothes arrived, he felt almost good. He took the clothes, and with Kava, went to their room above to change, leaving Shannon to drink. He was not sure that he wanted to leave Shannon alone long, so they hurried. But he did take the time to comb his hair out before they went back down to the table. Shannon was not there, but just as Kava started to ask about it, the Purton came back from wherever he was.
Don't ask,
Shannon said as he sat back down.
I needed to take care of something real quick.
Excuse me, my lords, but I cannot help but notice your guard,
a man said as he approached the table, not sure which man to talk to.
I don't suppose he's for sale, is he?
Everything is for sale,
Theo said.
But I'm afraid he's not mine to sell. He's on loan from the king of Ulambak. I doubt you can afford him. Unless you are as wealthy as Jerome, there is not much you can hope to offer.
Ah, I see. You must have very important things to attend to.
Quite,
Shannon said.
So, unless you have a ship that can take us back to Ulambak, we have not much to offer each other.
As it so happens, I do,
he said with a hint of nervousness, but with the eagerness of any true merchant for gold to be made on such a trip.
I am headed to Tenno in the morning, where I will be taking a small garrison to the holding walls. My ship is one of few that has been blessed to allow it to pass through the barrier. For the right price, I can get you home. Ulambak is certainly achievable. I had no reason to rush after I got to Tenno, but for you I might.
I'm sure,
Shannon said.
Let us think on it, and see what other offers come up.
I will seek you out later then.
Of course.
Shannon nodded. Theo wasn't paying attention to the conversation. He was watching a man across the tavern. The fellow was being very careful not to be noticed, but he had caught Theo's attention. Theo wasn't sure why yet, but he knew it was not a good reason. Outside, a storm rumbled loud enough to be heard, the ripples of the war to the north just now reaching this area. The magics here would flicker a bit tonight, which would help hide them. Theo took another sip of the quiche that Shannon had poured. When the man he watched slipped out the back, as if to go to the privy, Theo got to his feet. He moved toward the back, playing up being a bit drunk. He knew he was drunk, but he was far from stumbling. He slipped out after the man. Theo knew the man had time enough to have vanished from the yard, but he clearly was not headed across to the privy. Theo slipped up the back wall to the side alley. The man he was after was kneeling in the alley, drawing in the mud. Theo walked up behind him and looked over his shoulder. The man was so busy with his work that he didn't notice he wasn't alone. Theo took only a moment to see what he was doing and cleared his throat.
"You have it all wrong,"
he said.
"That is so sloppy that whatever you summon will eat you alive."
The man jumped and spun around with a wide-eyed look at Theo.
"Petty,"
Theo said. He moved with speed that he almost surprised himself. He stepped up, stole the man's own dagger, and stabbed him in the chest. Theo jerked the blade to be certain that the wound would be fatal, and then shoved the man back. With a sigh, he looked at the blood on his new clothes. He folded his cloak over his hand, concealing the spatter, and went back inside. He stumbled his way back to the table and sat down heavily. He put his hand on the table and leaned toward Shannon.
"Spilled something on my sleeve,"
he said.
"You want to clean it up for me?"
Shannon didn't even glance down as he laid his own hand on Theo's and leaned over a bit to whisper in his ear.
"You had a reason, I hope."
"I did,"
Theo said.
"You should know me better than to think otherwise."
"It seems oddly out of character for you to murder anyone,"
Shannon said.
Must be the company I keep is shifting my attitude."
"Not my intention,"
Shannon apologized. Theo leaned over a little closer.
"Perhaps it is best that we leave here tonight. We can find a small boat and be gone. I don't like the way the garrison hauler is watching us. He smells of a spy, and the other one wasn't alone."
"I would agree. Shall we then?"
Shannon got to his feet, pretending to pull Theo up. Theo knew the game, knew they were being watched, and almost regretted having come here at all. Still, he let himself fall against Shannon, who staggered a little. Helping each other, they headed for the door. Kava sighed and got up, following them. He knew the game as well, and he knew they were being watched by more than just Jerome's spies. Once in the street, they headed toward the lit-up market, an area that was still active this late with music, food, and crowds. Around a corner and into the crowd, Theo pulled off the red cloak that had been brought to him. He traded it for a wool one, in passing by a vendor. He handed the wool cloak to Kava, who put it on, hiding his head and ducking lower to not tower over the crowd. In the same instant, Shannon shimmered a moment and put back his hood, suddenly appearing as a stunning elf in a blue cloak. He held Theo's arm tight to his side.
"Whatever you do not lose contact with me,"
he said softly.
"It will shred my illusion."
Theo glanced at Ka'ava, who lumbered along beside them, looking like a rather homely Ezirin. He wondered what the illusion made him look like as they walked. They had not gone far when a man grabbed Ka'ava's arm to turn him. Ka'ava grunted and looked at the man. It was the man who had offered them passage on his ship.
"Is there a problem?"
Shannon asked in Elven.
No, Your Grace."
"Then unhand my slave and be on your way, man."
The man bowed and hurried past with several others, scanning the crowds for the missing men. They left the street, cutting for the poorer waters, the fisherman's wharf. The illusions were dropped, and Shannon had to stop a moment.
"You all right?"
Kava asked.
"It'll pass,"
Shannon said, swallowing hard.
"We have to get on the water tonight."
He put his hood up and looked for a tavern to find a fisherman to take them away. The tavern was not wealthy, nor was it all that filthy either. It was crowded with men, many of them doing deals over books and charts. Theo could feel the place being watched, and knew at once that Shannon and Kava would be spotted far too easily here.
"Wait here,"
he told them at the door.
"Try not to draw attention."
He slipped away from them, knowing that if he was not a bit buzzed off the drinks, he would never be able to be so bold. But here he was, walking into a crowd alone. He was looking for something, an attitude, an energy, another drink perhaps. He moved to the bar and pointed to the beer on tap. The bar owner brought it over and set it on the bar top. Theo felt for his purse and grumbled at having changed clothes once again.
Lifted purse, huh?
The man said.
So much for spelled chords,
Theo muttered.
I'll be right back.
He moved to go get money from Shannon.
Pay for the next one,
the man said.
You seem honest enough. Just this once.
Theo nodded his thanks.
It's been one of those days,
he said.
Thank you.
He lifted the beer to the bartender, who nodded and moved on to serve others. Theo turned a little, looking around and letting his ears pick up what he needed. He sipped at his beer and said nothing, just waiting, hoping that no one would spot the Purtan and the orc just inside the door. He barely heard it when he did. The man was talking low, but he caught just enough of it to get a direction. He got up and moved toward the voice. He stepped over to the fire as if to warm himself, only 2 tables away from the men he wanted to overhear.
There's nothing I can do. My shipment didn't sell. I don't have the money for the harbor tax at Ulam Cardon.
I have a ship full of perishables and you don't have the money? You swore you'd have it. You told me you had it, not that it was locked up in a trade.
The best I can do is to get it sold here. There's enough of a market here to sell it off before it rots.
At such a cut, I get nothing.
I don't have the money for the harbor tax elsewhere. I don't know what else to do. Better to sell it now than lose it all.
The buyer stood.
I need a drink. Let me get you one while you think about it.
The man who had the ship left the table disgusted. He moved to the fire and bent down for a twig to light his pipe. Theo watched him pretend to light it with the burning twig, but instead of using the flame, he used magic to make the herbs in the bowl burn. He stood up with a draw and an upset expression.
I didn't mean to overhear, but it sounds like you've been scammed, my friend,
Theo said. The captain looked over.
That's what it certainly seems. My cargo is worth 1,000 times more at Ulam Cardon, and all that I have is invested in it.
Your friend seems like the sort who would not have a problem killing in order to keep that cargo in his own hands. I'd watch your back if I were you.
I can almost feel the dagger now,
the man muttered.
You seem like a rather fine sort of man to be in a place like this.
It's a very long story, but needless to say, I am stuck here for the moment, and as much as I would like revenge on the man who made sure I was stuck, I am unable to.
Theo looked over at the captain.
I have a deal for you,
he said with a sudden tone.
You need money to get into the harbor at Ulam Cardon, right?
I do.
I need to get there myself. I pay your harbor tax. You take me and my companions?
How many?
3 of us right now.
If we hurry, we can leave before the tide.
It might be a good idea for you to slip out now before your friend sees you. I'll meet you out front. I don't want a dagger in my back or to be chased to the docks either.
Right,
the captain muttered, and then moved toward the table as the other man returned.
I gotta piss,
he told the other, and left as 2 beers were set on the table. The other sat with a smirk. Theo left the fire, moving toward the front. He set his beer down as he went, slipping out without even a glance to the other 2. He darted around the building, down the alley, and jumped the low fence. The captain was caught in a fight with 2 men. Theo ran at them, catching one around the neck and tearing him away. As they slammed to the ground, Theo grabbed a stick that was at hand and drove it into the man's throat. Theo struggled up, pulling his robes away from the man who clutched his throat while choking on blood. Taking the dying man's blade, Theo drove it into the other side. The captain was released, dropping to his knees and sucking in air as he peeled the strangling wire from his neck and hair. Shannon and Kava were just hopping the wall as Theo shoved the dying man away from the captain.
Come here,
Shannon ordered. He took hold of Theo's sleeves, and the blood on them began smoking away.
Are you done yet?
They were cheats, and after I just made a deal with the captain to leave tonight, I had to.
My thanks,
the man said, getting up.
My ship isn't far. Let's go before there is more trouble.
The city-state of Ulam Cardon, on the island of Tient, seemed to rise right up out of the ocean without even cliffs to support it. Smooth walls shot upward with the surf endlessly pounding them. Theo was from a harbor city and had to admire the craftsmanship of the walls that held up to such a beating. He also had to admire the massive gates enclosing the harbor, a bustling metropolis built seemingly right out of the ocean waters. The outer harbor was as sheltered and calm as could be hoped, but much too far out to unload anything. The inner harbor was gated with an entry tax to be paid up front. Ships lined up for days to pick their way through the gate. One in, one out, all day long and all night long, the movement never stopped. Magic guided ships where wind and sails were unable to. The quarters were packed so tightly together, Theo couldn't even imagine what fire would do to it all. If a fire or a war started, there would be no escape. The chaos would be insane. The weather was making it harder than usual to manage operations here. Ships and men not used to the cold were in shock as snow drifted out of the sky. Theo was reminded of home. He stood on the deck of the Albatross, watching Captain Vandermeer steer his ship into place with the smallest touches of magic. A bump here and a bump there shifted things so slightly. Yet in the slow motion and flat waters, it was enough.
"The weather is a bit off,"
the captain said.
"Helping the fruit keep, no doubt."
Theo half smiled at the man whose life he had saved.
I am sure.
"I would say the northern tribes have put up quite a stand to not be so easily swayed by smooth words and silver tongues. Instead, they put up a fight strong enough to affect the weather like this."
I would think they've done more than simply put up a stand.
Theo objected.
I bet they kicked those priests' asses. Have you ever seen those nomads? They're fantastic with their feathers and tattoos, and their horsemen are deadly accurate with the bow. It's too bad. The weather will make life very hard for them for quite some time, I would think.
Maybe the shield will come down and the world will balance out. God help us all if it explodes under the pressure.
Theo drew his cloak up a little tighter about his shoulders.
I'm not even sure anyone knows how to bring it down anymore.
The House of Armand will.
The House of Armand is not exactly what it was.
The captain laughed a little.
I dare say not. We will be in the harbor for several days. Will you and your friends need ship passage out?
I hope so,
Theo said.
We come looking for friends. If we find them, we'll want to go, but we cannot leave without them.
Understood. We will need tax by dawn. It changes, so I don't know the exact amount.
I'll bring it up.
He left the captain to find Shannon. Ka'ava and Shannon stayed hidden most of the time to not be on the minds of the men on the ship at all. Shannon, however, was just coming up as Theo went to look for him. They walked back to the rail. Shannon looked off to the city, examining the sheer size of it.
Are they there?
Theo asked.
Oirion is. Dave is.
Shannon said softly.
I can feel them both. The others. It is too hard to say. The storms.
He rubbed his eyes.
I must be careful. This place crawls with the whispers of hell.
Theo put a hand on Shannon's shoulder as softly as he could.
Don't risk it. I can find them if you cannot.
Shannon looked over at him.
Dave must not be broken,
he whispered.
I know,
Theo said, looking back to the city, holding his elbows.
I don't think you should leave the ship. I will take care of Dave, but you must not be taken. The salt water will help hide you.
This is my task,
Shannon started to say. Theo shook his head.
Don't you dare push me to have taken these steps, to have gone so far. Only to have you walk into his hands now. I can't go back. And if you are taken, then what has it all been for?
Shannon didn't say anything. They just stood at the rail watching the gates draw closer. It was too much. The storms had reached the harbor, the winds gusting and howling. Ivan had barely escaped capture on the last ship he had tried to land on. The crewman fancied his feathers for a good trade item. The one little perch of rock that he had found to escape capture was repeatedly slammed with waves. His ribs were broken, his mind slipping. He had lived on nothing but fish guts and what little birds he could snag out of the air. He had stolen a few eggs, but his talons crushed holes in the shells, often before he had a chance to land for a moment to eat. Salt water was nothing he could drink, and the little bits of blood he had gotten were not enough to keep him hydrated. Scans had knocked him off of wall tops twice, and he'd been shot at with arrows several times to get him off the rigging. He was prepared to just drop into the ocean and drown. After all this, he was going to die in the water. A cry of anguish escaped him as the scream of the Xen eagle he was now. He would have cried if he could. He was so tired, so broken. On the cold wind, through the shift of the snow, he tried to keep above the rigging. A strong downward gust, and he veered wildly off his path. Barely missing ropes that he didn't see, ducking through the sails, he caught his wings again. Struggling, he tried to keep in the air. It was the utter black of the cloak, as it blew in the wind, that caught Ivan's eyes. Something about that black, about the way it moved. He turned to it, trying to think, trying to recall what it was. Blonde hair, whipping about and exposed. 1,000 images rushed through his mind. He saw for a moment the blue eyes that went with that hair, the glow of the staff top, the shaman on the black horse, and the shy, quiet smile of the man. Theo, his friend, his brother. Ivan's heart jumped, and he floundered on a gust of wind that tried to steal him away. His mind screamed for help. He reached desperately for his friend. The wind howled up around him like the demons that hunted him. He wanted to scream Theo's name. He could feel the magic cords spinning out to catch him in a net. The demons had changed their tactic, and he was about to be taken. A strangled cry escaped his throat. Maybe, having heard it, Theo looked up. Ivan could see his eyes.
"Help me, Theo, help me!"
His mind screamed as the cords started to draw tighter. Theo threw up an arm, as if he had heard Ivan's cry. Power seemed to wash out from him like a warm wind. It swirled over the deck of the ship and flew up with the motion of his arm. Ivan felt it wash over him. The cords simply fell away, melting like frost in the sun. The Xen eagle pounded his wings against the cold sky, desperate to reach Theo before the demons returned. As he approached the deck, he was so tired that he couldn't land, and he knew it. He would just as likely shred Theo's arm as miss utterly, so he just aimed for the ship. Wind gusted back at him, and he slammed into the deck. He felt his wings snap under him as he hit. Panting, he tried to lift his head as Theo ran over and knelt down beside him. Ivan wanted to say who he was, to let Theo know, but darkness tunneled around him, and he had no time to do so.
Shh.
Theo put a finger to Ivan's lips. He wasn't looking at Ivan, but to the harbor wall instead. Ivan tried to push himself up, but the pain made him wince back down to the bed. Theo put a hand on Ivan's chest to quiet and reassure him. They could hear voices just outside the wall. They were muffled, but men's voices. They passed by, then Theo looked at Ivan.
"They're looking for you,"
he said softly. Ivan tried to push up again, scared that he would be trapped, that he would be revealed with a mind sweep.
"No one saw you,"
Theo said softly.
"Lie still before you hurt yourself more."
Ivan looked down at his body to make sure it was his. The relief, the warm friendship in Theo, the big man could not help but start to cry.
"Shh,"
Theo told him.
"It's not over yet, but at least we found you. You have any ideas about the others?"
"No."
He caught at Theo's hand as he struggled to get up again.
"They almost had me."
"I know,"
Theo said seriously.
"Rest and be still, Ivan. Try to sleep. Carver and I are going ashore to look for the others."
"Theo."
He didn't want to be left alone, but he knew the others desperately needed rescue.
"Shannon will slip in here to join you once the guards leave the ship. You won't be alone long. I have to go find Dave. Shannon thinks things are about to get very bad for him. He's about ready to go himself, and that's insane."
"Don't get caught,"
Ivan said softly.
"Me?"
Theo smiled.
"I haven't yet."
He slipped out of the little door that was all but invisibly hidden in the wall, and just as Theo said, Ivan didn't lie alone long. Several moments later, Shannon slipped in, sat down at his bedside and set a crystal on his chest.
"It'll help shield you,"
Shannon said.
"It's good to see you. I was afraid that this time I was caught."
"It's good to see you in your own form,"
Shannon said.
"You had me concerned that you would not be able to turn back."
"I don't know how long I was like that."
"A few weeks, I think,"
Shannon said.
"How long have we been taken?"
"About 2 months."
"I pray that the others are all right, overlooked, forgotten."
Ivan closed his eyes.
"I heard Raven cry out in pain, saw Kelly beaten to the floor and raped. I was given the form of the bear to escape."
Ivan was still with that thought. He had worn that form once before as a teenager. That was different, a different type of bear. And He had left the beach as a simple seagull. He knew he had. He recalled the webbed feet sloshing in the water, yet he had crashed as the eagle. That meant one thing. Only the goddess gave the eagle form, and only to the king. His father was dead, or worse, denounced by the gods of Azir. He didn't want to weep for the old man. Ivan didn't want to admit who he himself was, or that, even exiled and having raged against his own people's betrayal, his gods still claimed him. He curled over, clutching the crystal to his chest, trying to stay as shielded from Shannon as he could, and wept with as much dignity as he could maintain. Shannon stayed long after Ivan had fallen back asleep. He had no place better to go. Shannon might have prayed for Dave and Oirion, but his prayers were no longer heard. All he could do was hope that whatever powers had guided Ivan back to him would help Theo find the missing souls who would be needed to ever hope to bring down the barrier. This wasn't about him. It was about the world. He was just caught in the middle of it because of what he knew and his need to keep Dave safe. The day that Theo turned 15 had been terrifying. His mother had taken him to Ulaanbaatar. He had been allowed to wander the imperial palace for hours, go shopping in the finest city in the world, and then, as darkness fell, Jerome had taken him from the feast to the pits. He called them the pits because there was no better word for it. It was on his 15th birthday that he walked the halls of hell with Jerome, who at one point had caught hold of his hand and told him how pretty he was. Theo couldn't forget that day or that night, certainly not standing here looking at the gates to the pits of this city. It was set up the same, and even had the banner of Jerome's dark side over the door. It was the black leafless tree that twined with vines of purple and red, almost like a purtan knot, almost like death vines. Theo had learned that, depending on the magic or drugs, it could be either. He knew the way to do this. He had learned it that night, but now he wasn't a scared young man at his master's side. He wasn't even Prince Theradon. He was just a strange man walking up to sealed gates. If he set his hand on the gatestone, it would know he was here, and thus Jerome would know. He couldn't have that.
They must die,
he said softly to Kava.
I will follow your lead,
Kava whispered. Theo drew a deep breath. He shook off his dread of the dark halls and the knowledge of what he would find in those halls. Masking any lingering fear with mimicry, he strode forward. He crossed the street right before the gate without looking aside. The guards bowed their heads a little.
Sir, on whose authority are you here?
A guard asked, as Theo reached toward the stone. Theo looked over at him, acting as if he had stopped his hand for the interruption alone. He looked over.
Mine,
he said, and then moved to drive his sharp jab of power into the man's heart. Theo caught the guard as he fell and stepped him back to set him down. He patted the dead man on the shoulder. Kava was setting his man down in the same fashion. Theo reached for the gate again, but this time he sent out his gremlin to eat the magic. It was a trick he had learned. It was hard for the gremlin to master, but they had done it long ago. Theo told it to follow them, to clean up their trail and whatever stray energy it wanted. It was like a puppy licking up a trail of milk. It had fooled Jerome before. The skill he had learned hiding from his mother and Jerome as a boy was now about to be put to an adult version test. He had scanned out the halls the best he could, so he might seem to know his way. He strode past guards, trying to figure out where his friends were. The smell of the place wasn't there all at once, but it wasn't long before it could be tasted, and then, eventually, begin to creep upon the flesh. Kava stayed close as they strode the halls. Several levels down, he entered the room he was looking for. Half the room was set up as an office. The other half housed a dozen guards. Petty criminals and those too weak to bother with were often punished here and set aside. The cells about this chamber would be the sugar-coated front for priests who might have heard grisly rumors, but needed to not see the truth, priests like Oirion had been. Several guards sat around a small table, eating their meal, while another sat off to the side, cleaning blood out of his fingernails. Theo looked around at the men. The one cleaning his hands got to his feet uncertainly.
Can I help you?
I would hope so,
Theo said, displaying annoyance at the utter lack of order that was normally demanded for Jerome's pits. Jerome was a vain man and demanded kneeling subservience of his people. If Jerome had been met by this attitude, these men would all die slowly and painfully. Then again, he had only been to a pit with the man in charge, and he was sure they all acted up for it. Word was certainly rushed to them to be in order before the Lord of Pert inspected them.
I am here to gather several trespassers for transport.
Do you have the case numbers?
That was it. Theo knew his friends wouldn't be turned over to them. The game was up.
Kill them,
Theo said, already moving to kill the man. A case number meant that Jerome had these prisoners under special watch. If they were asked for the case number and didn't have it, their cover was blown. He hit the guard in the chest with his hand. One of Theo's lesser gremlins shot into the guard, staggering him back. The thing took over the man's body, and with a delighted little chirp, turned to attack the men that Ka'ava already had in hand. It was over before the men could even get up from the table. Theo took a sword from one of them.
So much for trying to just walk in and out again.
Got us in,
Kava said, watching the gremlin-possessed body dancing around to its own great amusement.
Let's go get them,
Theo said, shivering a moment before he led Ka'ava away from the dancing guard. The guard was whirling around, singing and chirping, waving around swords with great delight. Ka'ava followed Theo into a hall that seemed a dead end, until Theo walked right through it. The whole place instantly changed from a prison into hell. The cries, the moans, and the reek were more than just that of the flesh. Kava gagged and staggered a step.
Dave and Oirion are close,
Theo said. The magics here were foul and tangled. Those magics that hid this place from the world above and kept the demons trapped inside were magics that ran up from a hot core below. The whole island was sitting on a deep slumbering volcano whose power transformed this level of the prison into the very pits of hell that they were said to be. But even down here, the storms outside affected them. If the restraints broke, demons would flood the world, as had not happened since Raz had opened the portals during the Great War. The idea was terrifying. Theo had to scan several times, not daring to reach too far or leave too much of himself as evidence. The cell holding Dave and Oirion wasn't far, conveniently located should Jerome want someone dragged above for whatever black magic might require a prisoner. The cell placement indicated that the guards didn't know who they had. If the captured friends were smuggled out, they might be overlooked for some time. There was still hope to find them sane and unbroken. Arriving at a large common cell, he pulled the bolt as easily as if it wasn't spelled at all, and opened the door. A trick that he had learned early on was that it was always a bad idea to let the door close behind you. He scanned ever so lightly into the darkness, not letting go of the heavy iron door.
Get them,
he ordered Kava. Kava moved into the cell and grabbed up Dave with no effort to be nice. The people here would spot that. Dave groaned and cried out a little as Kava tossed him up over a shoulder. He grabbed Oirion by the arm and jerked him up, dragging him up out of sleep. Oirion staggered, grabbed wildly for Dave, and was hit by an immobilizing spell from Theo. It was painless, but made him freeze for a moment.
Behave,
Theo ordered.
I do not have time for such nonsense.
Oirion was dragged along by Ka'ava, half immobilized, half struggling to get his feet under himself. Theo locked the cell and moved down the hall. Once past the door, Theo caught Oirion under the shoulder to help him up. Kava eased Dave down to look at him. Dave's eyes rolled as he slid down the wall.
He's not good,
Oirion said, his words slurred from the magic. Theo pulled the last of the magic away, but with it, a great deal of pain numbing was lost. Oirion half cried out and nearly sank to the floor as well. Theo caught him up.
Come on, Oirion. I need you to stay on your feet.
Oirion struggled, as he had for months now, to stay on his feet, bite back the pain, and be one of the leaders. Theo gave the priest support as he scanned for Riven and Kelly. Dave tried to lift an arm and groaned, his eyes trying to open, but he was beyond that.
Be still, Dave,
Kava said.
It's almost over. Can you find them?
He looked to Theo as he hoisted Dave to his shoulders.
Riven is hiding. I can sense sparks of him cast about. I think he escaped his cell and is hiding in the halls. We have to keep moving.
Oirion almost started to cry as his knees buckled at the first step. Keeping grip on Dave, Ka'ava grabbed Orion's arm and pulled him back up. Oirion clung to the orc, unable to hold on to anything else. Theo tried to help with Oirion as they moved down the hall, his mind focused on trying to find the other two. He knew time was running short as his gremlin darted back to him, the body of the man he had worn now dead, and without a doubt, nothing but a hollow husk, sucked dry of all energy and life. He gave the gremlin the command to find Riven, and to do it quickly. The thing darted off, leaving them to keep moving down the hallways, past the cells of men in hell. They entered a common chamber where the tools of torment were kept ever ready. They didn't pause. There was no going back up and no leaving without the other two. Both of them knew far too much about the rest. There would be no escape for any of them if either Riven or Kelly were broken.
Come on, Riven, don't be such a troublesome thing,
Theo muttered.
Where the hell are you?
The gremlin returned, excited to have succeeded, and then darted off again, right through the wall. Theo growled. They would have to find ways around and through the labyrinth of halls and chambers to get to the gremlin, but at least Riven was in reach. At one point in the wall, the stone had cracked and broken from ancient earthquakes. It left a small gap in the wall that would be overlooked by most. There was no way Kava would fit, and neither Oirion nor Dave could make it without Kava. Theo swore.
I'll be right back,
he promised, then slipped in. He followed his gremlin into the darkness, his eyes shifting to see just enough. He picked his way through the crack of stone into a cavern that was as wild and rugged as any. Steam was venting up from the fires below. In here. Riven was in here. Theo could see him through the gremlin's eyes. Riven was crouched up, hidden somewhere up ahead and above, gripping a wicked-looking knife of bone. He didn't look at all like Riven. The dwarf was wild and beaten. His face was more blood than skin. His beard and hair looked half burned away. He was stripped to nothing but some pants and a belt, both far too big for the dwarf, but pulled in and made to work. Theo summoned his gremlin back with treats of power. It darted to Theo, took his treat and the orders to find Kelly.
Riven,
Theo called.
Riven, come down, please hurry. We have to get out of here. I need your help to find Kelly.
Theo waited, his eyes not seeing anything beyond a few feet. The steam hissed and his body was starting to itch in the heat. The stink and cries from beyond didn't help.
Riven, please,
Theo pleaded. If they were caught, he would have to kill Dave, and he couldn't stand to think it.
Please.
He waited, growing sick with worry about it. Self-doubt and fear rose up. What if Riven felt his magics? What if Riven attacked him and killed him, and Dave was taken back?
Riven!
He shouted, frustrated and angry about the whole thing.
Snap back to yourself. We have to go.
From the darkness the attack came, slamming Theo back, as the cleric, sensing the gremlin, charged wild and enraged. Theo shouted and hit the dwarven priest with the same spell he had used on Oirion. The spell worked only in part. Riven struggled, slow and weak, but still moving to kill the man he was standing over.
Riven, please,
Theo pleaded, trying to hold him back. Riven pressed his weight against Theo's arms, pushing closer and closer with his blade. Theo had no choice. He knew he would have to kill Riven before letting himself die. Otherwise, the others would be left for capture. Sobbing, he began to build the power to kill the priest and yet keep his soul safe, to let it go someplace where it wouldn't be grabbed up by evil. He was planning to steal Riven's soul, the same as he had done to the elven prince. The magic burned in Theo's hands as Riven's blade pressed into his chest. Theo didn't know what made Riven stop, but he stopped. He blinked and staggered back a mere second from having his soul ripped out. Theo sobbed with relief and let the magic sink. He covered his face for a moment.
Theo,
Riven whispered, unsure, terrified, and yet hopeful. Theo crawled up.
Come on, Riven, we have to go.
Theo crawled for the door, not wanting to look at the priest. He made his way back through the narrow passage with Riven ghosting along behind him. As he crawled out of the crack to Ka'ava and the other two, he leaned back against the wall, panting and shaky with what he had almost been forced to do. He swallowed hard and wiped his face.
Kava?
Riven asked, looking up.
Yes, Riven, time to get out of here. Just need Kelly now.
The gremlin darted to Theo. It had found her. Theo stumbled after the thing, even as Riven jerked back, putting his sword up to fight.
Hush, my friend,
Kava whispered to Riven.
Follow Theo, he'll get us out.
Riven followed for fear of being left, but did so with sweat pouring down his temples and his hands shaking. Theo tried to gather himself as he tracked his pet down the halls. They twisted through the halls, backtracking several times, passing thousands of prisoners trapped in the pits. The gremlin led them to a corridor that had solid doors lining the walls. It stopped outside one of the doors and waited a moment before darting back to Theo. Theo reached the door and saw why. It was sealed with the crest of the church. Theo looked to Oirion.
Open it,
he commanded. Oirion staggered toward it and fell against the wall. He laid his hands on the seal and, weeping for the pain of the reality, he whispered the prayer. The door clicked and swung open, dropping Oirion to his knees. Theo found Kelly in the room, crouched against the back wall, a bone in her hand. She was half wild, her clothing nothing but a few rags, her skin so battered and raw that the grand tattoos that had covered her seemed to vanish in the aftermath of her beatings. If they had seen her in the light and had no magic to aid in identifying her, they might not have known her at all.
Kelly, it's us. Time to go.
She snarled at him.
Kelly,
Theo said.
It's me, Theo. We have to go.
We got problems,
Kava said.
They are coming down the halls. They're following our trail. We can't fight out of this, Theo. There is no way we can all get out.
No.
Theo pleaded to the heavens and gods, and all things good. He couldn't stand to think that he would have to kill them all.
Go,
he commanded, ordering all his gremlins to attack and devour the guards who hunted them. The gremlins all shot away. Theo had bought them time. It was at a great cost, as he would pay later for the services that the gremlins did for him now. If they could just get out of here, to the ship, and then out of the harbor. He couldn't think. It was too much. There was just too much magic pulling at him, too many emotions, and the heat of the fires down here made the very rocks warm. He tried to think for a moment. If they could move like the guards who had attacked them in the marsh, they could get away.
A gate?
He needed to build a gate. They just had to get away.
They will track a gate,
Kava said.
Blow it up,
Riven said.
Draw the fires up. Make them have to deal with it.
Demons do not care about fires,
Kava said.
Shh.
Theo ordered them, trying to think. If he could hide the gate, if he could move them all, if he could just get them close to the harbor, then he could make the fires rise up and flood the pits at least. That would set all the souls free and set all the demons loose. Jerome would have to work hard to catch them all, forcing his greater demons to focus on that, as long as they didn't know who had escaped. From down the hallway, the screaming of the gremlin attack could be heard.
Kelly, come out here,
he ordered.
We have to be close together for this to work at all. Now, Kelly.
Kelly, please,
Dave pleaded, and reached his hand out to her. She stumbled from her cell toward him. Riven caught her hand and pulled her into the group.
Closer, tighter. Get as close to me as you can,
Theo ordered as he set his feet. He focused and grabbed for his staff. It appeared in his hand as fast as his mind wanted it. There was no point in trying to hide now. Any hope of discretion was gone. They had to get away. The hellish red glow of the pit faded as the claws snapped open and blue light illuminated the hall. They all blinked in the shifting light, then looked at each other, all beaten and wild. Theo closed his eyes and focused. Above, powers turned to see who was sending gremlins into the pits and what in hell was going on. Jerome was about to see his lost pupil standing in his halls, about to steal the prize of the world. Theo thought it all out carefully and clearly, step by step, so the staff knew exactly what he was trying to do. Then, with a shout, he grabbed at the fires below and funneled them like a blowtorch directly into the magics that he was building. The doorway opened, and they fell, out of the darkness, and into the wild, warm fields of Awans. It smelled of rain with lightning on the horizon, the long grasses whipping about them for one moment, and then they dropped again. They hit the ground hard this time and staggered to their feet, Kava still with a grip on Dave, as the cool wind and salt air hit them. They were outside and on the street, only a few strides from the dock where their ship was unloading. Theo had one more task before escape. He grabbed at the fires below the pits, and with all he had left, ripped them free. He had intended it to be a mere distraction, but his power was much stronger than even he had thought. The spell grew unexpectedly and out of control. All of his rage, fear, and hatred for Jerome was unleashed and channeled into the spell. He felt his knees give out, and as he sank to the street, Riven caught him.
"The ship, move!"
Kava ordered. He grabbed Oirion. Throwing him over his other shoulder, he moved with power and speed, shoving a path clear for his friends. They stumbled after him. They didn't have far to go, as the albatross was at the dock unloading.
"Set off!"
Kava roared as they hit the gangplank.
"Pull the ropes!"
The men on the dock stopped to look at him, an orc carrying 2 naked, beaten men over his shoulders, roaring. Behind him, the others ran on what strength they had left.
"Set off, Shannon. Pull the ropes."
Kava hit the ramp and reached the deck in 4 great steps. The others stumbled up, collapsing on the deck as Kava dropped his 2 friends. He threw up his arms and the ship jolted forward. Captain Vandermeer, sensing the gravity of the situation, gave orders, and the sailors moved swiftly to cut the ropes before the ship was ripped apart. The ship lunged forward, crushing its way through the crowded harbor. The startled crew watched as the city began to shudder. The water started to ripple, and a strange sound was heard. It sounded like thunder, but was coming from underneath the ground. Kava waved his arms, and the ship raced forward, slamming other ships out of its way as their speed continued to increase. His own magics were revealed against his grandfather's command as he cleared a path, their ship pushing its way toward the harbor gates. To the north, well inside the city, a column of smoke and ash blasted out of the ancient volcano's caldera, its core glowing with fire. The fire began to roar up with ever-building power, creating a gigantic whirlwind of dark magic, lava, and the souls who were released from Jerome's pits. The sky grew dark. Driven by Kaava's magic, the albatross shot past many other ships where the men on board were either pulling anchor or standing, staring at the sight. Within moments, snow turned to ash, and then little pea-sized stones began to clatter to the deck.
"Good God,"
Shannon said, as he stood beside Kaava, looking back at the smoke and fire that was blasting upward.
"What happened?"
"Theo did it. Help me with this,"
Kaava ordered. Shannon turned to focus on the ship and their escape. End of Chapter 28. Continue with Chapter 29, The Barrier. Princes and Priests, Chapter 29, The Barrier. The albatross hit the next ship, jarring them sideways hard. A loud cracking sound was heard as the hull threatened to crush, but they raced past. Kelly dove to catch Theo as he toppled sideways, hitting his head as he fell. She held the unconscious Theo tightly, protecting his body from the falling pumice the best that she could. His voice had pulled her out of the dark and brought her back to the world again. She would not leave him to lie on the deck, exposed to the rain of little black stones.
"Get him below deck,"
Shannon yelled to her. Somehow, she heard his voice over the roaring noise. Shannon turned from Kelly and moved to the ropes, ordering the sailors to hoist the sails, taking command of the ship as if he had been the captain for decades. He only dropped the ropes when he sensed a small demon forming over Oirion. It was poised to strike the totally unaware priest. Kelly saw it as well, but was too far away to do anything about it, and she would not leave Theo alone. All she could do was watch as Shannon moved so swiftly that his image actually blurred, crossing the entire deck in 3 steps and a leap. Grabbing Oirion, Shannon spun into a pivot, throwing the man aside. The attack that was aimed for Oirion caught Shannon across the back. The claws sliced through the leather and down through his skin. As Shannon let go of Oirion, the priest spun with the momentum and came up on his feet in a stance, his battle experience taking over. Carrying through, Shannon whipped around to face the demon and retaliated with his own attack. With a high kick, he hit the demon in what would have been the chest. The power in the kick shattered the demon instantly. It splintered into fragments of darkness, like a million tiny sparks of black diamonds and smoke, and then it was gone. Power shivered in the air where the attack had blown the demon apart. Oirion staggered and fell to his knees on the deck, still too weak to stand. Shannon had the tears in his black leather mended before his foot even hit the deck. He hoped that he had been fast enough, that Riven and Oirion had not felt his blood power as anything independent from the demons. Riven banished another demon as Oirion threw up a shield over the deck. The two priests both shouted the sanctifying prayer that would protect the vessel from further demonic attacks for a while. Even in their condition, their magics held with a deep power far beyond what they would have hoped for. Even the pumice stones were slowed, dropping onto the deck harmlessly. As they reached open water, they could see the glowing red wall of liquefied stone and boiling gases begin to pour over the city and spill into the harbor, igniting any ship unfortunate enough to be near the docks. Ships frantically tried to escape in all directions, creating absolute chaos within the harbor.
Dear God, all those people,
Captain Vandermeer said as he raised his own power, filling the sails to their fullest. With a jerk that nearly threw them to the deck, they shot forward at a speed the ship could barely sustain. There was nothing left of the city, Kava was certain of that. He had felt the power in Theo, the small, quiet man hid so much. Kava stood at the rail watching ash fall like snow onto the ocean. They had cut south, letting the current carry them once they were clear of the danger. He glanced over as Kelly joined him at the rail. She still had green in her cheeks, but had been beaten the least. She was quiet, looking to the north where the island city burned. It had already begun to disappear into the wall of black smoke on the horizon. Many hundreds of thousands had died to save them.
I spoke to the healer. They will all recover. Riven is a bit surly, and Dave might be blind in one eye, but we're all here. We all made it.
Kava nodded.
You all made it out.
He looked over at her.
Theo?
It's a magic drain. The healer doesn't know for certain. It might have burned his cores in a way that would prevent him from using magic again.
He did it, you know. He got Shannon through it, brought us to the harbor, managed to get in, and saved all of you. Such a shy little man to hold such power.
I think he just wants to be normal and fears his power. My God, Kaava, already drained, he buried half the city in lava, in just a few moments.
She shook her head.
I don't know who he is really, but he's no low-level noble.
I don't think he doubted he could do it, but the lives he took will haunt him. I do not envy such power.
Kava had to agree. They stood together, looking out at the water, until Ivan walked out, his arm still in a sling, his face white, his hair stirring in the wind a bit. He stood beside Kelly.
What will you do when you get home?
He asked.
I don't know, you?
Go home,
he said.
Build me a little hut over the Turtle River and watch the sun trace along the rim of the world.
Back to Azir?
She asked.
There is not much for gold there.
I think I will sing the songs of the dead and allow myself to grieve for my loss, and then try to do what I might have done if my sons yet lived. Maybe someday I'll find another woman and have a new life.
Just one, Ivan?
He chuckled but winced at the pain.
Azirans don't marry as most other races. Love is like a river. It seems the same but ever changes as souls meet and bend and grow. Only a fool defines the way a river will flow and dictates the rules of it. It is what it is.
Desert sands,
Kelly said with a distant look in her eyes.
You going home?
He asked her.
No, find a home maybe. Just for a few decades would be nice, I think. Plant a garden.
She looked over and smiled.
Tell stories of the day I met the great Ivan Ushard.
A pity he died in a storm, swept overboard and drowned by the weight of his own jewelry. Ha 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 ha.
Ivan laughed his great laugh.
Not Ivan.
Kelly laughed.
He could walk on water.
Oirion walked out, a bit shaky but on his feet. He joined them at the rail. Leaning back on it, he twisted the ring on his finger.
What about you, Oirion?
Ivan asked.
What will you do?
What will I do?
He questioned.
When we get home,
Ivan said.
Get a haircut,
Oirion said, catching his hair out of his face. He got smiles for it, but his thoughts were far darker than that. He was troubled. They saw it and let him alone.
How long until we reach the barrier?
Oirion asked after a time of silence. Even as he asked, a burst of light exploded from the east, creating an eerie glow on the horizon. It was enough to catch the attention of everyone on deck. A moment later, a deafening boom shook the world, vibrating into the bones of everyone. The ocean became utterly flat, and the wind ceased. The boom returned, echoing off the inside of the barrier. A horrified look fell upon Kelly's face, but before she had a chance to speak, Riven could be heard roaring as he emerged from below.
"We need to shield the ship now,"
he yelled. Shannon came charging up the steps right behind Riven, almost pushing him out of the way. He immediately began casting, raising a shield around the entire ship. At the same time, Kelly raised her hand toward the sails, creating a gust of wind that rivaled the captain's and Kava's combined. The ship picked up speed again, barreling toward the western horizon, which began to shimmer in places. Waters started to swirl in small whirlpools. They were approaching the barrier. Riven placed his feet firmly on the deck and threw his fists into the air. He cried out a dwarven spell, sending earth magic directly into Shannon's shield, aiding the man with all the power the dwarf had to offer. The shield itself seemed to crystallize and turn a dark gray. Then it hit. The full force of what Theo had unleashed slammed into them. A liquidized mass of turbulent gas and rock fragments came at them so fast that they could not have seen it coming. They had barely gotten the shield up in time. Even with the shield, the heat of the explosion made the air so hot that no one could even breathe. The ship was flung forward violently. The island had exploded with a force that none of them could have predicted. No one anywhere near the massive island could have escaped. Millions were dead. As they approached the barrier at unimaginable speed, they spotted the other world outside the ancient magic. The trade island of Christie was a dark point on the water. It was their best hope. If they could just get through the barrier. Clouds began to gather out of nowhere, unnaturally created as a result of the barrier. From this distance, it did not appear to be a clear, thin wall, but rather a wall of power, storms, and shields. Riven could feel Shannon desperately work to shift his shield, adjusting it to protect them from the force of the barrier now. The cleric dwarf attempted to shift in conjunction with Shannon, allowing his magic to flow into the modified shield. As they poured their energies out together in a cooperative spell, he couldn't help but think about the man he worked so closely with. Riven wondered if what he had heard those months ago was really true. He couldn't ignore it anymore. The weeks as a captive, locked in the dark, he had time to think and had been doing a lot of very serious thinking. Was Shannon the man who had murdered his family so horribly that men sickened at the finding, or was he the saint who wrote so many of the books Riven had studied? Was he king of Norwood, the Shadow King, heir to all of Pert? Could Shannon be all those men at once? Riven looked off through the shield. He could see a ship just on the far side of the barrier and wondered whose it was. Would they have more problems as soon as they were through? They hit the storm all at once. It was not a light gusting wind, but a madness that rocked and rolled the ship. The heat of the explosion was gone, replaced with blasts of freezing air, and the normally calm waters had become a torrent. Kelly moved at once to fight with the rigging. Oirion caught his breath and joined Shannon and Riven in shielding. Captain Vandermeer shouted orders to his terrified crew. They all did their best to keep the ship together and the crushing power of the storm out. Ivan grabbed the helm with all his strength. He aimed for the island that he had spotted earlier, but that was now lost in the storm. The waves turned on themselves, creating a hollow that the ship dropped abruptly into. Before they had even regained their balance, the ship rolled hard, and with a sideways blow, waves crashed over the deck. The suddenness of it staggered all but Dave as he emerged from below, despite his weakness and injuries. Many hit the deck hard. Others were washed up against the rail. Dave immediately cast a flurry of ropes to save not only himself, but anyone on the deck within reach. Riven roared and held on with his own rope of power. As fast as they were hit, the ship jerked to a standstill. It creaked and groaned, and they all heard the timbers below splinter and crack under the strain. The storm was suddenly driven back, and they were trapped in a ball of power. A green light swirled in a pillar on the deck. Shannon turned to face it as the entire crew fled in terror, some plunging themselves overboard. Everyone else dropped to the deck in dry heaves, sickened by the pure evil of it. Orion's ring of priesthood began to glow with a holy brightness. Despite the fact that Riven no longer wore his ring finger glowed nonetheless. Out of the light stepped a king demon. It appeared in the image of Shannon, but had glowing red eyes and robes of black. Smoke rolled off of his body, leaving the deck frozen at its touch. He smiled with pleasure and bowed, his eyes fixed on Shannon.
Your lordship, so nice to see you again,
he purred. Shannon took a step backwards, sweating, his footing almost slipping on the wet deck.
Ha 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 ha!
The demon laughed at Shannon's obvious fear and faltering step. The rest of them felt their guts wrench as they realized that Shannon was afraid.
Oh, I have missed you, my love. Come home now so that we may resume our affair.
Shannon looked for an exit.
Ha 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 ha!
The demon laughed as his power crept outward toward Shannon. Shannon moved back to escape it, but the energy of the demon shot forward and caught him. It writhed up his legs and seemed to sink into him as much as touch him. Clutching his hand to his chest, Shannon fell to a knee, gasping and trying not to cry out. He was shaking as sweat ran down his face.
Did you really think that I would let Jerome catch you inside the dome? My dear, you belong to me. I've been waiting for you to try to pass through. You walked right to me. You see, you do love me.
Shannon looked up with tears on his cheeks. There was nothing he could say, no emotion that he hadn't already screamed at that demon. Whatever he did would simply add to the thing's pleasure.
Come, let me see your hand. How did it turn out in this realm?
Shannon's hands were jerked out toward the demon, and his gloves came off. They were utterly white, all except his left hand, where 2 gold rings had melted from his last 2 fingers, the shimmering gold running down to his wrist. From the edge of the gold, blood was already flowing in a small but steady stream. It sparkled with power in this half-realm that the demon had created around them. The gold seemed almost to glow in the dark.
Ha 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 ha!
The demon laughed.
Now isn't that pretty?
His tone changed and he roared,
Denounce your god, Tyrell.
Never,
Shannon yelled, sobs breaking free.
I defy you.
Flames of green swept over Shannon. His scream had no sound, and he fell forward, curled over by the sheer pain of it. Somehow, Riven had gotten to his feet, and he stepped between them.
Olalrish Vondrak Schneiksusus Emreldach.
He roared the banishment spell of the dwarves of old. It was written on the walls of the old city. His grandfather had made him learn it just in case. A wave of warm air blew out in every direction, washing over his comrades. They all began to recover quickly, catching their breaths and staggering to their feet. The wave reflected back from the demon, however, and returned to Riven as a breath of blackness. Shannon tried to get up to save Riven, but he knew he could never do it alone. There was no way. This was the beast that had made Shannon what he was. Shannon was helpless before him, but if he could just save the others from the demon, he'd settle for that. Kava had not been affected as badly as the others. He had already recovered, but his attack took more time to complete. He stood from where he knelt and threw up his hand. Out of his palm shot up a blue streak that swirled and spun out into a blue, glowing form of sheer power. Its wings flared out, and it stepped down between the demon and Riven. The demon snarled and became a giant black goblin, matching the size of the winged form. They rushed each other. Riven collapsed and lay panting and blind on the deck. Shannon crawled toward him, looking for Oirion to help him get Riven clear. He barely had helped Riven to his feet when the blue summons was shredded in the demon's claws.
Ha 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 ha!
The monster roared with laughter and grabbed Shannon in his fist. Shannon couldn't scream. He would have if he had been able to. Flames wreathed up around him. The others were helpless to do anything. They had begun to recover from the nausea, but were still paralyzed with fear. Shannon could feel his flesh starting to revert. It was burning away, reducing him once again to the demonic state. There was nothing he could do. He had lost. All that he could hope for now was that he would be worth so much to the demon that the others would be left alone, and Dave would escape. Oirion panicked. He had failed and lost Jamie, and now he was about to fail and lose Shannon. He cast out with all the power he could muster to try to pull Shannon back. It was an act of desperation. He could not allow the demon to take Shannon. Its desire to take him was too supernaturally evil for Oirion to accept. It simply must not happen. At that moment, something inside Orion's heart and soul slipped, and he felt his body falling back. Just before Oirion hit the deck, for a single instant, he felt himself back on the river again. Another man's prayer filled his head, just as it had then. He felt the union of power from that moment. He felt the link that had been created with Shannon, felt it in a way that he had not been aware of until this moment. The magic and desperation of his actions poured into that link, and for one horrible second, he was hit with pain like he had never felt. Fear and hopelessness blocked thought nearly to nothing. His body was in such pain that it went far beyond the ability of the body to feel. It was he who was in the demon's grasp, his flesh burning away, the light fading as he was being pulled into hell. It passed almost as fast as it had hit him. Suddenly, there was complete calmness. He was still in unimaginable pain, but he was also alive and coherent. He was momentarily stunned by it. Then he realized that he was no longer in control. He looked through his own eyes but felt his body move on its own. He rose to his feet and opened up to a level of power that he had never before dared to touch. Lifting his arms, he surrendered himself fully and let the prayer for the fire of heaven explode in his heart. The power of heaven filled him, and he released it as a prayer of banishment that he had never heard in his life. Yet he knew it as if he had created it himself. It was not he who was in control of the prayer, the power, or the flesh. The demon whirled from the delighted torture of its captive to look at the man on the deck, but was blinded by rays of holy light. Then, horror and pain exploded in Oirion once again. He was crashing and felt the demon in his soul. The light and the calm were gone, replaced with raging hell. Oirion screamed and jerked back. He felt as if his soul was ripped apart, and that half of him was shredded beyond the pain of death. He hit the deck hard. The banishment hit the demon even as Oirion fell. It screeched as it tried to crush Shannon with its final attack, but the demon was shredded to nothingness, just as rays of sunlight melt away the shadows. The storm quickly crashed in on them as Shannon fell from the vanished grip of the demon. He hit the deck and did not get up. Riven crawled over toward Shannon as Oirion struggled to get up. Both men stopped as the power washed out over the deck from Shannon. All of Shannon's shields were gone now, and his power was surging out in echoes of the demons. Oirion shouted as he got up. Even as he moved, he began raising the power to kill. Not even Oirion realized how deeply he had been affected by the touch of Shannon's soul against his own. Rage and pain roared in him. His world as a vampire hunter and a priest was all that he had to hold on to keep sane. The link that he felt moments ago with Shannon was still there, but now so deeply buried that he would no longer feel it or even remember it. Ivan caught him and held the roaring Oirion back as Shannon grabbed Riven's hand. Oirion screamed as he felt the vampire feed on Riven's life. Riven cried out and collapsed, weeping, but did not pull away from Shannon. He didn't even try to. Finally, after a minute that seemed like an eternity, the ship shot out of the storm, through the barrier, out under blue sky, and into the blinding light of day. They all blinked and staggered as the ship slowed. Before they could regain their balance, a massive ship overcame the albatross. It was so enormous that it blocked the sun, dwarfing the ship they were on. It was an ancient-style warship, sleek yet built to dominate. The black sails had the green tree of Norwood on them. The ship passed them so close that its outer rail hung over them. Shannon jerked away from Riven and rolled up to his feet. His eyes were bloodshot and dilated, his mind intoxicated with the priestly energy he had taken from Riven. Right now, he wasn't just a vampire. He was much more. Black smoke breathed out of his clothes and permeated the air around him. The blood on his exposed hand smoked crimson red. It only fell in drops now, but as each drop hit the deck, it burst into flame. Shannon moved to the rail. Holding his sides, broken and clearly in great pain, he lifted his gaze to Dave. Dave just stood there, stunned and staring at him. Shannon lifted a hand and caught a rope that was slung down to him. As the rope quickly retracted, he was jerked off the deck. Kava ran and jumped, grabbing the end of the rope as it ascended, leaving the deck and the others behind. Shannon used both hands to climb the rope. He was pulled up over the rail of the gigantic ship. The glorious sun, the flagship of the King of Norwood, was already pulling away. Ivan let Oirion go. Oirion shoved the big man.
Why did you do that? He fed on Riven. He's a vampire.
He's Shannon,
Ivan said, almost in tears. Dave helped Riven roll over and sit up. The dwarf looked like he had aged 50 years. He was white-faced and shaky, his hair nearly all white, and his eyes bloodshot.
It's all right, Oirion,
Riven said.
He did what he had to. It's better that he did what he did than lose control and go mad. I didn't crawl over there not knowing what he was. I allowed it.
But Riven, you're a cleric.
Riven looked at the other priest.
He saved our lives over and over again. He refused to feed on our pain when he could have taken us.
He's hunted by the pontiff, and we got in the way.
Riven stared at Oirion in shock.
Don't talk to me, Oirion,
he said as he pushed himself up.
Don't ever talk to me again.
The entire crew had gathered on deck, drawn by the commotion. They didn't even ask what had happened. They simply attacked, fear-crazed at what they had just witnessed. Dave and Ivan shouted as the men charged, swift and armed. Oirion roared and threw a flare of fire at them. He had never cast such a spell and had no idea exactly how he had done it, but the three men leading the charge were instantly vaporized. Those directly behind them exploded into flames. The spell took all the energy that Oirion had left. He fell to his knees and passed out as the others fought on. Theo stumbled onto the deck with the aid of the captain and shouted at what he saw. He waved his arms in a graceful move. The motion he used to cast his magic looked rather like a dance move. Out of his hands, a hail of blue arrows shot at the attackers. Just as the arrows found their targets with perfect accuracy, the ship jarred hard, crashing into boulders unseen off the point of the island of Christie. The hull had been ripped open by the jagged rocks. Kelly roared and charged into the remaining attackers from the side, swinging a stolen sword with extraordinary skill and power. She cut through them like nothing, ending the battle as quickly as it had started. Dave was already headed toward the lifeboats and moved swiftly to get one off the tilting ship, even as the wind tore the rapidly disintegrating vessel off the rocks and water began to flood the hull.
Ivan, grab Riven!
Kelly yelled as she hoisted up Oirion and carried him to the lifeboat. Ivan staggered. He tried to catch his balance and almost lost his stomach as the ship began to roll. He already had Riven under one arm. Dave grabbed hold of Ivan to help him into the small lifeboat that was already heading toward the water, with the ship leaning into it. Once again, they were forced to scramble from a sinking ship into a small lifeboat. But this time the mast and sails were coming down right on top of them. There was no way to avoid it as the albatross rolled down toward them.
Hurry!
Dave yelled, all but throwing Theo into the boat. They were not even all the way in as he cut the ropes, dropping them to the water. He and the captain grabbed oars and pulled hard. They seemed to move little, if at all, as the masts and sails came crashing down upon them. One of the masts barely missed them, hitting not 5 feet away. It crushed into the water, soaking them all, and creating a wave that nearly capsized the rowboat. The sails fell upon them, threatening to pull them under. The water boiled in turmoil as air escaped the ship's compartments, and water rushed into the hollow spaces. Somehow, Dave and Captain Vandermeer got them turned just enough to survive the wave. Even with the sails pressing onto their heads, the two men pulled hard and kept rowing for all they were worth to get free of the wreckage, churning water, and jagged rocks. They had made it to the edge of the sinking sail successfully, but ropes and rigging got in the way. They were raked over and tugged back and down by several ropes. Kelly cut at the ropes to free them, but Ivan was snagged by one and pulled overboard. He hit the water with a massive splash, sending panic into those who were conscious.
"Ivan!"
Dave shouted. The captain leapt from his seat and into the water with hardly a sound. Dave held his position, knowing that there was nothing more he could do at this point but keep the rowboat nearby and afloat. The waves crashed upon the rocky shore several times before Ivan's head broke the surface with an audible gasp for breath. He thrashed wildly in the water, trying to stay afloat. Dave headed toward him. The masts were completely submerged now as the albatross capsized fully, revealing the keel and shattered hull for a short moment. Captain Vandermeer had saved Ivan, freeing him from the entangling ropes, but at the cost of his own life. The suction of the ship had taken him down with it. Ivan grabbed onto the side of the small boat and hung on for his life. Once free of the wreckage and turmoil of the ship and boulders, they turned the loaded boat toward a stretch of gently sloped beaches. Dave hung on his oars, exhausted. Off to the north, the black ship was just vanishing over the horizon. Ivan heaved a sigh.
"I'm really going to miss all this,"
he said sadly.
Yes,
Kelly said.
It's been nice to have comrades for a bit.
"I'll always be your comrade, Kelly,"
Dave said, lifting his head.
That's a nice thought.
She laughed a little as she jumped over the side and ran the boat up the beach onto the sand. End of Princes and Priests. Book 1 of the Saga of ShaHaNon. Continue with Epilogue. Princes and Priests. Epilogue. Shadows. There was something about the market that helped Oirion think. In the noise, with his robes left behind, and the crowd unaware of who he was, he could just be himself. There was a terrifying, hidden truth to whom he had become. He had changed, and he knew it. It was just under the surface, hiding from him. Here in the street, he set aside the cane he used in day-to-day life and walked limp-free. He kept his hood up, which hid his face even more than his beard did. He could grow it in quickly. 3 days, and it was thick enough to look like he had never shaved. Here he wore no robes, no golden jewelry, no perfumes or hairstyles. Here in the street, he let his hair fall as it would. Here he walked with his demons and warred with the state of his soul and the things he was told. Slowing, he stopped at a vendor who showed wares of small weapons, odd tools, and bits of jewelry. It was all oddments of trade from no one place. Oirion had no need for such things, but he always looked as if seeking for something he had lost but couldn't recall what it was. It felt as if he had forgotten what he was looking for, but if it appeared, he'd know what it was. Until then, his mind spun in circles trying to recall.
"Can I help you?"
the man asked. Oirion just shook his head a little, looking over the small daggers. He could almost see the face of someone running a fine dagger over a whetstone. He could hear the rasp of it, but like in a dream, the faces blurred out, and the names rushed away as soon as he tried to recall too much. He picked up a small travel cup. It was worn and battered, but was still of good silver, and had fine etching along the edge. The etching was nearly worn away, but hints of it caught Orion's attention for a moment. The cup had to have been through a great deal, with many stories to tell. He sighed and put it down. There was nothing worth buying, so he moved on up the street. It wasn't a large city as far as Perton cities go, but he still hadn't met anyone that he had ever seen before. Here, he was just another body. Out of instinct, he caught the hand of a boy who was trying to slip in past his cloak to snag a purse or whatever he could find.
"Not here, boy,"
Oirion said, pushing him back a few feet. The boy didn't argue, but just ducked away into the crowd. Oirion had more money on him than most would carry in a lifetime, but it was nowhere the boy would be able to get at. In the dark of the taverns and back streets, he had searched for the magics that might help him understand what had truly happened to him those years ago. He still had no answers, but he had learned a great deal of helpful magics. The man he had once been would have never thought to use wizard's magics, let alone to search them out and keep them tucked up in his sleeve, as a hidden skill that not even Jamie knew about. To spell a purse or a small treasure box locked away securely was no large task. Once, it had been rather common in the Empire of Pert. He had even found purses and boxes from those days of old, simply reworking them to function for him alone. He knew there was magic tied up in his head to block the nightmares. He knew that he had been purged. Memory and taint of demonic touch had been wiped away. He knew he had tangled with a demon, but the events that led to it, or what had happened, were hidden from him. He was not the man he had been, and he knew it. He played the role, knowing that if he were to slip up, the church would call up the knowledge, and he would likely be denounced. The last thing he wanted was to draw any attention from the church. He had searched records and had looked for similar cases. All of them ended badly for the men involved, usually with the church simply saying that they had gone mad and had to be removed. It happened as easily and unopposed as it did when he had once hunted vampires. There was a war within his own mind, to know if what he felt now was the truth, or if it was the corruption of a demon's touch that had made him so distrusting and doubtful of all things. His partner, bound to his soul, to give him strength for this very sort of thing, felt like a stranger most of the time. He looked back on the days when their bond had fit, like looking back on friends long dead. Dreams flickered in his mind of things he wanted to recall, memories that fought to come up but were stolen away. He could feel the edges of the magic play on the corner of his mind. It didn't feel like Jamie's magic, though his surely remained there. Even from the time of their bonding, Jamie had worked to settle the nightmares that had always haunted him. Now, it was different. Now, he was being lied to, the truth hidden from him. He didn't like it. Cutting across the street, he went to another vendor, one that came and went several times a year. This one often had the odder things, more interesting tidbits than the others. Oirion didn't press through the crowd, but moved through it with as little contact as he could. At the vendor's stall, he waited his turn, letting his eyes look over the hanging items. Charms, amulets, and jewelry. Mostly it was all cheap, but some things were rare and just hanging in a mix. It gave him something to look at. Like the other vendor's stall, few things caught his attention, but he had to look.
Ah, I thought you might visit me before I headed out for the winter.
The vendor nodded, recognizing him.
I have something I thought you might like.
He motioned Oirion around to the side of the stall, through the curtain to the stack of boxes and trunks that lined the back wall. Under the canopy and out of the rain, it smelled of his heating lamps and of the bits of incense that he sold. He dug in a leather bag and pulled out a small, wrapped object. He undid the tie and held it over. Oirion took it and unfolded the wrap. Inside was an orb. It was a smooth, perfectly round stone that looked both black and clear at the same time.
What is it?
Oirion asked.
The man I bought it from said he stole it from a treasure of magic items and that the best he could learn was that at one time it was some sort of lodestone. He said that it could be used to hold a great store of magic to be used on need, but that either it had to be in the right hands or it had been drained and needed to be refilled. I know that arcane things interest you, so I set it aside for you.
Oirion took it in his hand. The stone felt warm and heavy, far heavier than he would have thought it might.
He stole it from whom?
That he would not say, but he was happy to be rid of it in case he was caught. I paid very little for it, if it is what he claimed it might be.
Oirion turned it in his hand. It was interesting, but it didn't call to him.
Well, it's all very interesting, but I do not need a paperweight.
He handed it back. He had several lodestones that were actually usable, and whatever that stone was, it was not a lodestone. Magic, yes, but he had enough riddles. He didn't need another.
How about this one?
The vendor dug for another item and produced a small wooden box. Oirion took it in his hand and opened the lid, slipping the lock easily. Inside was a small white stone. It swirled with a faint light, but gave little other indication that it was anything other than a white marble. He touched the little stone. Warm energy and personality slept in it. He closed the lid as if he was not sure he wanted it. Oirion wanted it, but he knew that it was a bad idea to reveal that to a merchant as skilled as this one. He glanced around before he looked at the man. The vendor watched Oirion with an almost fearful expression. Oirion weighed the thing in his hand.
I'm not sure I want this one either. The box is interesting in that it's shielded, but I'm not certain.
How about I sell them both to you for a discount?
You can tell me why,
Oirion said.
You have never pushed an item on me yet.
The man glanced around. His son was working the counter, having traded places with him. He was nervous, and Oirion could see it.
I have no means to hide such things. I deal in petty magics and trinkets. I do not play with such powerful items. The man who sold me those was murdered rather unpleasantly not too long ago. I would be rid of them. I assume you have means to sell or hide trinkets like that. The church frowns on magics, and before my little shields are broken, I would sell those away.
Who did he steal them from?
Oirion asked again.
He said he stole them from the pontiff. I find that hard to believe, but who can say?
Oirion almost turned the man away and left the things, but he felt the sweep of a scan and saw several clerics moving up the street. Oirion took the black orb back from the man and slipped both the orb and the box into his purse, sending them miles away in an instant. Oirion stepped out of the stall as the clerics moved right for it. He took hold of a charm that dangled from the rod to inspect it, standing with his back to the men as they approached the merchant.
Can I help you?
The merchant asked them.
Perhaps,
one said with a slight gesture. His gesture sent the scan spinning into the stall, seeking what had just been sent away.
We're looking for orbs. You have any?
No, not at this time,
the vendor said with a startling ease. Oirion felt another magic spin onto the man, and it wasn't a magic that was light or of holy ends. Neither was it dark or evil, but it was wizardry, and that meant that the two men were more than they pretended to be.
Are you certain that you have none?
I have a collection of marbles, the children's style, not true orbs. That's all I have right now. True orbs are rare and don't normally last long, or are of a price I can't deal in. I can pull out the marble box if you like.
No,
the other said.
It's all right. Thank you for your help.
Sorry, I couldn't be of more help,
the merchant said as the two men moved on to the next stall. Oirion shook his head to the merchant, letting the little chain in his fingers go.
Careful who you deal with. You might consider not buying stolen items as well.
I will do so,
the man said with relief.
Thank you.
Oirion shook his head.
Trust me, I will be rid of the things at once. The gutter sounds like a good place, and the harbour of Kent even better.
I have to agree,
the man said. Oirion left the stall to get a drink and try to ignore the fact that he had just stolen items that the church wanted enough to enlist magic to get them back. There was a tavern not far from where he was, with the promise of a drink and a meal. Inside, he took a seat at the bar. The bartender knew him well enough in his battered cloak to just bring him a beer. He grabbed it and moved to a table in the corner near the fire. He sat with his hands wrapped around the mug. He looked at the fingerless gloves he wore. They hid the gold and silver bands on his left little finger that identified him as a priest, and that showed that he was a bishop now. The first finger on his right hand had another ring. It was silver with a lavender stone. He could almost recall getting it. It meant something. It had been a gift, but he couldn't recall why or from whom. His mind was restless today and kept going around in circles, to the point that he couldn't even begin to work on anything. Escape was the best he could do. He watched the crowd, looking for someone whom he couldn't even name. He leaned back as the clerics entered the tavern as well. They went to the bar to get served. Oirion almost smiled at how long they stood there, waiting to get service. He was nearly finished with his beer before the two were even spoken to.
You know those two?
The owner asked, pouring more beer into Orion's mug.
No,
Oirion said.
I assume you have your sword on you?
He said softly.
I do,
Oirion said, looking up at the man who was playing waiter.
Why?
They asked about you. Watch your back. They aren't the sort you want following you.
I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the warning.
I mean it. Last man they asked about ended up smeared over the alley walls.
Oirion nodded.
I'll watch my back,
he said. The man moved off with Oirion, trying to recall his name. He couldn't. It was odd to think that he came down here enough like this to be included in the local crowd. He rarely spoke to anyone and did little more than buy what he wanted and move on. He sipped his beer a bit as the two men got served. When they weren't looking in his direction, he slipped out the side door into the narrow passage between buildings and back into the alley. He stepped back into the shadows and waited. It wasn't long before they came out. A scan spun out even as they did and found him sitting there on a pile of crates. They slowed their step.
Odd place to rest,
one of them said. Oirion grunted.
Perhaps.
You were at the merchant's. Bought an orb from him?
Nope,
Oirion said.
Ah, but you were there. We know you looked at it.
The one that had cast the magic said.
We want them back. You can give them to us nicely, or we can take them.
Oirion half smiled.
Oh, do be serious. You touch me and I will have to kill you. I have no orbs on me.
The one started to move, not at Oirion, but in a gesture that Oirion knew. He couldn't say how he knew it, but he did. He wasn't going to play. He was off the crates with a dagger in each hand. In one swift, easy move, he had the first man slit collarbone to ear, his head tipping back as blood pumped out with each beat of his heart. It was almost fast enough, but the other man already had the demon summoned. Oirion drove a dagger into the man, up into his heart. It would hold there, sealing its own hole until Oirion pulled it out. The demon went for Orion's back, but his shields held. It hurt, but he held his ground.
Who wants the orbs and why?
Oirion demanded of the man. The man grit his teeth.
You're a dead man,
the man said as the demon's claws cut through Orion's shields and scratched at his back. Oirion jerked the blade up along the rib cage before he spun and slammed the demon with banishment, shattering it into nothing but smoke and a scatter of glitter that settled into the alleyway. He washed his daggers in water that had pooled in the alley and then put them away. He folded his cloak about his arms to hide the blood and slipped back into the tavern as calmly as he had left. Sitting at the table, he brushed the blood off his spelled wool. It came off as easily as breadcrumbs on a tabletop. He leaned back, taking his beer in hand.
Any trouble?
The owner asked. Oirion shook his head.
No.
Glad to hear it.
Oirion nodded and took a drink of his beer. The only trouble was that he felt no remorse over killing the two men. It was hardly the first time such things had happened, and he didn't think it would be the last. It was just one more reason to feel out of place in his own skin. His eyes scanned the crowd. One day he would figure out what he had forgotten and know the truth of the year he had lost. Until then, it would be stalls and crowds and a hope that Jamie was not part of the lies. End of Book 1. Continue with Book 2. Emperors and Exiles, followed by A Regent's Way, Princes of Pert, and Fate of Angels.